Shwa. A white streak could be seen approaching from the distance. That female apostle laughed. HMPH. Faint godly power rippled out. Despite her godly power being aimed at that fast guy, the apostles around her could not avoid their hearts fluttering. Even the god's descendant was somewhat affected. Xiao Rong has become stronger yet again, the god's descendant lamented. Xiao Rong smiled and said, regardless of how strong I get, I am yours. After all, you are destined to be a god. Oh, you girl. The god's descendant felt someone proud when he heard this. Just look at how the most alluring of all apostles, this goddess of so many males, was his. A mere divine seat. He's arriving. Xiao Rong shifted her attention. I will stop him. You guys will deal with everything else. Understood, answered the apostles around her. Shwa. Instantly, the white streak charged into the godly power. Xiao Rong's mood became solemn. Here he comes. Suddenly, her calm godly power surged as godly power filled with a sense of enticement charged at the fast guy, completely engulfing him. Almost immediately, he stopped moving. Instinctively, his gaze was attracted toward the young lady before him as he felt that this young lady looked more and more beautiful, so beautiful that he felt like he was on cloud 9, a sudden urge to charge toward her overcoming him. Everyone was overjoyed. He stopped. Excellent. The god's descendant nodded imposingly. Just as he was about to have someone capture that guy, something beyond his expectation suddenly happened. The fast guy, who had already stopped, indeed charged over toward them as he had been charmed by Xiao Rong. However, he instantly pounced toward Xiao Rong. Before anyone else could do anything, with a white flash, he vanished. Swish. The white flash streaked away. Shortly after, the fast guy was gone. What happened? Everyone was alarmed. That fast guy was so powerful that he could overcome Xiao Rong's charm. One ought to know that even the descendants of gods could not escape the effect of her charm. Yet a mere fast guy. They instinctively looked over at Xiao Rong curiously, yet what they saw stupefied them all. There, Xiao Rong's clothing was torn apart. She looked extremely sorry, and a certain viscous fluid was all over her. Moreover, a certain fishy smell lingered in the air. The god's descendant was so furious that he did not know what to say. Only now did all the apostles awake from their reverie. After they collected their minds and started processing what had happened, they all hissed in shock. They all exchanged glances and were able to see the fear in each other's eyes. In short, Lady Xiao Rong's charm had indeed worked. That pitifully weak fast guy had indeed taken the bait. However, they had totally neglected a single fact. That fast guy was truly too fast, so fast that he had not even required half a second to take off his pants, put his pants back on, and flee. Before anyone could even react, he had finished the deed and escaped. Damn it, damn it. The god's descendant was bursting with rage. Just 1 second earlier, he had still been so proud of having her, the most alluring of all, as his woman. Yet in the next second, not only was he thoroughly defeated, he had even given away his women, and the deed had been done right in front of him. Chapter 781, You already tried your best. What are you waiting for? Put your clothes back on, the god's descendant spat. Yes. Xiao Rong hurriedly put her clothes back on. Alas, a huge portion of her clothes had been torn. She had no choice but to form a new set of clothes with her godly power. Even now, she was still stupefied. During the process of the deed, she had not even been able to react. If not for the disgusting fluid on her, the lingering smell in the air, and the searing ache she was feeling, she wouldn't even know what had happened. That fast guy. As she thought of what had happened, she was filled with regret. Why had she decided to use her charm on him? What had happened here had been witnessed by a huge number of people. At present, they all had odd expressions, especially the other god's descendants. Almost immediately after, they told their female followers to conceal themselves. What kind of joke was this? That was too excessive. There was actually such speed in this world. However, after this incident, they had truly recognized the severity of such a thing. That fast guy was approaching the end extremely quickly. Speed. That fellow must be stopped. He is too scary. At this speed, he will most certainly be the first to arrive. He entered this world later than us, yet he is already at the very front of the race. Apart from some of the gods' descendants and their followers that are still ahead of him, there is no longer anyone capable of stopping him. Will this divine seat be given to him just like this? This was making all the apostles uncomfortable. They had to stop that fast guy, yet how were they supposed to stop him? This was quite the thorny issue. There were a few God's descendants with female followers who were gifted with charm or similar abilities. However, after the previous example, not a single one of them would be willing to do so even if they were beaten to death. How about control-related abilities? It was rather unfortunate that none of them could get near enough to use such abilities on the fast guy. The apostles were all concerned what to do. A youth who appeared to be 14 years old stepped out. How about I give it a try? He looked scurrily young, yet he was without a doubt a level 15 apostle. The eyes of the other apostles shone as they heard what he said. You have a way to deal with him? With a smile, the young apostle said, I do have some ideas. However, I will have to try to know if they will work. Carve out some words for me. Huh? The other apostles were curious. What was the point of carving out words? You all will know soon enough, the young apostle said in an enigmatic manner. Fine. The other apostles started to help him. Naturally, the so-called word carving was not carving in a regular sense. Rather, this was the act of carving immense words on the mountains, guaranteeing that the fast guy would be able to see the words being carved. What are you planning? Everyone was still filled with doubt. Not a single one knew what his plan was. As all this was happening, the fast guy, who had already traveled far ahead, was feeling extremely refreshed and comfortable. Earlier, when he had been charmed, he had believed that that would be the end of him. That was why he had decided to throw caution to the wind and go enjoy himself with the lady. Unexpectedly, he had been met with a pleasant surprise. So it turns out the power of charm fills the target with the flame of desire. Therefore, so long as the desire is satisfied, one will return to normal. The fast guy was overjoyed at this discovery. He had never expected to solve the riddle of countering charm abilities by complete accident. One ought to know that, as the fastest apostle, what he feared most was falling under another's control. Therefore, he normally did his best to avoid everyone. Now, though, well, in the future, I can be considered to be somewhat immune to charm abilities. Whoever has goals to charm me, I will do her. He was joyfully satisfied. As for whether what he had done was an act of provocation toward those God's descendants, he had no fear. So long as he could ascend to godhood in this trial, with the rule put in place by the sin god that forbade gods killing each other, they would not be able to do anything to him. At most, they would only be able to restrict the amount of faith he obtained. Even so, so what? Even the lowest of gods was better off than an apostle. Swish. With a flash, he vanished. His target was still the same. The end of this world. However, after only a short while, he saw numerous words being carved on the huge mountain range before him. Even with the speed he was traveling at, he could not ignore the words, as they were directed at him. The cold words could be seen clearly. Do you think you are truly immune to the power of charm? The fast guy's heart trembled as he saw these words. So some other people were trying to intercept him. Moreover, it seemed like they were going to use the power of charm on him. What was there to fear? With his speed, the fast guy laughed with a perverted expression on his face. Since you guys insist on inviting the wolf into the group of lambs, do not blame me for what I am about to do. The pleasure he had enjoyed during that half-second deed was still fresh in his memory. However, after a step forward, he saw another row of words. Do you think that only pretty ladies can use the power of charm? Thump. The fast guy's heart thumped violently as he saw these words. All pretty ladies? Evidently, that was not the case. In fact, there were quite a few believers of charm-related godly powers that possessed rather ordinary looks, and there were some that were quite ugly as well. The fast guy clenched his teeth. It does not matter. In any case, after the power of charm took effect on him, whoever he saw, that person would appear unprecedentedly beautiful. This was the essence of the power of charm, a power that would bring one into the land of fantasy uncontrollably. So what if the user of the power was an ugly person? With a clench of his teeth, it would already be over. However, when he reached the next mountain range, he hissed in horror. That was because the words carved here were thus: do you think only females will use the power of charm? Instantly, the fast guy was horrified. It couldn't be, right? No way. Among the apostles that were participating in this trial, those equipped with the power of charm should all be female. Furthermore, it was said that the god that presided over the domain of charm was extremely strict when accepting believers. The physical appearance, voice, and body shape of the believers had to be of top quality to be accepted. Therefore, that God would most certainly not select ugly and scary-looking fellows as believers. This had to be the case. Whoever had carved these words, that person had to be trying to deceive him. No, no way. Absolutely impossible. Shwa. As he reached the next mountain range, yet another row of words appeared. Do you think that only those of a single race can use the power of charm? Thump. The fast guy's expression changed drastically. Race? True. Not all races had resembled the gods. Even though the large majority of the apostles resembled gods, some races were rather different. For instance, the giant elephant race, or the spirit snake race. What if the charm user happened to be from one of these races? No, no way. Horror was plastered on the fast guy's face. On the next mountain range, a figure could be seen floating in the air. An oddly shaped figure could be vaguely seen, seemingly waiting for his approach. So long as he approached, he would most definitely be charmed by this figure. However, this was the only path forward. That figure. The fast guy was extremely alarmed. At this point, he was already clear on what exactly it was that was waiting for him. This was most certainly an odd-looking, ugly male apostle of an unknown race with a terrifying body. And this person was also a user of the power of charm. The fast guy did not even have the courage to imagine what would happen if he advanced forth. But he was already so near to godhood. Did he truly have to stop here? As the fast guy approached, the figure's appearance became clearer and clearer. He could already picture how scary this person was. He had already started imagining how terrible his fate would be upon his arrival. However, I can do it. He clenched his teeth and decided to continue charging forth. I will just close my eyes. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Shwa. He streaked forth. Indeed, as soon as he entered the effective range, he started to lose consciousness. He could feel the boundless godly power of charm engulfing him. This was exactly as he had guessed. As for the person before him, it was most certainly an extremely ugly one. Darling, here you are. Before the fast guy could even focus, an immense force could be felt pulling him into an embrace. After half a second, after the fast guy had left his seat, he fled in horror. Only after he was free of the power of charm was he able to see clearly what exactly he had encountered earlier. That body, and that ugliness, nearly caused him to vomit up everything he had eaten from his birth until now. This feeling was especially pronounced when he recalled the sight of that person lying on the ground with a satisfied expression. Ugh! The fast guy sped forth while he vomited. Far away, the observing apostles were completely stunned. Instinctively, they all looked at the young apostle. At this moment, that young apostle had a stupefied expression as well. I thought that he would stop. As the other apostles heard this, they focused and took a good look at the charm user. The moment they got a good look, they all started to vomit as well. The fast guy would even do it with this fellow. The young apostle sighed. I have underestimated his desire for godhood. At present, he held the deepest respect for the fast guy. After all, that person was willing to do that deed even with such a person. The other apostles had a similar feeling as well. This old man has never admired anyone, yet this time, I truly can't stop myself from admiring that fast guy. Same here. Indeed, nothing is impossible in life. Someone even patted the young apostle's shoulder and said, you tried your best. The young apostle. Chapter 782, mind-numbingly speechless. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. Regardless of their opinions of the fast guy, regardless of how much they looked down on him, when he could endure doing it with even such a life form, they had to feel heartfelt admiration toward him. With one look, everyone knew that this was a person with great perseverance. Looks like the winner of this divine seat has already been determined. Yeah, there's nothing to be done about it. His willpower is incredibly firm. Nobody can contend against him in terms of willpower. I can do it as well. Are you sure? Why not? Isn't it just sleeping with a male of a certain race? What? No. Don't show me the video. Why is he so disgusting? Why else would everyone admire him? Swish, swish. Almost everyone had already stopped advancing. They looked toward the end of the world, at that distant place where the divine seat sat. They watched on as the streak of light that was the fast guy pierced through space and headed toward that place. If the fast guy was truly going to be the one to obtain this divine seat, it would be pointless for them to continue fighting. As such, all the apostles stopped and only watched on silently as that dazzling streak issued a challenge to the divine seat. His strength is very weak. He has been speeding through the entire time and has exhausted too much godly power. Why not stop and take a rest? I suppose he is afraid of being overtaken. After paying such a heavy price, he has to ascend in this trial. However, it does not matter even if he is exhausted. After all, this is a low-tier trial. True. Swish, swish. The streak shone dazzlingly. His speed is even faster now. I originally thought that he would only be slightly faster than us. Surprisingly, his speed has already reached this level. Nobody is even capable of catching up to his shadow. He's there. Everyone's mood became solemn at this moment. Bang! That white clump charged toward the divine seat. He had to emerge victorious in this trial. And thus, with his superb speed, he charged at the divine seat, which had seemingly boundless godly power. He was taking on the trial's final challenge. The mirror image is going to appear from the divine seat. I wonder how strong the mirror image will be. It does not matter, as it will only exhibit 1% of the original God's strength. True. This is simply free for the taking. All the apostles started to lament this. Bang! The entire world trembled as the white streak charged onto the divine seat like a meteor. However, neither the expected fight over the divine seat nor the mirror image of the original God appeared. The only thing they could see was the fast guy mustering all his godly power and colliding with the divine seat. And then, he died from the impact of the collision. Clang! The loud clang and the splattering of blood that followed stunned everyone. Shwa! The entire world lapsed into silence. The apostles were all stupefied. Even the observing gods were stupefied. Everyone was stupefied. Dead. From the collision? That's right. Their eyes had not failed them. Even if the divine seat was so far away, at the other end of the world, they were still able to capture this terrifying sight with their senses. The fast guy had died by way of collision. He beat himself to death. What in the world is this? This fast bro here is so fast that he killed himself with his speed. All the apostles blanked for a long time before erupting into a clamor. What was going on here? Dying from a collision? Has anyone here challenged a divine seat before? They asked doubtfully. Me, a certain apostle answered, yet his voice was filled with doubt as well. For a divine seat challenge, normally, one only needs to reach the vicinity of the divine seat and issue a challenge. The mirror image will then appear. The so-called issuing a challenge is a simple act of transmitting one's thoughts to the divine seat. After all, mirror images are created for the sake of being challenged. So long as it senses hostility, it will appear to accept the challenge. What happens next depends on the strength of the challenger. The few divine seat trials I have encountered all progressed similarly. There were some who directly attacked the seat in the past. However, generally, the mirror image appears automatically to receive the attack. After all, the act of attacking is similar to the act of challenging. But this situation, I can't make sense of it. The mirror image was supposed to come out when the fast guy charged at the seat. But now, that apostle appeared utterly confused. The other apostles chilled as they heard this. Could it be that this was a different type of trial? A certain apostle spoke meekly. Do you guys feel that? There is a possibility. Perhaps the fast guy moved so fast that the mirror image couldn't even react to it before he was already dead. Shwa. The entire world lapsed into silence. The apostles looked at each other. After thinking about it, when they recalled the two deeds the fast guy had performed on his way to the divine seat, they felt like this was probably what had happened. Since a mirror image was a challenge for the apostles, it signified that a mirror image's strength would be between the realm of a god and an apostle, not something an apostle could never defeat. And this time, the mirror image would most definitely be incredibly weak, since Chen Feng was the one who had unlocked this trial. With such a weak mirror image, it was quite likely that it had indeed failed to react to the fast guy's approach in time. As the apostles thought of this possibility, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is truly dying by collision. This could actually happen. What more could they say? Within the divine seat, Yi, who had been about to make a move, was also stupefied. That's right. Yi had already prepared to make a move. Even though he had no intention of revealing himself before that culprit and that silhouette revealed themselves, he had no intention of letting these apostles off. That was why he had been prepared to make a move against the fast guy. Alas, he had not seen this coming. It wasn't that he hadn't been able to react in time. Rather, he had been planning to kill that fast guy after he broke the divine seat. Unexpectedly, the illustrious apostle had actually killed himself with the collision. Perhaps this was because of the exhaustion of his godly power, or perhaps it was because of the individual's direct personality. Nevertheless, this truly caused him to be speechless. Yi sighed deeply. Is this what the apostles that my era has created are like? One ought to know that back then, in the era of the creation God, the world had been filled with geniuses. In this trial, he had initially been scared that too many apostles would die, affecting his plan. Now that he looked at it, he had truly been overthinking it. A bunch of idiots. Yi inhaled deeply. Ha, this bro here just killed himself trying to show off. In short, the divine seat is still up for grabs. Suddenly, the gazes of all the apostles burned with passion. Even though that bro's death had been rather tragic, thanks to that, the divine seat was still waving its hand at them. With this alien world, which had calmed down, bustled yet again. Whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures started heading toward the divine seat. However, their speeds were not even 1/10 of the fast guy's speed. Therefore, battles between apostles erupted yet again. All the apostles were charging crazily at the end of the world. Some of the gods' descendants sneered. Hee. These pathetic apostles had yet to realize where they stood. No matter how weak this god's mirror image was, it was not something they could hope to lay their hands on. They were ultimately nothing but cannon fodder. Naturally, not even these gods' descendants realized that, all along, the sin god's gaze had been focused on the slowly approaching silhouette. This trap that had been activated with Chen Feng as the bait. Who exactly was this silhouette? Chapter 783. The god's descendant makes his move. Within the alien world, the silhouette was still unhurriedly approaching the divine seat. As he was trying to preserve his strength, he was moving slowly. Or perhaps his subconscious mind did not want to arrive too quickly, preferring to move slowly. If he moved slowly, other apostles would overtake him and challenge the divine seat before him. He wanted the others to exhaust Yi's strength. It would be even better if Yi was defeated. It did not matter to him who ascended to godhood here. That was because he only had one goal: pulling Yi down from the high and above position he currently occupied. He traversed slowly, yet when the other apostles saw him, not a single person dared to make a move against him. After all, the aura he was emanating was too powerful. That, coupled with the slow speed at which he moved, made him an undesirable target. They might as well use the energy to charge forth rather than waste it tangling with him. Evidently, this silhouette was not the only person thinking this way. In a certain location, a certain figure was also moving forth unhurriedly. His speed was even slower than the silhouette's, and he did not emanate a flashy or terrifying aura. Just like that, he slowly advanced in a subdued manner. Without a doubt, this person was Chen Feng. He was also the only person here that knew the truth, apart from the silhouette. He knew who the actual enemy was, and he was aware who the god being challenged in this trial was. As such, he was not in a hurry. With this being the divine seat of Yi, nobody will be able to succeed, Chen Feng mused. After all, this was the sin god. Apart from that silhouette, who was already prepared to face Yi, Chen Feng had zero confidence in anyone. However, the others were still good for one thing: exhausting Yi's strength. Yi's mirror image here only had 1% of Yi's godly power. Regardless of how powerful this mirror image was, there would still be a limit to his godly power. If these apostles challenged him without stop, Chen Feng stood a chance to profit from this. The only person he needed to pay attention to was that silhouette, the person representing the culprit that had caused the activation of this trial. Since he had dared to come, his strength was most definitely not any weaker than the sin god's mirror image. Of course, Chen Feng was also paying attention to other apostles with unique abilities like the fast guy from earlier. That fast guy's appearance had been some unexpected. However, if too many of these unexpected people appeared, something unexpected would truly happen. I suppose there won't be too many such apostles, Chen Feng guessed. After all, apostles did not use their own godly power. Rather, they used the power of whatever god they believed in. This was completely unlike the genetic abilities of the genetic era. Therefore, there shouldn't be many of those surprising abilities, right? Nevertheless, the incident where the fast guy had encountered the ugly male earlier was still fresh in his mind. If he were the one to encounter such a person, Chen Feng gasped in horror. That fast guy had had the courage a true man should have. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was sure that he would not have such courage. In his memories, a person this ugly had probably reached Kong Bei's level of ugliness. Within the alien world, a certain white streak was traveling after the fast guy. Yet another guy with terrifying speed had appeared. Learning from the fast guy's example, he moved in a low-profile manner, not trying to be the first to arrive. He was sure that he would not commit a mistake as idiotic as the fast guys. However, he had still been noticed by a lot of people. Some of the apostles frowned. Yet another one? Someone sneered. This person is fast. However, he is far slower than the fast guy. If he arrives before everyone else, HMPH. Since when have godhood trials become mere competitions of speed? I remember that even if an apostle succeeds in the challenge, the other apostles can still challenge him. Whoever succeeds in the challenge is able to become a god. How is it that easy? The moment one succeeds in the challenge, they will receive a burst of power from the divine seat. This mirror image is extremely weak at only 1% strength. Therefore, it is possible for us to succeed in the challenge. However, if the mirror image is replaced with an apostle who has succeeded in the challenge, coupled with the burst of power he gains, do you have any idea how difficult the challenge will be then? Some of the apostles smiled bitterly as they thought about this. In fact, this was quite simple to understand. If a challenger was able to succeed, the challenger was definitely a powerful individual. For instance, if the combat power of the mirror image was rated at 100, a challenger had to have combat power surpassing 100 to succeed in the challenge. After his success, he would receive a burst of power, increasing his godly power greatly. As such, what the next challenger would have to face could very well be a combat power of 200. And if the divine seat was successfully occupied by a second challenger, the difficulty would further increase, as the second challenger was evidently much stronger. Therefore, the easiest challenge was normally the first challenge. As for this trial activated by Chen Feng, it was a rather scary one. Due to the trial's mirror image being too weak, the mirror image probably only had a combat power of 10. Therefore, the first person to arrive would have a significant advantage over the others. They would be the most likely to ascend in this trial. This was what resulted in this unique situation where this trial had transformed into a competition of speed. This won't do. Some of the god's descendants started frowning. They would not allow a godhood trial to turn into nothing but a race. Some of them couldn't hold back any longer and started taking action. Bang! Terrifying godly power engulfed the entire alien world, instantly slowing down the speed of that person. For a moment, flight was completely prohibited in this world. He had now been suppressed due to his speed being too fast. HMPH. Because the fast guy was the first to use speed, we were caught by surprise. Now someone is actually trying to imitate him. Some of the god's descendants sneered. Naturally, there were some words left unspoken by them. What remained unspoken was that the fast guy had truly been too fast, to the point that they hadn't even been able to react in time. However, how could they allow others to do the same? Scram! Numerous astonishing restrictions descended upon this world, causing all who tried to get ahead through speed to be forcefully stopped. A certain god's descendant looked at an apostle beside him as he asked, "Can you keep this up?" The person who had done all this was a follower of his. For him to forbid flight and speed, his exhaustion of godly power was certainly rather high. That apostle smiled. No harm. In any case, I am not going to participate in the challenge anyway. The god's descendant nodded slightly. It has been hard on you. Suddenly, in a low voice, the apostle said, "They are already there. If you wish to." The god's descendant nodded without a change in expression. The followers he had brought this time were all rather mature. None of them were focused on pure combat roles. All of them were here with support roles so as to help him be the first to challenge the divine seat. The fast guy from earlier had been an accident. Now it would be his turn to issue a challenge. Swish, swish. Within the dusky world, with the restrictions put in place, nobody was able to travel via spatial abilities. However, nobody realized that, on the ground, in a place no one could see, a certain rat was moving on at an astonishing speed, undetected by anyone. In fact, this rat had been the first to enter this world. Even when the fast guy had appeared, this rat had never stopped moving. At present, it had finally reached the divine seat. Suddenly, the rat squeaked. A bizarre fluctuation rippled out, alarming countless people. All the apostles looked in the direction the fluctuation was coming from. Instantly, the rat vanished amid the dazzling radiance it had emitted. Next, a familiar figure appeared. This was precisely the very god's descendant that had restricted everyone's speed a short while ago. Damn it. That rat exchanged position with him. It is actually the godly power of shift. I seem to recall that all the followers he brought along this time specialize in such abilities. Everyone's expression sank. One ought to know that most of the followers of the god's descendants were only here to help the god's descendants obtain the divine seat. As such, they all possessed rather respectable combat power. Unexpectedly, this god's descendant had followed in the footsteps of the fast guy, relying on speed to arrive before the others. I am here to issue a challenge. Bang! The instant the god's descendant arrived, he attacked the divine seat. A terrifying power bloomed, the power of a level 20 apostle. Chapter 784, Horrifying Sight. How hateful. Someone got ahead of me yet again. Everyone felt regretful. It hadn't been that long since the fast guy incident, yet the divine seat was once again being challenged. It seemed like this divine seat would not have anything to do with them, the common apostles. It is actually this fellow. Some of the god's descendants recognized this person. Among the god's descendants, this person was a comparatively weaker one. Unexpectedly, he had actually gotten ahead of everyone using such a unique method. That god's descendant howled with wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Daddy is here. Bang! A loud boom erupted from the divine seat that was attacked. For the first time, a mirror image appeared from the divine seat. It's starting. The mirror image has finally appeared. TSK. Wouldn't it have been nice if this guy had died from running into the divine seats like the fast guy? As the others heard this, they rolled their eyes. How was that even possible? Apart from the fast guy, who could be so idiotic? Bang! The god's descendant shone resplendently as he unleashed his greatest might. As everyone saw this, they sighed, as it seemed like this divine seat would temporarily fall under the control of this person. Alas, when the radiance faded, the entire world suddenly lapsed into silence. When the god's descendant attacked with formidable godly power, the mirror image merely waved his hand, and the god's descendant instantly froze and was suspended in midair. What's going on? Holy shit, this. Everyone's eyes went wide. The mirror image had actually blocked the attack? No, that was not just blocking. From the looks of it. Before anyone had recovered from their shock, the mirror image waved his hand a second time. Blood spluttered everywhere. Just like that, the powerful god's descendant was ripped apart. This. Bang! Everyone's scalp went numb. Dead. Just like that. In such a manner. That mirror image had only waved his hand, right? As they thought about this, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. All the apostles that were rushing over at top speed immediately stopped. The entire world lapsed into silence. A terrifying silence. Everyone was greatly alarmed at what they had seen. How could this? Didn't this mirror image only have 1% of the original god's strength? Was this not the mirror image of a deceased god? Why was this mirror image so strong? And why was this mirror image so ruthless? What exactly was going on here? Nobody could provide an answer. Even the apostles that had rich experience in godhood trials were dripping wet with cold sweat, as this was their very first time seeing such a horrifying scene. What, exactly, was going on here? At the distant end of the world, the mirror image could be seen returning into the divine seat. He had merely come out to wave his hand about before returning. Nobody had any idea what was going on. That mirror image seemed rather familiar, yet when they tried paying close attention to him, he seemed so unfamiliar. How can this? Someone asked with a hoarse voice, yet nobody bothered to answer. Interesting. Despite what had happened, the silhouette instead laughed. Worthy of being the sin god indeed. He only needed to use such a method once to scare and warn everyone else. This would be sufficient to cause the other participants to lose their confidence. With the number of challenges reduced, he wouldn't have to exhaust as much godly power. With this, would these apostles start to give up? It was as expected. At this moment, a huge number of apostles started to lose their confidence. What kind of joke was that? A huge number of them were aware that their chance of actually ascending to godhood was incredibly low. Most of them were only here to join in on the fun, to have a chance to approach a divine seat or somewhat increase their strength. That was all they wished for. Moreover, most of them were also here to try their luck. What if they just happened to be lucky enough to be the one to ascend? Yet now, when failure equaled death, they no longer had any motivation to even give the challenge a try. Moreover, they even started retreating backward. The mirror image being able to kill a level 20 apostle with a wave of his hand was truly outside of their expectations. Two particular god's descendants directly gave up. This god is too strong, I forfeit. Indeed, the silhouette wasn't the least surprised by this. It seemed like he had to make a move personally after all. If possible, he truly wished to keep his identity concealed. Just as he decided that he had no choice but to make a move, a voice suddenly rang out. I seem to recall that there is a limitation to the amount of godly power a mirror image can have, right? At this sentence, everyone seemed to awake from their reverie at the same time. True, the godly power was limited. Regardless of how powerful the mirror image was, so long as the godly power was exhausted. Do not forget, this trial was activated for Chen Feng. Regardless of how strong the mirror image is, only 1% of the god's godly power is available to him, that apostle said unhurriedly. Finally, everyone recovered from their shock. True, however strong it was, there had to be a limit. With so many apostles here, what was there to fear? If one wouldn't do, they would use 10 or even 100. So long as this mirror image's godly power was exhausted, wouldn't he be completely helpless? Well then, who shall be the first to go? Everyone looked at each other. Not a single one of them was willing to answer this question. The first to make their move would inevitably be the first to die. Regardless of how weak this mirror image was, it would probably be able to last more than 10 rounds against the barrage of apostles. At that time, luck would play a role in deciding who survived. At the very least, this was what the apostles here believed. That apostle spoke calmly. It is quite simple. Who says that the first to make a move has to be in danger? I know that a lot of the apostles here have no intention of actually ascending into godhood. In that case, how about allowing these apostles to go first? Around 100 of them will be sufficient. Moreover, if this mirror image is truly too weak, one of the weaker apostles might have the good fortune of ascending to godhood. What do you guys think of this plan? Everyone's eyes shone. That was indeed true. Under normal circumstances, these weak apostles would have no hope of succeeding in such a trial. If this plan was followed, though, therefore, those willing to be part of the first wave of attackers, please step out. As for the rest, I will assume that you are declaring that you are interested in competing for this godhood. These people will be classified as the enemies of those vying for this particular godhood. That apostle smiled toyingly as he finished his sentence. The word enemies seemingly had a profound meaning attached to it. With this, the apostles that had been thinking of staying back to take advantage of the chaos had no choice but to stand out and offer themselves. With this, only the god's descendants and the comparatively powerful apostles were left behind. In this situation, if the weaker apostles dared to stay behind, they would truly die. Very good. What comes next will be extremely simple. Those in the first wave, we shall silently approach the divine seat together. Next, attack together. Naturally, remember to spread around so as to not get caught in a single attack. If you guys can kill that mirror image immediately, a god shall be born among you guys, that apostle said with a smile. That's right. Nearly everyone expressed their approval. With this, the first wave attackers were given some hope and turned into cannon fodder. Remember, enough of this mirror image's godly power must be exhausted before he can actually be defeated. Therefore, do your best, that apostle said with a smile. Suddenly, one of the god's descendants looked at him and asked, "What is your name? If I am able to ascend here, I shall accept you as my follower." Ginhai, that apostle answered with a smile. "I shall await your ascension." Chapter 785. Clearing with high efficiency. Ginhai had a very good plan. At the very least, it seemed like a really good plan, as it gave everyone some sort of hope at godhood ascension. Even the first wave of attackers, who were essentially cannon fodder, had a shot at ascension. This was what Long believed. He was one of the 100 apostles in the first wave. Under normal circumstances, a normal apostle like him would have no hope of ascending. Not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Yet this time, he had a 1 in 100 chance to succeed. Therefore, he had to give it a shot. As the apostle of an unknown minor god, he had to rely on himself for his future. After all, his own god was already in a rather precarious position and would not be able to do much to help him. As such, he wanted to ascend. He looked at the apostles around him and found that quite a few of them had similar thoughts. A 1% chance. This was the nearest they had ever been to godhood. As for what that would happen after ascending, the challenge that would come from the stronger apostles, they were all of the opinion that after ascending, with the boost in godly power they would receive, they would be able to hold on to their divine seat. As such, this was an opportunity they had to fight for. As such, when attacking the divine seat, they unleashed all their might. Divine seat, here comes Daddy! Dialong roared as he attacked the divine seat. At the same time, the other 100 apostles erupted. Numerous terrifying attacks surged toward the divine seat like a furious river. Instantly, the entire world was illuminated by a terrifying radiance. Bang, bang. The earth shook as the dazzling radiance obstructed everyone's vision. Has it opened? Dialong was filled with expectation. They all knew their own strength. After all, there were 100 of them here. Regardless of how strong they were or were not, the godly power unleashed by all 100 of them should be sufficient to defeat a mirror image. Therefore, the only thing they were paying attention to was who would obtain the divine seat. They all wondered, who would be the person whose attack just happened to be the one to finish the divine seat off. Bang! With their own eyes, they watched on as the divine seat failed to endure attack and immediately collapsed. Success! All the apostles were overjoyed. From the divine seat, a mirror image appeared. It appeared so very frail. Terrifying godly power swept out. Just as everyone was waiting for the mirror image to be flooded by godly power, the mirror image lightly raised his hand, and then he lazily waved his hand, causing all the godly power heading toward him to immediately turn around. Bang! At this instant, all the godly power sent forth was sent back at the 100 apostles. Not good. Their expressions fell. Alas, before they could flee, they were completely submerged in the wave of godly power. Blood spluttered everywhere. The apostles were flung away, all of them suffering grave injuries. How is this possible? Dialong gazed at the mirror image, full of disbelief. He could feel that the mirror image had indeed exhausted a huge amount of his power when their attacks had reached the divine seat earlier. When the mirror image had appeared in the open, he had appeared completely powerless. Yet that attack, what was it? Some sort of ability? How could a mere mirror image be so powerful? Dialong was at a loss. One ought to know that this mirror image had only 1% of the original god's strength. How could he, with this level of strength, if this mirror image was at its full power, wouldn't he be as strong as the Sin God? Hold on. Sin God? Dialong looked at the mirror image, feeling like it looked extremely familiar, like it greatly resembled a certain terrifying existence. Could it be? A mouthful of blood was coughed up as Dialong lost consciousness. Shwa. The world lapsed back into silence. A huge number of apostles were already unconscious. The mirror image, which had always been hidden within the divine seat, was finally exposed to everyone. His powerful godly power and skillful abilities surpassed everyone's expectation. Despite that, it was clear that this mirror image did not have much godly power left. Otherwise, why were the 100 bugs that had dared provoke him still alive? Because he was kind? That was evidently not the case. Rather, the amount of godly power he had was truly pitifully low. Nobody bothered with the unconscious or dead apostles. At this moment, the god's descendants all looked at the mirror image with greed in their eyes. At this moment, that majestic-looking mirror image was nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter in their eyes. Look at how that mirror image was swaying about there. This was a mirror image that could die at any moment. What if? They all believed that during the first wave, the participants had each had a 1% chance of succeeding. Now, they had a 10% chance at succeeding. A certain god's descendant howled with laughter and stepped out. Let me do it. Bang! His godly power surged out as he charged at that mirror image. However, with a loud boom, his attack was blocked. Next, the mirror image's hand glowed with a black radiance, and with a wave of his hand, he killed the god's descendant. Dead? The other god's descendants were alarmed at this sight. Truly dead? Fear started seeping into their eyes. Suddenly, Qin Hai said, he won't be able to hold on much longer. If he had only defeated the god's descendant, it would not hold much significance. But his act of killing is obviously a warning to scare others off from attacking, proving how weak he currently is. Look properly, everyone. Look at the mirror image. After killing the god's descendant, that mirror image indeed appeared even more translucent. He was indeed forcefully holding on. This mirror image was probably at his weakest point. Qin Hai shook his head. He will fall at any time. However, how much longer he can hold on still remains a question. The other gods' descendants exchanged glances in hesitation. Should they charge forth? If they did, they might die. However, if they did not, they might miss this rare chance to become a god. None of them knew exactly when would this mirror image fall for real. Nevertheless, there was still risk associated with this. Therefore, the apostles that lacked ambition gave up. leaving only the ambitious ones greedily looking at the mirror image. Should they go? Everyone was hesitating. Qin Hai smiled. Why don't we use the same method? Attack together. It is impossible for this fellow to be able to kill everyone. Look at the first wave of attackers. They merely suffered heavy injuries. For the powerful god's descendants, it will definitely be impossible for him to kill anyone if we force him to separate his godly power to deal with multiple attacks. With this, everyone will have a chance to succeed. As for who will be the final victor, that will have to depend on luck, Qin Hai expressionlessly said. Nearly all the god's descendants were tempted when they heard him. This indeed seemed like it could work. After all, without risk, there wouldn't be any reward. They were all God's descendants. How could they be defeated like this? And thus, Qin Hai's proposal was immediately accepted. This time, the situation was different from the first wave. The first wave of attackers had been cannon fodder in the truest sense. These God's descendants were simply unable to restrain themselves from the temptation of godhood. Rather than use their lives as a gamble, they would rather reduce the success rate by attacking together, as this would guarantee their safety. Let's do it. They gathered together and prepared to make their move. There were 10 of them in this group, each with a 10% chance to succeed. Bang! Instantly, boundless godly power erupted. A dazzling radiance bloomed. Here it starts. Qin Hai focused his gaze and watched on silently. With this, you will no longer have any competition. With this, the godly power of this mirror image should be truly exhausted. As for the possibility of this mirror image suffering defeat right here, Qin Hai was of the opinion that it was impossible. After all, this was Yi. Chapter 786, Mere Idiotic Chess Pieces, right? What's going on? When Chen Feng arrived, this bizarre sight was what he saw. Nearly all the apostles were down. The weaker apostles were unconscious, whereas the god's descendants were covered in injuries. Even the mirror image seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Oh, there was a dude looking at him. Qin Hai? Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. Even though they hadn't met for a long time, he could still recognize Qin Hai with a single look. Qin Hai smiled. It has been a while. This. Chen Feng pointed around. He believed that this had something to do with Qin Hai. Could it be that this fellow was already so strong that he could defeat all the apostles and the mirror image all by himself? Qin Hai smiled. My present to you. As for what comes next, you will have to rely on yourself. All right. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, and his gaze focused on the mirror image. Yi seemed like he couldn't hold on much longer. Could he challenge this Yi? Chen Feng calmed his mind and started walking toward Yi, one step at a time. Now? Qin Hai asked. Wait. Chen Feng proceeded slowly. 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Feng was seemingly waiting for something. Only when that familiar aura grew nearer and a nervous expression appeared on the mirror image's face did Chen Feng truly stand before the mirror image and issue a challenge. He. Yi did not find this surprising. However, at present, he truly couldn't hold on much longer. Initially, he had planned to kill one to scare everyone off. Evidently, Yi himself had not expected that his act of killing to instead make these apostles go crazy and work together against him. Since when had the apostles been so united? He had no answer to that question. At present, he was just a badly damaged mirror image. This was his final stand. The him from yesterday that had still been so high and mighty could never have guessed that the rule he had set up would be used against him. That his divine seat would be used for the trial activated for Chen Feng. He wasn't the least bit prepared for this. Thus, the only thing he could do to preserve his divine seat was descend upon this mirror image and fight. The moment he was defeated, his divine seat would be taken from him. Even though he was incomparably powerful in person and the divine seat only contributed a small portion of his actual strength, he still had to worry about the supply of faith. If he lost his divine seat, he would lose control over the human world as well. This was what he feared most. At this thought, he looked into the distance. He could sense someone slowly walking toward him. It was the silhouette, the culprit that had used Chen Feng to turn this into a trial for his divine seat. He had arrived. This opponent was quite thorny. This was the opponent that had made use of Chen Feng to activate the trial, somehow transforming the trial into one for Yi's own divine seat. Next, he had managed to get all the apostles to work together to attack him and exhaust all his godly power, and now he had arrived to finish the job. Every single step had been thoroughly planned out, completely trapping the Sin God. Who is this person? Wondered Yi. He recognized all of the gods here, yet this silhouette was completely unfamiliar to him. The silhouette's aura and body. Yi's gaze penetrated the silhouette, directly reaching the void as he wondered who this person was. Even during the primordial era, there did not seem to have been such a person. Regardless of whether it was the era of the creation god or the present era of the sin god, such a person had never existed. This aura was too unfamiliar. However, it no longer mattered. Yi stood up, shrouded by a formidable aura. He truly had very little godly power left in this mirror image. As such, it would be virtually impossible for him to be able to contend against this opponent, one who was no weaker than him and who had spent countless years preparing to trap him in this scheme. Yi was sure that this silhouette possessed terrifying strength. Based on his estimation, even were this mirror image at its peak, he would only have a 50% chance of emerging victorious. Since this silhouette dared to come, it was certain that he had thoroughly prepared to deal with Yi. This time, Yi had truly fallen into a trap. And what would come next after he lost his divine seat? What was the opponent's goal? Yi had no idea. One ought to know that even without the divine seat, Yi was still incredibly powerful. He could retake his divine seat any time he wanted by initiating a trial. As such, the period where he was without a divine seat would definitely be short. So what exactly was the opponent's goal? Or perhaps the opponent did not intend for Yi to survive the period where he was without a divine seat? Yi pondered deeply, time seeming to have stopped moving. After losing his divine seat, he would probably still be weakened by about 20% or 30%. As for his opponent, the moment this opponent obtained this divine seat, his strength would increase greatly. Perhaps it would also be boosted by 20% or 30%. With this, the strength difference between the two would be an incredibly scary one. If his opponent was somewhat weaker than him, after obtaining the divine seat, a huge gap would appear between their strength levels. Next, that fellow would probably make a move for real toward the sin god. This opponent's goal could very well be to kill the sin god. Yi was inherently an intelligent person. As such, he was able to get to the truth almost instantly. This was probably the opponent's true goal. As for him, he had no way of stopping this and could only watch on helplessly as the opponent succeeded in his plan. What a terrifying enemy, to be in the planning phase for several decades just so he could ensure that he would step into this fatal trap. However, even if he couldn't stop this, he could at least reduce his losses, right? Suddenly, Yi laughed. At this time, not far away, a shiny silhouette was slowly approaching him. He had arrived, terrifying energy swirling around him, with a strength capable of eliminating everything. It was just as Yi had guessed. Since this silhouette had decided to make a move, he had already prepared everything thoroughly. At present, this weakened Yi was simply a lamb waiting for the slaughter. The plan had progressed much smoother than he had expected, and Chen Feng was even more idiotic than he had guessed. As this silhouette looked at Yi and Chen Feng, a sudden lonesome feeling, that of those at the top, emerged in his heart. So it turned out that these two were nothing special after all. Regardless of whether it was Yi or Chen Feng, both were weaker and more idiotic than he had imagined. Even though he had indeed caught them by surprise as an observer with his sudden appearance, the way these two had handled this had indeed disappointed him somewhat. After all, he had indeed prepared all his trump cards, and his combat power was much greater than it appeared to be. The only reason he had prepared all this was to deal with anything unexpected that might crop up. Alas, everything had progressed smoothly. All the apostles had been defeated, and Chen Feng had issued a challenge to Yi. These idiotic chess pieces had indeed fought among themselves. Their idiocy was without cure. The silhouette shook his head as he lamented. Shwa, shwa. He strode forth with steady steps. In a short while, he reached the vicinity of the mirror image. There, Chen Feng was issuing a challenge toward the mirror image. This was the first sight he saw upon his arrival here. What a perfect start. Even though he was confident, he was sure that it wouldn't be easy to defeat Yi. As the sin god, he most certainly had his own trump cards. As such, having this Chen Feng test the waters would be perfect. Suddenly, he recalled what the young lady had told him before this. The plan would not succeed due to Chen Feng. What a joke. Little girl, look, everything has progressed flawlessly. Chen Feng, nothing but a joke. Before him, a radiance erupted. Chen Feng had already started attacking, and Yi, as the challenged god, was making his move. He had indeed erupted with a might nobody had expected, an incredibly shocking might. This might was sufficient to cause apprehension even in the heart of the silhouette. The silhouette mused that this might pose even him some sort of inconvenience, worthy of being Yi, worthy of being the Sin God indeed. Fortunately, Chen Feng was taking this attack on his behalf. Bang! Chen Feng's and Yi's attacks met. Somewhat surprisingly, their attacks merely brushed past each other and did not collide at all. The silhouette was somewhat surprised. No collision? Did they both miss their target? That should not be possible. Oh, perhaps they are both ignoring the incoming attack so as to ensure that their attacks will hit each other? Indeed, they are already putting their lives on the line. How interesting. Are you guys competing to see who will die first? The silhouette looked over and confirmed that Chen Feng's attack had indeed hit the Sin God's body. Instantly, the mirror image was near collapse. As for the Sin God's final attack, it was heading toward Chen Feng as well. TSK. The silhouette watched on, amused. His amused feeling lasted until the moment when, suddenly, Yi's attack brushed past Chen Feng's body. Chapter 787, Yi, are you sick? Missed. The silhouette's expression became stern. Yet another miss. How is that possible? Oh, right. Chen Feng must have dodged the attack. How interesting. The silhouette's expression became solemn as he surprisingly found that this Chen Feng kid actually had a trump card hidden away. It seemed like this silhouette would have to challenge Chen Feng for the godhood soon. However, the silhouette immediately relaxed afterward, as Chen Feng was not a problem as far as he was concerned. This divine seat would still ultimately be his. This was the silhouette's honest opinion. Yet in the next moment, the silhouette's face fell. That was because the Sin God's final attack, which possessed incomparable might, suddenly sped up and, with shocking speed, went past Chen Feng and directly headed toward him. The silhouette was stupefied. What in the world? Were you guys not engaged in a challenge? Why would Yi not attack Chen Feng and instead attack the silhouette with all his might? The silhouette was thoroughly stupefied. However, he was nevertheless a powerful existence. Despite the sudden attack, he was able to react in time. Instantly, he erected a defense. Alas, Yi's attack was truly too fast. After all, this was a trump card that Yi's mirror image had unleashed with all his might. Therefore, how would the silhouette be able to defend himself in time when he had only realized that the attack was aimed at him at the last moment? Bang! The terrifying attack exploded with a boundless divine luster that submerged the silhouette. Damn it! The silhouette was furious. He had not expected this to happen. Nor had he expected that he would be defeated by Yi's final attack before Yi's mirror image perished. What the hell? Before the silhouette's destruction, he instinctively looked over at the Sin God. What he saw was a profound smile. That damnable Sin God. Damnable Yi. How would the silhouette still not understand? That bastard Yi was aware that he would not survive. As such, he had decided to grant Chen Feng the divine seat instead. Bang! The silhouette exploded. It was completely destroyed. In outer space, that man's always shut eyes suddenly opened. His killing intent surged. Damnable Yi. He howled in rage. The death of his clone had caused his strength to be somewhat weakened as well. Beside him, a young lady poured him a cup of tea, a smile on her face. HMPH. He looked over at the young lady and snorted, as he knew that she was mocking him. I have underestimated Yi. He took in a deep breath and spoke. The Sin God is still the Sin God. However, even though there has been a slight mishap in the plan, the general direction is still correct. The only change is the survival of Chen Feng. What a lucky guy, he declared, his voice sonorous. He was truly surprised that Chen Feng was still so lucky even without the godly power of luck. Surprisingly, Chen Feng had benefited from the struggle between him and Yi. However, it did not matter. Chen Feng was ultimately a chess piece, an extremely weak chess piece. At present, his actual opponent was still Yi, and a Yi without his divine seat at that. Even though he had not successfully obtained the divine seat and the faith of all of humanity, and his strength was declining due to his clone's destruction, it did not put much of a dent in his plan. After all, Yi had been weakened even more than him. He stood up and sneered. Do you think you can avoid this disaster with this? Do you think that I can't deal with you without ascending into godhood? I will no longer look down on you. Evidently, he was prepared to make another move on Yi. By his side, the young lady merely smiled a rather enigmatic smile. Luck. Was it truly luck? At this time, within the alien world, after the death of the silhouette, Yi's mirror image finally crumbled. Chen Feng put on a blank expression. Clearly, he was completely at a loss. Hey! Yi smiled lightly before his mirror image dissipated completely. Somewhere else, as Yi's mirror image dissipated, his consciousness returned to his main body. Instantly, his shrine started to collapse, and at the same time, the human world within his eye came out and regained its freedom. However, Yi did not pay any attention to this. He knew that without his divine seat, that fellow would be here soon. As for the human world, well, he would let Chen Feng take care of it in his stead for now. After all, Chen Feng would most certainly take care of the humans properly so as to obtain more believers. When the time came that he returned, an even better version of the human world would be there waiting for him, a world with even more believers. Naturally, all of this required that he defeat that damnable person. That silhouette. Yi's expression became solemn as he thought about his opponent. He was aware that a bitter battle was about to come. That mysterious silhouette. That person he had never seen in any era. Who exactly are you? A seed left behind by the creation god? I doubt it. You do not have his aura. Who can you be? Then, slowly, Yi's gaze became cold. In fact, he only needed to select a random god to challenge and he would ascend to godhood once again. However, he did not, as he was aware that he would not be given such a chance. The moment he issued a challenge, his opponent would most certainly appear. Therefore, before he went about regaining his godhood, he had to first deal with that fellow. I will be waiting for you, Yi said with a cold gaze. He was already prepared to have a decisive battle with that silhouette. He was sure that the silhouette had to be on its way here. Unknown to both he and that silhouette, when their consciousnesses left the alien world, Chen Feng's expression changed from its previous blank state to a state of utmost calm. It seemed like his gamble had paid off. Yi indeed won't allow his opponent to benefit from this, Qin Hai said. True. If it's me, I would do the same. Chen Feng smiled. After all, compared to Chen Feng the foolish chess piece, that scheming silhouette is the actual enemy, right? As the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman caught them both. This was quite a simple plan. In the eyes of that silhouette, the idiotic chess pieces would fight each other. That is, Chen Feng and Yi would tear each other apart. The silhouette had expected to be the fisherman reaping the profit. After all, he was the third party here, the one who had always remained an observer. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that from the moment he had entered this world, he had become a chess piece as well. And thus, without realizing it, he had been manipulated. In the first wave, the apostles had exhausted Yi's godly power. In the second wave, the apostles had continued to exhaust Yi's godly power. All seemed to have been developing in a direction advantageous to the silhouette. The pride he had been feeling had caused him to forget himself. Indeed, everything had progressed smoothly, to the point that the situation had seemed irreversible. Regardless of whether it was Chen Feng, Qin Hai, or any other person, none should have been able to reverse the situation. That was because the silhouette was way too powerful. However, thanks to how smoothly the plan had progressed, thanks to how idiotic Chen Feng and the other chess pieces had been, Yi had been greatly triggered, resulting in that resolute counterattack. Ultimately, both he and the silhouette had perished together. Chen Feng's initial plan had been to think of something to ensure they both maintained similar levels of strength. With that, there would be a chance for Yi and the mirror image to die together. This was also what a lot of people had been wishing would happen. After all, only when the enemies were equally matched would they be able to fish in the murky water. However, after seeing Qin Hai, Chen Feng had immediately altered his plan and followed Qin Hai's plan. Ultimately the plan was a success. As they thought about this, Chen Feng and Qin Hai exchanged glances and laughed. At times, a look into someone's eyes was sufficient to convey the required message. And now, Chen Feng stood up as a faint radiance started swirling around him. This was the prelude to his ascension to godhood. He had initially thought that he would only ascend after many years. Unexpectedly, he had succeeded today. This unexpected incident with the Sin God had allowed Chen Feng to directly ascend. Moreover, he was ascending to the divine seat of the Sin God. Bang! The swirling radiance became clearer and clearer as boundless godly power started to seep into him. Chapter 788, Godhood Ascension. A dazzling radiance appeared from the distant horizon. Before Chen Feng's eyes was nothing but boundless whiteness. The incident involving Yi and the silhouette had all been forgotten. At present, the only thing in Chen Feng's mind was ascension. Bang! Godly power surged out, blasting all the apostles away. As for the apostles that had lost consciousness, they woke up at this instant. Is it over? They looked at the sky. Within the alien world, only a beam of light could be seen. Yes, it's over. Has one of us ascended? Some of the apostles appeared to still be at a loss. In their memories, after the final attack earlier, they had lost consciousness. No, it's Chen Feng." "What?" those apostles gasped in alarm. Chen Feng. It was actually him. Not far away, godly power surged and shone upon the entire alien world. Bang, bang. The divine radiance descended on Chen Feng's forehead. Divine radiance converged, seemingly trying to form a godly power unique to him. Ultimately, a faint imprint appeared on Chen Feng's forehead. This godly imprint was unique to Chen Feng. From here on, this would be Chen Feng's imprint. The imprint flickered. So this is a godly imprint. Chen Feng did not think about it too much. His ascension would bring about too many changes. However, he did not have time to think about all the changes. The first thing he did was place his attention on the ex-believers of the Sin God. With his very own eyes, he watched as the human world was slowly restored into the outside world. Humanity had returned. Chen Feng understood clearly. The entirety of the human world used to be his believers. As such, he was able to deal with them as he wished. And now, he no longer has his divine seat and can no longer maintain a connection with the human world. As such, the human world has been restored. However, he was also sure that the Sin God would not lack a divine seat for long. The moment he challenged a random god and obtained a divine seat, he would once again be able to gather faith. At that time, the human world would once again be submerged in suffering. As such, Chen Feng had to deal with this as soon as possible. He stood up and gazed at the human world. Faint godly power surged out and drained down on the human world. Bang, bang, bang. Everything in the human world that had been transformed into a bead started overlapping with the real world. Slowly, the human world became real. Humanity had returned to this era for real. Suddenly, at this moment, the human world, which had already grown used to the dusky sky, seemingly awakened. These years, the sky had been shrouded by eternal darkness. The will of the Sin God had been continuously broadcast throughout the world. Even though the humans knew what kind of person the Sin God was, the act of sin had still spread without stop in this world, sinking the entire human world into chaos. After conquering the entire human world, the Sin God hadn't had any intention of turning it into a utopia. Rather, his sole intention had been to turn the world into a never-ending supply of faith. And what type of faith was required by the Sin God? The faith of sin. As such, the requirements of the Sin God were rather simple. First, the population of the world had to be sufficient. That was why the entire human world had been plunged into an eternally lustful state. Second, he required sin. Thus, the human world had become a lawless world. This was the perfect world for the Sin God. Therefore, during this period, a lot of people lived lives worse than death. Moreover, this was even under the secret protection of the misfortune goddess and the luck goddess. Without their protection, the world would have long ago gone down a path of no return. With these two goddesses, hope had been preserved among humanity. Help toward the genetic era. Regardless of how long it had been since this era passed, regardless of how widespread sin had been, the miracles concerning Chen Feng were still being spread without stop, filling humanity with hope and expectation that he would return. Year after year passed, until finally, today arrived. Just when humanity was about to give up hope, the darkness vanished and the shadow of the Sin God, the darkness representing his godly power, was instantly expelled. In the sky, only a majestic radiance was left. Immediately, the earth started trembling. The humans that had been living within the bead for quite a while were suddenly returned to the real world. The air and the energy of the world could be clearly sensed. This air was not filled with the godly power of sin. Rather, this was the true natural energy of the world. They had returned. As for that resplendent silhouette of light in the sky above, he was incredibly familiar to the humans. Chen Feng, Chen Feng. Numerous howls resounded as they vented the surging feeling within their hearts. Returned. They had finally returned. After 12 years, the human world had finally returned. These 12 years had been hard on humanity. During these years, thanks to the special care of the Sin God, only his believers had been able to increase in strength. As such, nearly all the resonators were his fanatical believers. As for the genetic union, the strongest of them were merely awakened ones. In these 12 years, the genetic union, who had before held absolute authority, had slowly been beaten into submission by the believers of the Sin God. Moreover, the believers of the Sin God were increasing in number without stop. This was what the Sin God had intended. Only with this would those people willingly submit, becoming his believers. If Chen Feng had been a bit slower, a large-scale conversion would have begun, and the moment the seed of sin was planted in them, it would no longer have been a matter of belief. At that time, the human world would truly have become a cradle of sin. If Chen Feng had arrived after that, it would have been too late to save humanity. It had been extremely hard on the humans. Fortunately, Chen Feng had returned. When the genetic union was facing an imminent collapse, when the human world was about to fully fall, he appeared. This kid. The deputy president clenched his fists tightly. He had known that Chen Feng would not die. He had known that this kid would most certainly return. Indeed, Chen Feng had returned, and as an almighty god. At this moment, everyone gazed at the silhouette of Chen Feng in the sky, reverence in their eyes. At this moment, numerous divine senses swept past. It is actually Chen Feng, one of the gods said in surprise. These gods had all heard of this so-called number one figure below the apostle realm. This was especially true, since subsequently, he had even upgraded to become the number one figure below the realm of the gods. All along, they had been viewing this Chen Feng as an apostle. As for this divine seat trial, it had, in fact, been activated at the urging of numerous gods. Chen Feng's name had just been used as an excuse so that their descendants could ascend. Beyond all their expectations, Chen Feng had been the one to ascend. This was truly inconceivable. A certain god laughed. Looks like those gods' descendants will be stamping their feet in anger at this result. True. But then, this Chen Feng has just ascended, yet he already has numerous veteran gods as his enemies. The gains do not seem to make up for the losses, right? Yeah. After all, even though he is now a god, he is just a minor god. Do you guys think that those gods will take revenge on behalf of their descendants? That is inevitable. Even though gods are not allowed to kill each other, he will not be able to avoid being taught a lesson. Even though Chen Feng is now a god, he will not have an easy time anytime soon. Even so, that is still better than staying an apostle, right? True. So long as he survives this period of suppression, he will ultimately still be a god, a being above so many life forms. The numerous gods were conversing. They weren't particularly bothered about this new god called Chen Feng. After all, they were sure that this god was the weakest god in history. First, Chen Feng's foundations were too weak, resulting in the tier of the divine seat he had activated being too low. Second, he would suffer the suppression of some powerful gods, resulting in a lack of believers. One ought to know that even the minor god who had transformed Chen Feng into a resonator was but a pitiful god that could only gather a miserable amount of believers among the territories of the major gods. How could this Chen Feng, who had offended so many gods, do any better? And thus, they were sure that Chen Feng would not have any believers. With his circumstances, who would be willing to follow him? A god said with a laugh. As for the backers of those gods' descendants that had failed in the trial, they had all issued orders to block Chen Feng's source of faith. It seemed like Chen Feng would temporarily be without any faith at all. He would be nothing but a lonely god. I will let you deal with him, a certain god said to his child. This child was precisely one of the god's descendants that had lost consciousness during the trial. Since you guys suffered defeat at his hands, I shall let you be the one to deal with him. Without believers, his strength will not grow. He will be forever stuck at this level. When you guys ascend into godhood, you can go challenge him. Chen Feng is ultimately nothing but a stepping stone for you people. That god said unhurriedly. Yes. The god's descendant was filled with fighting spirit as he heard these words. True. What was a mere defeat? When he ascended, he would defeat Chen Feng. Most of the backers of the god's descendants had similar opinions. So what if he was now a god? Cannon fodder would forever be cannon fodder. These bastards. The minor god was furious when he found out about all this. Back then, this was how he had struggled, slowly surviving until today. Back then, a certain god's descendant had tried to benefit from his perceived weakness and snatch his divine seat. Ultimately, he had defeated that god's descendant and ascended. Alas, he had also offended that god's descendant, resulting in him being suppressed, causing him to struggle badly even as a god. Ultimately, when that god's descendant had ascended, that person had returned to defeat him. Only after that had this minor god been let off. And he had only been let off was because gods were not allowed to kill each other. He could remember clearly how only after he had been defeated, only after his face had been slapped, had that person left. Only after that incident had he been able to gather a few believers. As for Chen Feng, he was in the exact same situation as this minor god had been in the past. The only difference was that the minor god's enemy back then had only been a single god's descendant. yet this Chen Feng had offended more than 10 of them. Heavens, how was Chen Feng supposed to grow this way? For a god, a lack of believers signified a lack of prospects. This was something everyone realized. Chapter 789, Wondrous World. He is now a god. The guy on the throne frowned. A minor change had occurred in his plan. However, his plan's general direction remained unchanged. In his original plan, he would have been the one to ascend. He would have been the one to defeat all opposition and kill Yi, then release the human world, becoming a god like the creation god of the past. Yet now, this position had been taken by Chen Feng instead. Naturally, Chen Feng was too weak. With his strength, even after ascension, he would still be a weakling. He wouldn't be able to do anything. At the very least, Chen Feng wouldn't have much effect on the guy on the throne's plan. As for the matter of believers, it would be quite simple to make those humans his believers. The guy on the throne pondered the matter but did not seem too bothered. Well, I shall let you have fun for a few days. Even if Chen Feng is able to transform all of humanity, I still have a way to make them all my believers. Therefore, after thinking it through, he decided that his attention should still be focused on Yi. At present, his priority should be Yi, the one with frightening strength. Chen Feng has ascended. The Sin God had also sensed Chen Feng's aura. Chen Feng's ascension came as no surprise to him, as he was the one who had personally handed the divine seat to Chen Feng. After all, handing it to Chen Feng was much better than letting that culprit have it. In any case, he had indeed felt a threat of some sort from that culprit. With Chen Feng's ascension, his believers in the human world would naturally be affected. However, it shouldn't be too major an effect. After all, the human population was extremely large. Moreover, the faith that these intelligent life forms could provide was much greater in amount than that of the beasts. After a full 12 years of hard work, he had only been able to convert a small portion of humanity into his believers. As for Chen Feng, he would only have a few days' worth of time to do as he wished with that world. Yi believed that he would only need to spend a day or two dealing with that culprit before he could retake the human world. With only a few days, Chen Feng would not be able to accomplish much. How many believers could he gain in such a short period? The population of the human world surpassed 100 million. The Sin God wasn't the least bit worried about what Chen Feng could do to a world with such a huge population. How many believers could Chen Feng gather in a few short days? It wouldn't be many. Even if Chen Feng was allowed free rein, he wouldn't be able to accomplish much. This was common sense among gods. As such, this was what both the guy on the throne and Yi thought. Unknown to them, the instant Chen Feng appeared, the two godly powers that had been concealed within the human world became active. These two godly powers, which had been spread throughout the world, slowly returned, gradually flowing back into Chen Feng's body. These two were precisely luck and misfortune. Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. You two have arrived. Spirit's bright, wide eyes were filled with joy. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Spirit smiled gracefully. I have accumulated quite a bit of godly power. Same here. Misfortune's words were as concise as ever. Very good. Well then, let us begin. Chen Feng stretched out both his hands. Bang! Boundless godly power rippled out. This was his very own godly power, the godly power of luck and of misfortune. And thus the entire world started to transform. I have returned. Humanity has returned. However, this is the era of the gods. The Sin God has yet to be defeated. There will be a day when he returns once again to challenge me, to make a move against you all. Therefore, I require your help, Chen Feng said in a sonorous tone. Together, before the Sin God returns, let us become stronger. His every word reverberated throughout the entire human world. The power of luck and misfortune rippled out noiselessly. Nearly everyone in the world heard his words. When they heard his words, seemingly under the effect of a certain power, they all happened to think of a certain issue, that this world indeed required an even stronger guardian. Evidently, Chen Feng needed to be stronger as well. They, the believers, would be able to allow Chen Feng to become even stronger. At this thought, some of them even became excited. Bang! Suddenly, numerous pillars of light shot into the sky. The radiance that was supposed to head toward the Sin God headed toward Chen Feng. Numerous weak powers of faith converged together, becoming a huge roaring ocean. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. Bang! Bang! Faith converged. forming a torrential river of faith. This river of faith belonged to Chen Feng alone. It was a link between him and his believers. Slowly, this channel reached an extremely terrifying level. The boundless godly power traveled without stop, and like a Milky Way that had descended from the sky, it all poured into Chen Feng's forehead, entering the imprint there. Hum, hum. His imprint shone with a resplendent radiance. How is this possible? All the apostles were stupefied. Chen Feng had just recently become a god. How could he possess this many believers? Even the gods were stunned. That surging godly power had surpassed even a huge number of the major gods. It was so terrifying that it could cause one's heart to flutter. With such godly power, Chen Feng was growing at a rapid speed. The numerous life forms were completely stunned. They had no idea where Chen Feng had obtained these believers. This lasted until some gods finally noticed the recently appeared world. This world seems to have just appeared. What's going on? What world is this? This seems to be the source of Chen Feng's faith. Since he can do it, we can get believers from this world as well. Let me give it a try. Count me in as well. And thus, countless gods entered the human world. Surprisingly, they were indeed able to obtain quite a large number of believers. After all, for the humans, these gods were true deities. So what if they believed in one? With the arrival of these gods, apart from Chen Feng, the sinners that used to be the sin gods, believers found new avenues of belief. And thus, more and more gods entered this world. As for Yi, he was busy preparing for his battle with that silhouette, completely oblivious to the fact that his believers were being split among the various gods. All the gods exclaimed in admiration. All these life forms are actually godless. Heavens, the speed at which we can gather believers is so fast that it's inconceivable. What kind of world is this? This was but the beginning of what was to come. What surprised them more was the fact that the believers attracted to Chen Feng seemed to be those at the lower rungs of society. These were the comparatively weaker ones, the strongest of which were only awakened ones. Naturally, these awakened ones had now resonated with Chen Feng's godly power and become resonators. Yet in this world, the original powerful resonators all seemed to have ignored Chen Feng. Ha ha. These resonators have probably chosen not to believe in Chen Feng because he is too weak. That is certain. After all, these resonators are all at around level 9 or 10. They are nearing their breakthrough. Almost every one of them is a future apostle. How could they select someone like Chen Feng? Ha ha. They are mine. Mine too. The gods started proudly fighting over these strongest resonators. In fact, there were quite a lot of these powerful resonators in this world. It seemed like these people had originally been with their respective gods, otherwise, they wouldn't be resonators in the first place. However, after these gods entered the world, they found that these resonators were all currently godless. They are godless. This is excellent. All the gods were enraptured in their world. Even though the resonators of minor gods could be transferred to other gods, they still required the god in question's agreement. As such, a culture of extortion had come into being. Yet here, these level 9 and 10 resonators, so near the apostle realm, were godless. This was like a feast for the gods. Are their original gods dead? Who cares? Perhaps these life forms are attached to the original god that occupied that divine seat. Since Chen Feng has obtained the seat, this world has thus reappeared. Quite likely. That must be the case. Sigh. If I had known this earlier, I would have gotten my son to give his best shot at obtaining this divine seat. What's the point of that? Look at how Chen Feng obtained the divine seat. Yet this world has still been opened for everyone to fight for all the gods. This world is filled with riches. True. The gods were all overjoyed as they gathered believers without stop, making the humans their believers. Naturally, they were unaware that the believers they had obtained were in fact a minority in this world. The largest portion was tightly under Chen Feng's control. Chapter 790, The Struggle Over Believers. Godly power continued pouring into Chen Feng. Slowly, the imprint on Chen Feng's forehead stabilized, and ultimately, the divine seat was fixed in place. Just as expected, this divine seat was fixed at a position normally occupied by the lowest tier of gods. Shwa. Instantly, the divine radiance that filled the sky vanished. Is it over? I guess so. Chen Feng's divine seat seems to be the lowest tier. Therefore, he is still a minor god. Yeah? However, that terrifying faith is still rather astonishing. It seems to have originated from those life forms that suddenly appeared. Nearly every god has gone there to gather more believers. Is this good or bad? No idea. The few gods that were conversing suddenly sank into silence. The sudden growth of Chen Feng's believers had indeed shocked many gods. However, when they had found out the truth, they had all poured into the human world to get their own believers as well. If even this lowest tier god Chen Feng could get so many believers from that world, what about the other gods? Those major gods? The number of life forms in that newly appeared world was truly incredibly astonishing. Evidently, none of them were aware that these life forms had been concealed by the Sin God, or that these were the life forms that had originally inhabited this world. The gods were all busy gathering new believers, hoping that the entire human population, numbering in the hundreds of millions, would become their believers. And thus, the minor gods arrived. The major gods arrived as well. A huge number of gods arrived, and all of them entered the human world. Gather, gather, and gather. All of them were busy spreading their godly power, invading the human world. Many completely different godly powers began to pervade this world. A person would be able to see a random clump of godly power just by leaving their house. Or perhaps one could be having a meal and suddenly see a clump of godly power. Even when sleeping or having an intimate relationship, or whatever other activities, one could stumble upon some godly power. Gods seem to be everywhere. Oh, you can't believe in this god? It doesn't matter. There are numerous other gods available for the picking. Feel free to choose among the countless gods and countless godly powers. There ought to be one that fits. And thus, humans compromised by selecting a god to believe in. At the very least, after believing in a god, the gods would stop bombarding them with never-ending invitations like the most malicious of advertisements. With this, the humans slowly started believing in their respective deities. After the appearance of the humans, even the pitiful gods that used to only have a grand total of 3 or 4 believers now had hundreds or even thousands. For the gods, this was a grand occasion. Since there were truly too many humans around, there were virtually no fights between gods. There was no need for that. Rather than waste their effort fighting, they might as well use the effort to court more believers. As far as these gods were concerned, the godless humans were like a huge pile of treasure. As such, for many days after, all of the gods were busily gathering believers. Father, that Chen Feng, a certain god's descendant, asked cautiously. I will deal with him later, the god answered half-heartedly, as he was busy searching for human believers. Chen Feng, who had time to be bothered about him? But piss off. Why are there so many buts? We will allow him to run free for a few more days. The big picture is much more important. You, don't go out and create trouble for me. Regardless of how weak Chen Feng is, he is still a god. Fine. The god's descendant could only accept this while feeling wronged. He truly wanted to go and get his revenge on Chen Feng. However, it was as his father said. Regardless of how weak Chen Feng was, a god was still a god. Without his father's help, he wouldn't be able to do much. He would probably die without even knowing how he had died if he dared to seek out Chen Feng alone. The same thing was happening to all the god's descendants. And thus, this dangerous initial period of time after Chen Feng's ascension transformed into a precious time of growth for him. In the human world, everyone was busy increasing their strength. They had been stuck at this level for way too long. In the past, due to the creation god seal, humans had been unable to enter the awakened realm. Even more unfortunately, they had all been thrown into the bead world by the Sin God shortly after the seal was lifted. Thus, when they finally returned to the real world, the boundless energy pervading the air brought them endless joy. The ex-believers of the Sin God, who were now ex-resonators, were the first batch of humans to be cleanly split apart by the gods. That was because these humans all seemed rather powerful, causing the gods to believe that these were the most outstanding humans. These gods were completely clueless as to what type of believers they had gathered. As for the rest of humanity, they were currently undergoing a breakthrough of the largest scale ever in human history. How were they doing it? Thanks to Chen Feng, thanks to gene reagents, and thanks to the Beyond-A-Class gene reagents. During the past 12 years, the entirety of humanity had reached Beyond-A-Class. After all, they wouldn't have been able to contend against the Sin God's resonators with quantity alone. And now these people were starting to break through. This time, not a single god was concerned about the exhaustion of their godly power when it came to creating contracts for their new believers. Similarly, not a single god would allow another god to use the contracts they had created, as the contract might never be returned. After all, gods were not allowed to kill each other. In the past, If a minor god was disobedient, they would be punished by having their source of faith restricted. But now, with the many humans providing sufficient faith for every god, who would care? Restriction of faith? Sure. It did not matter. There were way too many humans around for this to matter. The most one could do to these minor gods was beat them up, nothing more. And thus, at a time like this, not a single god delegated the task of establishing contracts with new believers to their subsidiary gods. With their own hands, they established a contract with every single new believer they obtained. With their very own hands, they transformed these new believers into resonators. The sky above the human world seemed to be eternally lit by the radiance of contracts. Level 1 resonance, Level 2 resonance, Level 8 resonance, Level 10 resonance, and so on. Every human at the peak of the awakened realm was growing crazily. The comparatively newer awakened ones tended to stop growing at level 1 resonance, whereas the veteran genetic warriors already at the peak of the awakened realm, those who had accumulated their strength for 12 years, were able to instantly reach level 10 resonance. The instant a contract was established, their comprehension of godly power immediately reached a certain peak. Growth, growth, and growth. All the humans were happy, and all the gods were incomparably excited. Everyone watched on as their believers grew in number at a terrifying rate. Almost all the gods had had their faith multiplied several times over. Among these humans, there were also some who were able to directly enter the apostle realm due to being sufficiently strong. Haha. This is awesome. The gain of this single day is comparable to what I gained over the past 10 years. So this is the human world? This is such a big world. How did it stay hidden in the past? The gods were all endlessly amazed. One ought to know that even with their formidable strength, they had never noticed the existence of this world. Unknown to all of them, in a certain corner of the world, an extremely beautiful goddess stood. She appeared extremely delicate and was silently watching on as everything happened. If Chen Feng were here, he would most certainly recognize her as the forest goddess. She had not bothered trying to stop the gods, nor had she bothered to approach them. Millions upon millions of life forms for the taking. Hee, how idiotic. She muttered. Do you guys realize that you have obtained the believers of the Sin God? This is especially true for that first batch, the strongest resonators. Are you all aware that they were actually the apostle candidates he cultivated with the utmost care? In order to totally transform all of humanity into his believers, the Sin God had selected a group of believers that excelled at beguilement. He had then cultivated them from the awakened realm all the way to the peak resonance realm. He had been on the verge of transforming them all into apostles. In fact, he had already prepared the ceremony to transform them all to apostles at the same time. However, he had been waiting until he had more of them. At that time, when he unleashed several 100,000 apostles, all of humanity would have been converted into his believers. This was quite a scary idea. This was what he had originally been planning. Unfortunately, due to the trial, this plan had been put on hold. As for these gods, they had all taken Ye's believers for themselves. Not only that, they had also transformed all these resonators into apostles, which was an irreversible act. The moment Yi returned, she laughed lightly. A bunch of idiots. In her mind, the end of these fools was already fixed. After all, that was Yi, the Sin God. Regardless of how powerful that silhouette was, Yi would not die. Even the creation god had failed to eliminate Yi back then, let alone this so-called silhouette. When Yi eventually returned, something interesting would most certainly happen. Chapter 791, Equal Distribution. Haha, I just got another 10 apostles. Same here. The major gods were all overjoyed. Different from the minor gods like Chen Feng, who were busy taking in awakened ones that could be transformed into resonators, the major gods were taking in the truly powerful believers. So what if those minor gods could gather a huge number of believers? A single apostle was equivalent to 100 normal believers. Naturally, the major gods did not know that this was the human world, the world that Chen Feng had once belonged to. Of the millions of life forms here, nearly half of them had become his believers the moment they saw him. The moment he rescued them, with no hesitation whatsoever. These were the firmest of Chen Feng's believers. Thus, Chen Feng had no need to fight over believers with these gods. He only needed to focus on integrating into his divine system the half of the life forms of this planet that had decided to believe in him. That alone would be sufficient. Shwa, shwa. Chen Feng's hands grabbed at empty air. Clump after clump of the terrifying power of faith appeared without stop and entered Chen Feng's body. This was the greatest power of faith to have ever appeared, an amount of faith nobody could surpass, even the sin god of the past. After all, this was the faith supplied by half of the human world's life forms. Chen Feng sensed the power within him. Was he a minor god? Yes, he was. He was the lowest of gods, but due to the faith he was gathering, the speed he was growing at was unsurpassable. His strength was growing crazily. Bang, bang. With each surge of godly power, Chen Feng could feel a tremendous growth in his strength. So powerful and inconceivable. Bang. He shut his eyes, entering a brand new world. This world belonged to him alone. In this world, faith poured in without stop. After entering this world, it split into 3 parts. One part was used for Chen Feng's growth, and the other 2 parts were transmitted to Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess. The Misfortune Goddess's consciousness seemed to be on the verge of awakening. Is she going to awaken soon? Chen Feng wore a pensive look. Under normal circumstances, he alone would enjoy all the faith. Now, though, due to the fact that the Luck Goddess and Misfortune Goddess were residing within him, part of the faith was being shared with them. However, it did not matter. Since these goddesses had already returned to him, their growth would be equivalent to his growth. At the very least, Chen Feng's heart jolted. Boundless godly power surged out. In addition to his godly power, he still retained his control over the godly powers of misfortune and luck. Indeed, these 2 were now tied to him. Bang! Faith poured into him crazily. Chen Feng and the 2 goddesses started growing at a rapid pace. The god realm was the final realm one could reach. Based on Chen Feng's understanding, the so-called god realm was split into several stages. The first stage was the minor god, the stage he was presently in, the lowest of all gods. Next were the elementary gods, then the journeyman gods, the major gods, and finally, the most powerful of the gods comparable to existences like the creation god. The gods of each subsequent stage were more powerful than the gods of the previous stage. As for the method of increasing one's stage, it was quite simple: faith. The more believers one had, the more faith one would have. With this, the growth of one's godly power would increase as well. Only by obtaining believers without stop could one grow. That was why the minor gods could only struggle for survival amid the major gods and slowly grow. Only after a long time would they have a chance to advance into an elementary god. Next, they would have to continue to slowly grow. This was how gods grew. The path between minor godhood and major godhood was a long one. As for Chen Feng, he looked at the faith that was frantically surging in. This was an amount of faith that even the sin god would envy, even though it was actually only 1/3 of this amount. As the other 2 parts were being shared with the Misfortune Goddess and the Luck Goddess, this amount was already sufficient to pump Chen Feng full of godly power. In a short 7 days, Chen Feng had already reached the peak of the minor god stage. Bang! He entered the elementary god stage. Nearly all the gods were alarmed. Upgrade. Their eyes went wide with disbelief. 7 days. In only 7 days, Chen Feng had entered the elementary god stage. How was this possible? One ought to know that in the past, they had spent a very long time to reach that stage. Is it because of this world's believers? The gods' eyes became bloodshot as they looked at the human world. They knew that the believers of this world were all rather intelligent. As such, the faith they provided should be rather powerful as well. However, they had never expected it to be this powerful enough for Chen Feng to reach the elementary stage in 7 short days. Since even Chen Feng can advance so quickly, what about us? The other minor gods were getting excited, including the minor god that had brought Chen Feng into the resonance realm. All the minor gods started frantically spreading their godly power through the human world in the hopes of gaining more recognition from the population there. Chen Feng's breakthrough had given a lot of gods hope. This was especially true for the gods that had been stuck for way too long. Naturally, none of them were aware that, during these 7 days, although they had all started from scratch in their search for believers, the instant Chen Feng had rescued the human world, he had obtained a huge number of believers. From the start, Chen Feng's speed of growth had been the fastest of all. Bang, bang. His godly power surging, Chen Feng continued growing. Under the nourishment of that terrifying amount of godly power, Chen Feng continued his rapid growth. In a short 10 days, he reached the peak of the elementary stage. That's right. He was on the verge of yet another breakthrough. If he continued, he would without a doubt become a journeyman god. And yet he stopped. He looked at his stage while in contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to put his breakthrough on hold. The moment he proceeded and broke through, he would put all the gods on high alert. It wouldn't matter if he only broke through a single stage. At most, he would gain some attention. However, if he continued and broke through 2 stages in a row while all others God had yet to break through even once, they would probably start taking this seriously. The various gods that were all busy gathering believers simply had no idea just how many believers Chen Feng had. I will stop for now, Chen Feng decided. Ultimately, he sent all the godly power to the 2 goddesses instead. Bang! Spirit's strength increased without stop. She had been a major god in the first place. Even though the luck goddess's actual consciousness was already dead, the divine seat was still occupied by her. She had merely lost all strength after inheriting the divine seat. Now, her godly power was recovering. From minor god, she reached elementary god, then journeyman god. At a speed even faster than Chen Feng's own. When Chen Feng had been hesitating over his breakthrough earlier, she had already broken through into the journeyman stage. Yet this was just the beginning. The misfortune goddess's consciousness was awakening at a rapid pace as well. The misfortune goddess, whose strength had originally been stuck at the level of an awakened one, had under the nourishment of Chen Feng's massive supply of faith, finally awakened. The translucent silhouette representing her now appeared lifelike. The petite silhouette transformed into a physical body. Somewhat regretfully for Chen Feng, the instant she formed her body, her clothes were formed as well. Cough. Worthy of being a goddess indeed. Bang! Godly power spread out as the misfortune goddess fully awakened. As for the stage of her divine seat, it was a major god the moment she awakened. Naturally, she was similar to spirit. Even though her divine seat was that of a major god, her actual body contained a pitiful amount of godly power. Chen Feng waved his hand, instantly increasing the amount of faith flowing to her. She was directly pushed to the journeyman god stage, at which point Chen Feng adjusted the flow of faith so that both goddesses were receiving an equal amount. With this, the strength of both goddesses would be balanced. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this. As the master of this illusory world, which hosted both the goddesses, he felt like it was necessary to maintain a certain amount of balance. He was of the impression that he was giving them both equal treatment. Chapter 792. Piss off. The power of faith was still surging in. Even though both goddesses were able to easily reach the journeyman stage, the amount of godly power required to reach the major stage was truly too terrifying. As such, even with the quantity of believers Chen Feng had, they were still stuck. But this was reasonable. Regardless of the amount of faith one had, could the amount of godly power required for a journeyman god to become a major god be low? After all, in a way, major gods were already considered the strongest existences. Apart from existences like the creation god and the sin god, major gods were the top of the food chain. Godly power accumulated without stop. The radiance surrounding Chen Feng dimmed as this radiance signifying a breakthrough finally faded. It was only at this point that the gods that had been paying attention to Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. I thought that he might even become a journeyman god. Seems like we have been thinking too much. Well, we were given quite a fright by his previous advancement speed, after all. Looks like the amount of this world's faith he has under his control is not too great after all. Well, that is understandable. After all, he was indeed a minor god when he appeared here. True. Where has the faith of the humans gone to? Then, when accepting believers, I keep feeling like a huge number of this world's believers have already been monopolized by someone else. Some other gods, I suppose. After all, nearly all the gods have arrived here in this world. But it isn't possible for them to have been faster than us, right? We, the major gods, should have been the fastest of all. Is it possible that Chen Feng inherited some believers from the divine seat? This possibility was immediately rejected by a certain god. That is not possible. Think about it. If Chen Feng had truly inherited believers from the divine seat, the moment this world appeared, how could those strongest resonators have been godless, waiting for us here? True, the gods all exclaimed in realization. Indeed, They had nearly forgotten this point. When they had first arrived, all of this world's strongest believers had been partitioned between them. Due to the limited number of these believers, they had been cleanly split among the major gods. As for minor gods like Chen Feng, they had gotten nothing. As such, it was clear that Chen Feng had not inherited any believers from the divine seat. In that case, his first stage breakthrough was probably due to the accumulation of the divine seat. After all, this divine seat has an entire world attached to it. Perhaps it is not a simple seat. As such, it might indeed have left behind some godly power that subsequently helped Chen Feng break through. That must be it. If he indeed inherited believers from it, he would have broken through into the journeyman stage already. The gods were all clear on this. Chen Feng had only taken 7 days to enter the elementary stage. If this was truly thanks to the faith he was obtaining from his believers, he probably would have only required around 10 days to enter the journeyman stage. However, 20 days had passed since then, but he was still stuck. This proved that he was still quite far away from the journeyman stage. Well then, we can ignore him for now. Gathering new believers is still the priority. However, to be safe, it is better to prohibit Chen Feng from coming near this world. Acceptable? Yes, we must do that. The gods all reached a common understanding. If they had to restrict the other gods, it would give rise to quite a lot of trouble and resistance from the gods. Although the major gods were sufficiently powerful, at a time like this, none of them wished to waste any time dealing with that kind of trouble. However, what if they only had to restrict Chen Feng? Most likely, all the gods would agree to this proposal. They would even allow the minor gods to enter this world for believers, restricting only Chen Feng. As for who will be the one to get the most believers, or if anyone plays any tricks, we will naturally find out after all of this world's inhabitants have been fully converted into believers. That's right. That does not seem too far away. Based on our present speed, at most, the entire human world will be thoroughly split up among the various gods in 30 days. Then we will decide on the next step. At that time, the gods began busying themselves with gathering believers once again. They guessed that some gods might have used some unique method to gather a huge number of believers. However, they were now too busy to try to figure out who that person was. In any case, after all the humans were split up between the various gods, there would be a struggle among the gods to snatch the believers of other gods. And thus the gods placed their attention on gathering believers. All of them reached a tacit understanding to prevent Chen Feng from entering this world. Although that minor god wanted to help Chen Feng, he was helpless and could only continue gathering believers in silence. At most, he would transfer some over to Chen Feng when he was done here. After all, he was the one who had kick-started Chen Feng's journey to godhood. And thus, time passed quietly. Finally, 30 days passed. The entire human world had finally been totally split up among the various gods. At this time, all the major gods had unsightly expressions, as they had finally noticed that something wasn't right. The total number of believers did not match the total population of the world. Moreover, the difference was incredibly huge. The total believers these gods had gathered was half of what they had expected. With the population of this world, how was it possible for them to have so few believers? Something isn't right. Definitely, a god said with a solemn expression. Could it be Chen Feng? Someone had instinctively thought of Chen Feng. After all, this world had only appeared when Chen Feng obtained the divine seat. However, after they checked, they found that Chen Feng was still an elementary god. He is still stuck. Looks like the missing believers are not under him. Yeah? The gods started looking all over, wondering who was monopolizing the believers. After all, each of the gods had gathered way fewer believers than they had expected. If the sum of missing believers were totaled, it would reach quite an astonishing amount. Which god, exactly, was messing around? Chen Feng was the first suspect to be cleared. After all, he was too weak, so weak that he did not seem like he could be the one that had monopolized so many believers. Secondly, during the process of gathering, Chen Feng's entry had been restricted. As such, it was virtually impossible for him to be responsible for monopolizing the missing believers. As such, they started doubting the other gods. Alas, their investigations resulted in nothing. Damn it. If Lord Yi hadn't restricted killing between gods, some gods began to surge with murderous intent. If this was the primordial era, who would care about those weak gods? They, the major gods, were supreme existences. How would these minor, elementary, or journeyman gods have any chance of playing tricks on them? Naturally, they had no idea that the sin god they all feared had already lost his divine seat. As for the believers they were fighting over, these were the treasured believers of the sin god himself. A certain major god was furious. There must be someone who has monopolized the hundreds of millions of believers, or even billions of believers. He could accept the lower gods being able to obtain more believers than they had expected. However, if a single god alone was monopolizing as many believers as all the other gods, they could not accept that. This was something no god could accept. Now, time to find out who that god is. Next, get him to hand over 90% of his believers to be divided equally among all other gods. Otherwise, he will be declared the enemy of all gods. The major god said coldly. In fact, 90% of his believers was already rather lenient. Definitely, all the gods were filled with indignation. Unfortunately, none of them knew who the culprit was. Suddenly, Chen Feng quietly asked, "Can I have a share of that as well?" Scram. The major gods weren't even bothered with being polite against him. Chen Feng appeared indignant. But, since all the gods are potential suspects and are allowed to stay behind and have a share of the split, why can't I join? That god sneered. "I don't like your face. Is this answer acceptable?" Chen Feng, actually. Scram. The other gods all agreed with this. They did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have Chen Feng staying here among the numerous humans. As such, since he was no longer a suspect, he was naturally the first they kicked out of this world. And thus, our dear friend Chen Feng was kicked out. Chapter 793, Thank you for the praise, Lord. I feel like you are the biggest suspect. Everywhere I went to get believers, you were always there first. How could it be me? Make public your believers, then. Why me? Stop talking nonsense. The gods started casting their suspicions on the other gods. As for Chen Feng, he could only leave dejectedly. With this, the situation in the human world had calmed somewhat. They seemed to be publicizing their believers one after another to find the culprit. Qin Hai had a faint smile. Yeah? Chen Feng sighed and bitterly said, "They all looked down on me and forbade me from joining them. When the believers are split after the investigation, each god will probably get several million believers." Qin Hai merely sneered. He was certain that Chen Feng was the culprit. Why was he still pretending? Suddenly, Qin Hai said, "It has been 2 months, right?" Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The battle between the Sin God and that silhouette should have produced a result by now, right? If they hadn't gotten involved, the Sin God might very well have fallen this time. If that silhouette had been able to occupy the divine seat, it would indeed have brought the Sin God great trouble. However, due to Chen Feng and Qin Hai's involvement, the silhouette had been greatly weakened as well. As such, the result of the battle was now unknown. The Sin God would not die so easily. As for the silhouette, he was obviously not a simple person either. If the two were similarly not at their peak strength, their battle might result in their mutual destruction. This would be the best conclusion for Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart jolted as he thought of this. Regardless of whether or not this happened, if he wished to be so, it would be so. Shwa. His senses returned to himself. Instantly, the faith, which was being split fairly, was adjusted so the luck goddess was the only person receiving any. She had originally been accumulating godly power for more than a month here. With this, she instantly broke through and became a major god again. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Very good, Spirit. The rest will depend on you. Chen Feng transmitted his thoughts over. Spirit's eyes went wide. You are trying to. Nevertheless, she had been with Chen Feng for quite a while. Despite her astonishment, she still as she was told without the slightest hesitation. Nearly all of her godly power was utilized for this task. Bang, bang. A massive amount of the godly power of luck started operating. Shwa, shwa. At the same time, Chen Feng's godly power was nearly emptied. Despite this, the exhaustion never stopped. As the torrential faith arrived, it was instantly converted into godly power and then cleanly absorbed by the luck goddess. This was godly power being unleashed by a major god with all her might. The faith of the massive human population erupted, supplying her with unending godly power. This allowed the luck goddess to erupt with a power surpassing her realm. Bang, bang, bang. The boundless godly power of luck started radiating. Noiselessly, all the power of luck was used to influence a battle that they couldn't even hope to lay eyes on. Perhaps the Sin God and that silhouette were battling it out now. However, only one result would be allowed. Yi could definitely not die, because if he died, the silhouette's plan would come to fruition. Although Chen Feng did not know who that person was, he had obviously planned each of his steps, and the death of Yi was definitely part of his plan as well. When that happened, the silhouette would probably be unstoppable, and thus, the silhouette was not allowed to win. However, he could not die either. Yi's strength was too scary. The silhouette had only reached this level by existing beyond this world. That was also why Chen Feng had been given the opportunity to ascend. If that silhouette died, after Yi figured out everything that silhouette knew, something even scarier could very well happen. As such, the silhouette could not die either. Both of them had to suffer the same fate. Bang! The endless godly power of luck surged up. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It reached the point that even Chen Feng himself did not know how many days had passed. On a certain day, a huge figure appeared in the sky. No godly power could be sensed from that figure, yet the figure's oppressive might was sufficient to cause all of creation to shudder in fear. Chen Feng's heart trembled as he realized that he had returned. Finally, the exhaustion of the godly power of luck stopped as well. A result seemed to have been reached. Chen Feng took in a deep breath. He had no idea what the result of their battle was, nor did he know if the godly power of luck had been effective. After all, the target this time was truly too powerful. The only advantages Chen Feng had were Yi's temporary lack of a divine seat and his ignorance of both what they were doing and the existence of the two goddesses. If one thought about it, it was truly quite scary. The illustrious luck goddess unleashing her full power with the assistance of millions upon millions of believers had still been forced to act against Yi in secrecy. From this, it was apparent how scary Yi was. Fortunately, this had finally ended. Lord Yi is finally back. I have been waiting for Lord Yi's return for far too long. That damnable clown has been hiding for so many days. This time, we ought to get Lord Yi to drag that person out. Yeah? The gods were all furious. These days, they had been searching for clues without stop. The suspected gods had all been forced to publicize their believers. Alas, after half the gods had been forced to publicize their believers, they had still found no clues. Granted, they would still eventually discover the culprit if they continued investigating, but if Yi was willing to help, the culprit would definitely be found. Bang! In the sky, that huge figure descended. Just like always, Yi was cold and dreadful. Even without any godly power emanating out from him, his every motion still caused everyone to feel fear. Hey, no divine seat can be felt from a lord's body. His godly power has vanished as well. Perhaps he is hiding it. True, a lord is, after all, a lord. The gods no longer dared to stick to this topic. After all, Yi was an existence far surpassing them all. He was not one they could talk about. He was one who had started this era, the one giving this life to all these gods. They saluted Yi deferentially. Lord MHM. Yi's gaze swept past them, killing intent occasionally pulsing out. Whenever this happened, the gods' hearts would flutter. They did not know how they had angered this lord. Ultimately, Yi's gaze landed on the distant human world. At present, the entirety of the human world had entered an age of gods. All of the godless humans now had their respective faiths. They had all become believers. Nearly each human pulsed with godly power. The humans had been fully split up by these gods. Yi tightly clenched his fists. His heart started burning with rage. After all, he had poured 12 years' worth of effort into this world. His anger was especially pronounced when he saw that the tens of thousands of resonators he had cultivated with great difficulty had been transformed into the apostles of various gods. After all, the apostles' contract was irreversible. You all, very good, Yi said coldly. Thank you for the praise, Lord. The gods were all overjoyed. As for Yi's present attitude, which did not seem too friendly, it did not seem to matter to them. After all, as far as they were concerned, Lord Yi had always been possessed this cold bearing. They had long grown used to it. Chapter 794, These underlings can't make it. Yi had returned. However, his aura appeared comparatively weaker than before. He maintained a calm expression, yet his heart was boiling with killing intent. His hard work over the last 12 years had been ruined in a short 2 months. A bunch of idiots. It wouldn't be long before he let these fellows know the price they had to pay. However, now was not the time. As he thought about this, his expression appeared even calmer. He's actually not angry. Chen Feng and Qin Hai were surprised. With the present situation in the human world, Yi should be enraged. right? He was still so calm. Qin Hai scratched his head in confusion. Do all gods act in such an unpredictable manner? Could it be that the Sin God was just this patient? Chen Feng shook his head. No. Yi's reaction wasn't due to his identity as a god. After all, gods were just stronger life forms. They felt what all life forms felt. Most likely, the only thing that would affect their decision was their strength. Yi was the perfect model of a person who acted decisively. So why did he appear so calm now? Chen Feng looked at Yi's aura, which appeared weaker, and then at the might of luck aura. Suddenly, he understood. Yi had truly sustained a rather serious injury. Only this could cause him to induce anger. That was the only reason he would feign calmness. Yi was seriously injured and lacked his divine seat, so he had no intention of fighting these gods. He only wanted to rest, to prioritize recovering his combat strength. Chen Feng finally understood. He glanced over at Qin Hai. It was obvious that Qin Hai had reached the same conclusion as well. What do you think he will do? Chen Feng asked. Qin Hai smiled. He will probably leave calmly. Then he will challenge a minor god's divine seat secretly to recover his godhood. After that, he will gather believers at a rapid speed to recover his combat strength. Ultimately, he will eliminate these fellows one by one. Probably more than half of the gods that have plundered Yi's believers will end up dead. Qin Hai finished his analysis indifferently. After all, that is the only way Yi can keep his secret and regain his believers. At this moment, the gods were revealing all their believers to Yi. After all, as far as they were concerned, Yi was a supreme existence. He would not deign to fight them over so few believers. Not bad. Yi put on a satisfied expression as he looked at the information presented to him. Let me take a look. I see. After he looked at the information, he sighed and shook his head. I will not take part in this. As I said before, this is a fight between you all. If I get involved, it will not be fair to you guys. After finishing his words, he turned around in preparation to leave. The various gods could only wallow in disappointment. Ah! Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. What a fine Sin God! With this, he had obtained clear data on all the believers yet still managed to keep himself outside of this struggle. Next, he would only need to secretly retake these believers. How treacherous! However, since Chen Feng had seen through him, how could he allow Yi this chance? Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. Some things would require the influence of luck aura. However, there were also things that were better handled personally. This was especially true for something so simple. And thus, just as Yi was about to leave, the various gods respectfully sending him off, a flash streaked past. Suddenly, some words appeared in the sky above them. The numerous believers of the human world were originally the exclusive property of Sin God. They were also his only source of believers. Along with the loss of the Sin God's divine seat, the human world appeared in reality. Now that he has returned with serious injuries, he has discovered that his believers have been split up by the various gods. What would he do? Would he, without a divine seat, regain a divine seat before killing off the various gods to regain his believers? Shwa! Instantly, the world lapsed into silence. The bodies of the various gods that were respectfully sending Yi off went rigid. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to instantly see all the words. The content of the words caused their bodies to go rigid. Yi lacked a divine seat. Yi had no faith. These believers had originally been Yi's. How was this possible? Their instinctive reaction was to deny this. That was because Lord Yi was a supreme existence, the master of the universe. Alas, what they saw was an ashen expression on Yi's face. Yi appeared somewhat flustered emotion. Hold on, why would Lord Yi feel flustered? No. This is not the main issue here. The main issue here is why can I see through Lord Yi's aura? He is supposed to be the most enigmatic of gods, right? Suddenly, the various gods realized something. When they looked at Yi once more, they finally saw clearly. Yi was no longer a god, even though his aura was still the same. Without his divine seat, the enigmatic aura shrouding him was gone. Yi's strength was now clear for all of them to see. Their pupils shrunk. In the past, Yi had been an existence none dared to try sense out. Yet now, with Yi's secret being made public, the gods started scanning Yi with their senses. What they saw was precisely what they wanted to see. Although Yi was still as powerful as ever, he was no longer a god. He had truly lost his divine seat. Naturally, if that were all, it wouldn't mean much. After all, Yi was still Yi. Even without his divine seat, he was an ancient god, not someone they could hope to contend against. However, That single sentence saying that he had returned with serious injuries. The comparatively powerful gods scanned him with their senses and found that Yi's aura indeed appeared rather unstable. Indeed, Yi had truly sustained serious injuries. Of course, even this much wouldn't mean anything. However, the human world turned out to have been the sole supply of believers for Yi. This sentence had indeed alarmed all the gods. This world and those believers had all belonged to Yi. In short, they had been splitting Yi's believers among themselves. The mere thought caused their hearts to chill. If that was truly the case, they took in a deep breath in shock. They exchanged glances and were able to see the nervousness in each other's eyes. On top of that, an indescribable fear started creeping into their hearts. Whatever the case, this was still the Sin God. They had actually done something like this. Even more crucial was the fact that he had pretended to not care and was intending to leave. Heavens, was this truly Yi? Based on his past style of doing things, all the gods felt a chill creeping into their hearts. The moment he recovered his combat power, he would probably kill them off in an incredibly cruel manner. After all, this was not something he had never done before. The gods trembled in fear. Lord, some of the gods were on the verge of kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. However, a voice suddenly resounded. What if we do not allow him to recover? Shwa. At this question, all their gazes landed on Yi. The gods in fear suddenly came to a realization. True, what if Yi was not allowed to recover? Yi was indeed powerful and terrifying. However, he hadn't only lost his divine seat, he was even seriously injured. He was greatly weakened and lacked the replenishment of faith. This might be their best chance to deal with him. At this thought, all the gods gulped in agitation. True, since Yi would definitely get rid of them after his recovery, they might as well eliminate him while he was still gravely injured. After all, none of them had the courage to face Yi at his peak power. However, they still needed to confirm one thing. Is this information true? They started consulting their respective apostles. From the apostles they had obtained from the human world, they were able to easily find out that this world had indeed been ruled by Yi previously. So this was indeed the world of Yi. It was no wonder that they had never seen Yi's believers in the past. And thus, all their questions were answered. The mysteriousness surrounding Yi slowly vanished. Shwa. The gods all stood up, their gazes focused on Yi. They were truly planning to make a move. Chapter 795, Shocking and Oppressing Everyone. Yi laughed in anger. You all dare make a move against me? He had never expected that after his believers were cleanly split up, these gods would betray him before he could show his anger. How ridiculous and lamentable. He was Yi, the strongest god. And yet he had never expected that a divine seat trial would result in his divine seat being challenged by Chen Feng, or that he would be backstabbed by the damnable silhouette, or that, upon returning from dealing with all that, he would still have to face this. The illustrious Sin God had fallen so far. You are all courting death. Yi's terrifying aura rippled out. Even without godly power, his strength was still astonishingly terrifying. And yet those gods did not step back. Rather, they approached him because, from Yi's reaction, they could sense that he was clearly lacking confidence. This almighty god had indeed aged. One ought to remember how astonishing Yi's strength used to be. Even him letting out a small portion of his aura had been sufficient to cause everyone to revere him. Yet now, even after pushing himself, he was only capable of this much. He was now far weaker than he had been. Was this due to his injuries? The gazes of the various gods became vicious. There were innumerable life forms in the human world, and the absorption of faith from these people had caused the strength of these gods to increase greatly. It was impossible for them to hand out the believers they already had under their control, even though these believers belonged to the Sin God. After all, these were the believers they had obtained after 2 months of painstaking effort. Give them back to the Sin God. They were not willing to do so. Moreover, even if they decided to truly give the believers back, would they truly be fine? After all, among the believers they had obtained were apostles, which couldn't be transferred between gods. These were the believers the Sin God had spent 12 years painstakingly cultivating. Who would be willing to give such believers away? There had been tens of thousands of these resonators on the verge of reaching the apostle realm. Yet now, all these resonators had been snatched by these gods. As they thought about this, their hearts chilled. In all honesty, if this happened to them, even if it was only 2 or 3 apostles, they would probably flip out. If tens of thousands of their apostles were snatched away in such a manner, they would probably collapse emotionally. What about Lord Yi? He had not shown his anger, nor had he gone mad. Rather, he had merely decided to leave calmly. What did this signify? This signified that he did not care, because as long as he killed the gods that had snatched his apostles, he would be able to regain those apostles, since the apostles' contracts would dissolve with their deaths. As such, Yi had no intention of showing them any anger. This was the most terrifying aspect of it all. So it turned out that Yi was planning to get rid of them secretly. True, only like this would Yi be able to once again obtain a divine seat and regain his believers. At this thought, their enclosure around Yi tightened. They were afraid, truly afraid. Therefore, they could not allow Yi to leave. Yi laughed in a somewhat deranged manner. He ha ha he. Evidently, he had never expected these people to surround him due to their fear of him and his revenge. Therefore, they had decided to eliminate him first. Did they think that they might succeed because of his lack of a divine seat? He. How pitiful. Had these people forgotten how strong Yi was? The reason he had even fallen into that silhouette's trap in the first place was due to his negligence of outer space and the gods there. Even now, he was still unaware of that fellow's identity. But these fellows here? Even this trash dared to challenge him? Yi laughed in an extremely joyful manner. Even without his divine seat. Slowly, Yi's gaze became cold. At this moment, the veterans that had been following Yi for a long time, including Zero, were extremely worried, as what was happening now was simply a repeat of what had happened back then. Back then, to ensure the rapid growth of the world, the creation god had hoped that more gods would rise in power. And thus, powerful gods had been groomed, including Yi. And yet the powerful Yi had instead issued a challenge to the creation god, resulting in the subsequent Great War. What was happening now was so similar to what had happened back then. What Yi had done to the creation god was now happening to him, and similarly, he was being challenged by the gods he himself had groomed. The only difference was that the creation god had been challenged by Yi, who the creation god had groomed himself, whereas Yi had, in order to prevent that, ensured that not a single god under him was excessively powerful, hoping that all the gods would grow in a balanced manner. He had originally thought that, with this, history would not repeat. Unexpectedly, what happened instead was all the gods betraying him at the same time. Zero trembled. Lord. Yi smiled. Fear not. Perhaps it is time to show them my real strength. I can regain my apostles with this as well. His tens of thousands of apostle candidates had been divided among the major gods. He had originally still been contemplating whether or not to spare these gods. Now, though, there was no need for that. These gods had given him the answer he sought. Come. It has been way too long since we last did battle. The Sin God had a chilly gaze. A major god sneered. Do not fear him. He has obviously suffered a grave injury. Yeah, not only that, he has also lost his divine seat. He lacks the replenishment of believers. So long as we take this chance to get rid of him, he won't be too strong. Yes, that makes sense. The gods eyed the Sin God. Since it had come to this, they had no choice but to fight. This would be a battle where the major gods were the main players. Come. Bang. Terrifying godly power surged out as those gods started attacking. He won't be able to survive this. We must eliminate him while he is injured. Numerous powerful attacks blasted toward Yi. They are going at it. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Even though he had merely urged them on to deliver more injuries to Yi, he was hoping that Yi would truly fall here. If that happened, it would be excellent. Unfortunately, this was Yi. Bang. Yi raised his hand lightly. I have indeed lost my divine seat. However, you guys seem to have forgotten one thing. Before this era even started, I was already one with this world. I am the master of this world. Bang. A horrifying power erupted suddenly. This unique power that was completely unlike godly power, that was so powerful that it caused one to suffocate, began to descend from the sky. This, the power of the world. Damn it. You have actually fused with this world. Leave, fast. The major gods' faces fell. The entire world operated as Yi willed. A massive power akin to numerous rotating mountain ranges headed toward the gods, suppressing them. Their instinctive reaction was to flee. Alas, it was already too late. Bang, bang. The boundless power of the world descended, and just like that, the powerful major gods turned into ash and smoke. Hiss. All the other gods took in a deep breath in shock. Dead. All the major gods were dead. Yi, even without his divine seat, had only required a single attack to accomplish this feat. The lips of all the gods felt dry, and their scalps became numb. This was truly too scary. Was this Yi's strength, fusing with the world? Chen Feng muttered inwardly. So it turned out that after fusing with the world, one could employ the world's power. That seemed reasonable. The moment one fused with the world would be equivalent to that person's weapon. As such, that person would be able to control the entire force of the world, becoming an unequaled existence. But in that case, how had the creation god suffered defeat back then? Exhaustion. Even though such a person would nearly be unequaled with access to the entire force of the world, the exhaustion rate of mobilizing such a force should be rather astonishing as well. In short, our adorable Lord Yi was presently. Chen Feng instinctively looked at Yi. Yi's aura, which had already been heavily injured in the first place, was even more unstable now. As for the remaining gods, who were in lower stages, none of them dared to look straight at the Sin God. However, Chen Feng could clearly see that Yi's aura was now near collapse. Suddenly, Chen Feng understood something. To awe and scare all these lower stage gods, Yi had exhausted nearly all his power. In that case. Chapter 796. I am not willing to accept this. Greetings, Lord. The lower stage gods were all filled with reverence. With this single battle, they had all thoroughly submitted. Against Yi, they no longer dared had any thoughts of resistance. Even though they could guess that he was rather exhausted and that he might not have much strength left, not a single one dared to gamble that their guess was right. They only dared to keep their thoughts to themselves, as this was Yi they faced. This was Yi, who, even in death, could still ensure all the gods would die together with him if he wished. They were all clear that a person at Yi's level would most definitely have a trump card that could be unleashed at the moment of death. As such, even if they were to use all their might to fight him, even if the battle progressed smoothly, the best conclusion would still be everyone's death. Was there a need for that? After all, none of them were major gods. They did not have such courage, nor did they have such capability. Yi mere regarded them coldly. Only after a long time did he start speaking. Very good. Hand over half the believers you guys have gotten from this world, he coldly said. He was now clear that if he was too kind, these people would doubt him more. As such, he did not need to feign kindness. His ice-cold bearing could still be unleashed as he wished. Yes, the low-stage gods all heaved a sigh of relief. So long as he did not require them to hand over all the believers, everything would be fine. And thus, the battle came to an end. All of the apostles and believers of the major gods were returned to Yi, and all the other gods handed half their believers to him. With this incident came to an end. Yi walked to the corpse of a certain major god he had killed. A translucent radiance flickered. An imprint shone on the dead god's forehead. The eyes of all the gods there went wide. However, soon after, they realized what was going on. Right, Lord Yi was recovering a divine seat. As far as this Lord Yi was concerned, regaining a divine seat was nothing special. So long as he was not interrupted, he could ascend to godhood again at any moment. At that time, Yi would fully regain all his strength. After ascending, with the replenishment of believers, he would be able to recover in a short while. Everything would return to normal soon after. However, right at this moment, light laughter resounded. This laughter resounded throughout the area and was heard by everyone. Everyone turned around instinctively. There, in a certain corner, a shadow had appeared. Yi stopped what he was doing. Since there was an enemy, he could not continue with the process of recovering a divine seat. After all, the several minutes of time he would require would be sufficient for an enemy to kill him. As such, he stopped. Coldly, he looked at the shadow expressionlessly. Interesting. There are more suicidal clowns around? Yi asked coldly. That shadow merely laughed. Clown, are you talking about yourself, Yi? The figure said indifferently. Why don't you reveal yourself before you continue talking? Yi said in disdain. I am already out here. The shadow replied toyingly. This is my main body. What? Nearly everyone was stunned. Main body? A shadow? Hold on. Their eyes widened as their gazes focused on that corner. There, they had initially seen half a shadow, seemingly the shadow of someone hiding in the corner. However, now that they focused on it, they found that it was precisely a shadow that had walked out of the corner. There was no body, only a single shadow there. What life form was this? The gods were all amazed. Shadow. Yi had an ominous feeling as he saw this. Suddenly, the shadow asked, I believe you have met my junior brother, right? Your junior brother? Suddenly, a certain silhouette appeared in Yi's mind. Finally, a minute change appeared in his expression. Even though his face immediately returned to its previous expression, The slight change was still noticed by some of the gods present. That expression of his was an expression of fear. That's right, Yi was actually scared. Correct. It is exactly as you guess. The shadow smiled as he looked at Yi. My junior brother is the silhouette you fought a few days ago. Originally, I thought that he would succeed in killing you. Looks like you are stronger than I imagined. As the other gods heard this, their hearts jolted furiously. That silhouette, that person that had seriously injured Yi was actually this shadow's junior brother, senior brother, junior brother. Heavens, what kind of existences were these two? The hearts of all the gods present started to palpitate. This was too scary a thought. This was too astonishing. As for Yi, his expression was incomparably solemn. He could ignore all these regular gods. However, he could not ignore this shadow, because if this shadow was truly that silhouette's senior brother, his strength should be. Yi's voice became hoarse. Who exactly are you people? He truly had no idea. If that silhouette was an existence he had overlooked, then who exactly was this shadow? This world. How had such terrifying existences appeared in his very own world? This was not supposed to be possible. If these two were the existences of an alien world, with how sensitive this world was, he would have been able to detect their appearance long ago rather than them arriving without him noticing. That silhouette had hidden in outer space, so he could accept the reasoning that the silhouette had avoided the senses of the world. However, this shadow here, Yi was truly clueless, and thus, he had asked the question he was most curious about. We? A faintly discernible voice drifted out from that shadow. Do you truly not know? Back then, before Master left, we were created. Light representing the light of the world, darkness representing the darkness of the world. We have never gotten involved in the events of the world, instead distancing ourselves from everything. We have only maintained the order of the world in secret. Are you curious about why we do not suffer any of this world's repellence? The answer is rather simple. Because this is our world. Before your arrival, this world belonged to us. Bang! Yi's mind boomed. Master left, created the two, maintaining the order of the world. The world belonged to them. Could it be you, too? Said Yi, one word at a time. Left, by, their, creation, God. Bang! All the gods' eyes went wide as they heard this. Creation God. How could this? The shadow laughed. Hee, you have finally thought of this. Did you know? I have been waiting a long time for this moment. Master used his very own body to create this world, yet the world was conquered by you, the ambitious traitor. Do you truly believe that Master didn't have any trump cards? You were wrong. Master is merely too benevolent, so he had intended to give you one more chance. Evidently, you have not treasured the single chance given to you. The shadow appeared rather disappointed. As for Yi, he trembled, his eyes bloodshot. Creation God. Him again. How many years had it passed since the creation God had transformed himself into the world? Yet even now, his shadows were still lurking in this world, still capable of judging Yi's actions. How ridiculous. If it wasn't for the creation God's benevolence, you would have died a long time ago. However, you have nevertheless still crossed the line. The shadow spoke indifferently. If you had truly focused on improving and managing this world, so what if the world was given to you? The benevolence of the creation God is sufficient to accept your existence. Alas, you are truly disappointing. The shadow looked over at the dead major gods. Their auras still lingered in the air. Too many gods have died. The shadow sighed. So many that the world's operational system is on the verge of collapse. Therefore, sorry, I shall implement the creation God's command and erase you from this world. Hee. Yi's expression warped. The creation God, again. Who did he think he was? A mere dog. With the two toys he had left behind, he wanted to put the Sin God under his control? How utterly ridiculous. I do not accept this. Yi howled. Bang! Instantly, he erupted with power. While the shadow was still talking, while everyone was still contemplating, Yi unleashed his attack. A horrifying power surged out once again. The attack came at an incredible speed, a speed that caused the hearts of all the gods present to chill. Yi had actually preserved some of his strength. If they had tried to fight him earlier, they would probably have died. And now, that attack directly blasted into the shadow's body. Chapter 797. This seems to be progressing wrongly. Shadow, die. Yi said, his gaze cold. Next, he fully unleashed his formidable power and blasted the shadow's body. Before this powerful attack, the shadow's body started to fall apart. "I, the Sun God, Yi, am the master of this world," Yi said in a tyrannical manner. The various gods trembled in fear before the might displayed by Yi. At this time, nobody dared to challenge the Yi's majesty. However, after using all his power to destroy that shadow, Yi's expression became somewhat strange. He felt like something wasn't right. Yi frowned as he pondered this. Was the shadow too strong? No, rather, the shadow was too weak. The shadow, which was supposed to be a powerful existence, had crumbled apart the moment his attack touched it. This gave Yi a bad premonition, as his attack had been no different than attacking a mosquito with a nuclear warhead. It was too much of a waste of his power. Could this shadow be a mere clone? So they were so arrogant to the point that they had only sent a clone to deal with him? If so, indeed, right at this moment, another shadow appeared in the corner, proving Yi's guess correct. Here again, Yi's heart trembled. This time, this should be that fellow's true body. However, Yi was nevertheless still Yi. Having suffered a loss once, he would no longer be tricked. In his mind, he replayed the scene where he met the silhouette's clone as well as the silhouette's real body. Since they were fellow apprentice brothers, the difference between their clones and their main bodies should be quite similar. Therefore, the shadow appeared slowly. In Yi's heart, a standard had already been set. He calmly waited for the shadow to fully appear. When he saw a familiar symbol on the shadow, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed the shadow's real body. Yi sneered. "You are so powerful, yet you still need a clone to test the waters for you." "Of course." The shadow smiled. "Otherwise, how am I supposed to exhaust your strength?" "Earlier, in order to eliminate my clone, you should have exhausted quite a lot of strength, right?" "Ah, you, despite already being exhausted in the first place, were forced to once again release an attack of such power." TSK. "How much more of your power can you still draw on? Or perhaps you are already at your limit?" The shadow laughed and continued, "Nevertheless, it no longer matters. Since even that fellow is capable of fighting you to the point that the both of you are seriously injured, you clearly are not that powerful even at your peak, let alone the current you. Let me be the one to end this struggle." Bang! The shadow strode out, taking the initiative to attack. The various gods around them were all trembling in fear. This was not a battle they could hope to join. The enemy was too powerful, possessing a strength they could only look up to. The enemy's aura alone was sufficient to cause them to tremble in fear. "I'm afraid Lord Yi is in deep trouble this time." Sigh. "I never expected a new war of the gods would occur after so many years. I suppose this is why Lord Yi has been so angry." The various gods lamented. In the war back then, Yi had suffered defeat and been forced to wait for countless years before the creation god finally decided to fuse his body with the world. After that, he had still needed to wait for many years to confirm that the creation god had indeed sacrificed his body. After confirming the disappearance of the creation god, he had waited many more years before daring to do anything. Unexpectedly, not long after he had reappeared, the people left behind by the creation god had appeared yet again to deal with him. How could this not anger him? Wasn't the creation god somewhat excessive? Back then, the war between the various gods of the primordial era had been completely ignored by him, resulting in countless casualties. Yet after several tens of thousands of years, when Yi appeared, these leftovers of the creation gods had appeared as well. What was with this bullying? If Yi were still oblivious to this, it wouldn't matter much. Now that he finally knew the truth, though, how could he stay calm? The most terrifying part was the fact that these two fellows were truly too strong. Can Lord Yi win? I reckon it will be quite hard. A single silhouette was already sufficient to seriously injure him. Now that the shadow has appeared and has even tricked Lord Yi into wasting a huge portion of his strength before the fight even began. As they thought about this, they were all alarmed. This shadow was so strong, yet he was still using such tricks. Just like that, one of Yi's trump card had been wasted by a trick. Now that the shadow was personally making a move, could Yi stop him? None of them knew the answer to that. At present, they could only watch on silently. Indeed, this was the real body. Yi understood clearly. Unlike the clone, which had spoken way too much, this real body attacked the moment he appeared. This was how they should have acted, given their strength. shadow. Yi's gaze became cold. He clenched his fists tightly as he sensed the empty supply of power within him. Had he been forced into desperation? It did not matter. He still had a single chance remaining. A trump card he had kept hidden for a very long time. Bang! As the shadow arrived with a terrifying might, Yi finally moved. He had been waiting calmly until the instant the shadow reached him before moving. He lightly raised his right hand. This single motion produced an earth-shattering effect. Bang! With this single motion, half the sky seemed to crack apart. This is. All the gods' eyes widened. How strong. This was their first thought. Yi still had a trump card hidden away. This was their second thought. Heavens. He was obviously already incomparably weakened and near death, yet his trump cards seemed never-ending, each as shocking as the last. This was too scary. They all observed a moment of silence, mourning the major gods that had dared to move against Yi earlier. Nobody had the slightest idea exactly how strong Yi was. Slowly, the radiance from Yi's attack faded. Was it over? The various gods looked over. Indeed, the shadow had vanished. Under Yi's super-powerful trump card, the shadow had been completely decimated. However, they felt doubtful when they saw that Yi's expression was incredibly unsightly. Something feels wrong. Yi shut both his eyes. Yet another clone? No, he was sure that the shadow earlier was the real body. However, that feeling was completely wrong. After all, he had faced the silhouette in a battle before and was aware of how strong that fellow was. However, this shadow here, although he had indeed erupted with a rather remarkable strength, was still giving Yi a certain feeling, a feeling that he was so very weak. This was clearly not how strong the shadow was supposed to be, yet that had clearly been his real body. Yi was at a loss. Had he been too nervous and thus been overtaught this? Or perhaps there was more than one enemy? There was a dark shadow and a shiny silhouette. Perhaps there were other figures of different colors? No, that shouldn't be the case. Instinctively, Yi looked at the corner while his mind was in a mess. Next, with astonishment, he saw that yet another figure had appeared there. This figure was red. Yi's eyes went wide. There was indeed a figure of a different color. Could it be that? If you have the guts, come out together, shouted Yi, as he had a bad premonition. And behold, from the corner, 7 figures appeared. Each of the figures was a real body. There was not a single clone among them. The 7 figures were of differing colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Amid the dusky world, the 7 shining figures were so dazzling that the various gods nearly went blind. What is this? All the gods were stupefied. Had these all been left behind by the creation god? They all had such unique characteristic. The characteristics of RGB 1. The gods were all stupefied. Yi was stupefied as well. This did not seem right. Chapter 798, Extraordinary Imagination. Amid the dusky sky, in a certain far-off corner of the battle that all the gods were focusing on, in the same corner where numerous figures had appeared, 2 people were crouching, their heads aching. This plot seems rather wrong. Chen Feng was extremely distressed. A problem had occurred with the plan. Yeah? In front of him was a youth with a similarly distressed expression. This was precisely his disciple from a long time ago, Wu Hu. With the descent of calamity and the arrival of the era of gods, apart from Chen Feng's group of 3, there were a few other unique existences that had also relied on their unique fortuitous encounters to free themselves of this crisis. It was obvious that Wu Hui was one of these unique individuals. He was now an apostle. He was also the guy who had planned the ambush on the fast guy with the various words carved out of mountains back then. After that incident, Chen Feng had resumed contact with him. This time, they were planning to eliminate the Sin God. Their plan was supposed to be very simple. They would first force Yi to fight the various major gods to exhaust his strength. The second step would be to force the exhausted Yi to fight the Shadow's numerous clones, exhausting his trump cards. With that, when Chen Feng's group emerged in the end, they would be able to defeat Yi. This was quite a simple plan. After all, the so-called shadow and the various figures were creations of Wu Hui's ability that had combined with the godly power Wu Hui had obtained when he became an apostle. What he had unleashed was precisely Yi's imagination. Moreover, these figures had been created with Wu Hui's comparatively weak godly power. As such, the shadows were in fact quite weak. This was not a trick they could repeat, as Yi was not a fool that would endlessly fall to their tricks. As such, their plan had been to use these shadows to trick Yi once. Everything had progressed smoothly, successfully exhausting one of Yi's trump card with the clone before exhausting another of his trump cards with the real body. This was supposed to be the time for Chen Feng to step out and end this. However, surprising them, before they could do anything, an unforeseen circumstance had arisen. Just as Wu Hui was about to stop using his ability produced another figure. Chen Feng was stupefied at this sight. Wu Hui was the same. There were more. Chen Feng's confidence vanished. What's going on? Holy shit, it couldn't be that their lie had transformed into reality, right? After all, the previous time he had lied to the gods, his lie had transformed into reality with the appearance of Sin God. And now, the so-called dark shadow and bright silhouette. This can't be, right? Chen Feng's hands shivered. If this truly became reality, it would truly be over for him. No, not quite. Wu Hui laughed bitterly. It's my ability. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. So it turns out that the figure was created by Wu Hui. That's fine. Then, hold on. Chen Feng seemed to have realized something. Didn't I tell you to stop? Chen Feng was confused. Yeah, I was about to stop, but this image appeared in Yi's mind, creating this figure before I could stop. Wu Hui's head ached. You are saying? This figure is the product of Yi's imagination? Chen Feng was astonished. He had initially thought that Yi would see through the lie after witnessing the clone and real body. Unexpectedly. Should I turn this figure off? Wu Hui asked cautiously. No. Chen Feng waved his hand. I am quite curious, what else his mind can create. Just as he finished his words, several shiny figures appeared. Chen Feng and Wu Hui witnessed the birth of this group of rainbow figures with their very own eyes. Or perhaps one could say that this was a group of RGB figures. Chen Feng, Wu Hui. What else could they say in response to this? Yi was worthy of his identity as a god, possessing such a rich imagination. Even the figures he imagined were so brilliant. The limit of my creativity is creating a dark shadow-like figure. Look at Yi's imagination. Chen Feng lamented endlessly. Wu Hui, what should we do now? He was somewhat anxious. Wait and see. Chen Feng focused his gaze ahead. At present, he too was clueless about what Yi was thinking. At the same time, when the figures appeared before Yi, he finally started going crazy. Haha. I knew it. It's impossible for you to be so weak. Since that bastard creation god left behind some trump cards to deal with me, how can the trump cards be so weak? That bright silhouette was so strong. How is it possible that the shadow is weak? Ha ha ha. So turns out this is your actual trump card. Yi was furious. He felt like the shadow was playing around with him. Real body? Indeed, all of these were real bodies. However, one could also have various real bodies. Clones were something one could create or destroy at any time. As for real bodies, they would exist forever. However, what if someone had numerous real bodies? Since this fellow had decided to face him, it was inevitable that he himself would also suffer damage from this encounter. Therefore, he was prepared to sacrifice several clones, while this shadow was precisely a person whose ability was the creation of numerous clones that were also real bodies at the same time. So it turned out that this was the case. Yi finally understood clearly. If this shadow looked for him alone, there was a possibility of him dying. That was because, despite his numerous clones, his strength was rather unremarkable. He was not at all match for Yi. Therefore, he first had the bright silhouette exhaust Yi's strength, then sent the dark shadow over. Yi finally understood everything. The plan was to send figure after figure at him to exhaust him. What a fine scheme, Shadow. Unfortunately, since this plan has already been seen through by me, sorry, I will not give you the chance to defeat me. Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. Come out. Yi inhaled deeply as he decided to no longer retain any power, as it would be completely meaningless. If he continued retaining his strength, he would probably be exhausted to death by this damnable shadow's inexhaustible clones. Therefore, he might as well thoroughly eliminate this shadow. Bang! A tremendous power started emerging from the deepest part of Yi's body. A faint radiance started converging around him. Come out. He howled. A wondrous-looking string of light appeared in his hands. This was the Karma string, a weapon capable of linking all the figures together and dragging them out. That's right, Yi was planning to use brute force to drag the enemy out. This was his final trump card, a power he had never dared use before. 1, 2, 3, 10. Ultimately, more than 200 figures were dragged out, each a different color. Around them, the various observing gods were already thoroughly stupefied. These figures, Yi laughed. Very good. You guys have finally revealed yourselves to be capable of forcing me to this extent. You are quite a terrific person. Remember that even that silhouette only managed to injure me, and the injuries were merely flesh wounds. Yet you. Hee, Yi muttered. Worthy of being the something the creation god created. Unfortunately, this is the end for you. It is time to show you guys exactly why I was able to rebel against the creation god back then. Bang! A terrifying power erupted and engulfed the entire area. The figures that were linked by the karma string started shaking. Hum. Next, something terrifying happened. Instantly, all the figures linked together transformed into ash and dust and waffled through the air, presenting quite a horrifying sight. Yi sighed. Let this end. Karma. Before the eyes of so many gods, the 200+ figures turned into ash. Was this finally over? Yi stood up and turned around in preparation to leave. Right at this instant, an astonishing radiance flashed. Yi turned around abruptly, and before he could even do anything, an immense force could be felt piercing through his chest. Instantly, that massive force penetrated his chest and destroyed his entire body. Yi's eyes went wide, unbelieving. Before his eyes was a person he was incredibly familiar with, Chen Feng. Chapter 799, The Final Trump Card. Prior to the elimination of the numerous figures, the appearance of the 256 figures had rendered even Chen Feng speechless as he wondered exactly what was contained in the Sin God's brain, to be able to give birth to so many figures with his imagination. As for why the figures had stopped appearing at this point, it was quite simple. Rather than this being the limit of the Sin God's imagination, it was due to the total exhaustion of Wu Hui's energy. My godly power is already fully exhausted. Wu Hui smiled bitterly. This was the first time his godly power had been fully exhausted since he had entered the Apostle realm. After all, he normally relied on the imagination of his enemies and so did not need to expend too much of his own energy. One could say that his normal exhaustion rate was extremely low. Yet this time, the more than 200 figures had fully emptied him. The scale of Yi's imagination was truly so great that they could only gasp in amazement. And that was why the figures had stopped appearing at this point. Naturally, from the Sin God's point of view, it was thanks to his karma string that he had been able to drag all these enemies out. He had absolutely no idea that this had nothing to do with his karma string. Nevertheless, the moment Yi made his move, both Chen Feng and Wu Hui were truly alarmed. This was especially true when all the figures transformed into ash at the same time. That shocking sight gave Chen Feng quite the fright. So it turned out that Yi had such a trump card, worthy of being Yi. If so, were there any trump cards he had yet to show? Chen Feng used the godly power of luck to obtain an answer through deduction. After obtaining the answer, which he found favorable, he acted without hesitation. He unleashed the strongest attack he had ever launched, amplified to the power of 3. The might of this attack reached an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps this attack couldn't have done anything against Yi at his peak. However, against this weakened Yi, this Yi who had no trump cards left, Chen Feng's attack displayed an astonishing effectiveness, immediately piercing through Yi. Through Yi's chest the attack went. You have joined them. Yi did not dare believe his eyes. Chen Feng, that pitiful human. All along, Yi had merely seen Chen Feng as a chess piece that was struggling for survival with great difficulty amid Yi and the Silhouette's conflict. Chen Feng had only been able to survive by fluke alone. Even Chen Feng's godhood was something Yi had personally bestowed upon him. And yet, Yi had never imagined that Chen Feng, whom he had personally gifted a divine seat, would be one to kill him with godly power. Yi sensed the pain in his body and, at the same time, Chen Feng's power, which was absolutely beyond Chen Feng's level, a power that normally only major gods could unleash. Yi was indignant. He had calculated everything. He wouldn't be bothered even if all these elementary and journeyman gods were to rebel right here. That was because his body was sufficiently powerful to the point that a regular elementary or journeyman god was completely incapable of doing him any harm. As the strongest god, his body had been tempered to an extremely terrifying level. However, this attack of Chen Feng's, Major God, Yi laughed bitterly. This little fellow, who had received the gift of godhood from him, had reached such a height. He had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. Creation God, bright silhouette, dark shadow. Yi's eyes were filled with hatred. He was indignant and felt great hatred. He was the illustrious Sin God. How could he suffer such a miserable defeat? He was truly indignant. The only person he did not hate was Chen Feng, because as far as he was concerned, Chen Feng was still a pitiful chess piece. Yi laughed softly. Hee. Do you know that even after killing me, they won't let you off? He could feel his power weakening and the organs within his body going rigid. Without the replenishment of godly power, his unequaled body was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps the creation god is a kind person. However, too long has passed. That silhouette, I can feel the surging ambition within him. Yi laughed. You will die. Ultimately, that silhouette will subjugate the entire world. Be extremely sure that his goal is definitely the subjugation of the entire world, including the world of humans. Your strength as a mere major god is far from enough. Yi's gaze was filled with pity as he looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Of course he was aware of this. However, he had no other choice. He had to eliminate these two one at a time. After killing you, I will naturally go kill him as well, Chen Feng declared coldly. Yi howled with laughter. Ha ha ha. Is that even possible? His strength is not below me. Perhaps, he has similarly powerful trump cards as well. What can you use to kill him? Do you even stand a chance? If it wasn't for the appearance of the shadow forcing my hand, how would you even have stood a chance against me? Yi said with disdain. Major gods. He had killed many of them not very long ago. If not for his fight with the shadow exhausting his trump cards, how could Chen Feng have had a chance? Trump cards. Chen Feng did not deny this point. Indeed, an existence comparable to Yi would most definitely have terrifying trump cards. This almost certainly applied to that silhouette as well. Well, he would find out with time. Chen Feng took in a deep breath. Because he had lied about that silhouette being left behind by the creation god, Chen Feng was the only one that was aware that the silhouette's real identity was still a mystery. Who exactly was that fellow? Chen Feng hadn't the slightest idea. Perhaps the day would come when he figured out who that person was. At that time, he would perhaps be able to figure out what his trump card was as well. As for now, as Chen Feng looked at Yi, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Yi's body was gradually going cold. His consciousness was becoming blurry as well. Even so, a firm gaze was still maintained on his face. He was indeed worthy of being the once strongest god. Even with such an injury, he was still not fully dead. I will be waiting for you. Yi had a faint smile as he looked at Chen Feng. Within that endless abyss, he had been defeated. Thus, he would admit his defeat. However, he would never allow a mere chess piece to ridicule him. You won't. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. There is something I have forgotten to tell you. Yi's gaze focused on Chen Feng. There is no such thing as a bright silhouette and a dark shadow, nor is there anything like the leftovers of the creation god. Chen Feng whispered into Yi's ear. All of that was but a lie told for the sake of killing you. What you killed with your trump card was just a fragment of your imagination. How is that possible? Yi would not believe these words easily. Look over there. And imagine the creation god. See what's going to happen, Chen Feng said lightly. Creation god. Subconsciously, Yi did as he'd been told. And next, he saw that in that corner, a figure indeed appeared. This was the figure of the creation god. Instantly, Yi's blurry consciousness recovered a moment of clarity. It's you. Yi's gaze became bloodshot. Chen Feng. It was actually him. Everything had actually been his plan. How was this even possible? Chen Feng spoke unhurriedly. I told you, I will return. The moment you conquered the human world, I said I would return and retake the human world right before your eyes. Bang. Yi's mind trembled. His heart filled with unwillingness. He could admit his defeat toward the creation god. However, this Chen Feng, a mere bug, an existence he could ignore, had actually. Suddenly, Yi calmed down. You shouldn't have told me this. Chen Feng blanked. What? Suddenly, Yi's voice became faintly discernible and illusory. With my title as the Sin God, I hereby curse you to eternal depravity. God's curse. The surrounding gods were so shocked that everyone retreated. The god's curse was a curse unleashed by a god with all his might and potential. It was an extremely terrifying curse. The stronger the user was, the scarier the curse. And Yi, even though I no longer have anything, even without my divine seat, my accumulation throughout the years is sufficient to consign you to eternal damnation. Yi howled with laughter. If it had been the silhouette and the shadow, seeds left behind by the creation god, I would truly be helpless, as the creation god is a greater god than me, an existence I can't curse. But you, ha ha. In his final moments, Yi appeared deranged. You shouldn't have told me the truth. Bang! A black beam pierced through the void and directly entered Chen Feng's body. Let this end now. Yi's gaze became calm. Finally. Everything was over. Even if he was no longer immortal. However, this had concluded with an ending he found acceptable. However, right as his consciousness was fading, Chen Feng's voice sounded by his ear. Thank you. What was there to thank him for? Before Yi could even react to this, his consciousness sank into slumber, an eternal slumber. Chapter 800. Who are you? Swish. A black radiance surged. The curse made by the sin god before his death was also his final trump card. That black radiance streaked past the horizon and, under the shocked gazes of the various gods, hit Chen Feng, entering his body and vanishing without a trace. That's right, it vanished. This seemingly terrifying curse did not seem to do anything to Chen Feng. What happened? No idea. The various gods were in a daze from the extreme shock. The things they had seen today had truly shocked them. This was especially true for the final scene, where Chen Feng erupted with an astonishing might and killed Yi. Heavens, that was Yi. Even more terrifying was the fact that the curse Yi had made before his death, his final trump card, was seemingly useless. That bizarre black radiance had no effect on Chen Feng. Not quite. The gods all opened their eyes wide and focused their gazes on Chen Feng. Next, they saw that when the black radiance entered Chen Feng's body, an expression of comfort appeared on Chen Feng's face. And next, bang, an astonishing aura roiled out. This major god. The gods cried out in alarm. What was happening with Chen Feng presently was the sign of one breaking through into the major god stage. In short, Chen Feng had made use of this to directly break through to the major god stage. The various gods did not know what to say. They knew that the era was going to change yet again. Yi was dead, as were the various major gods. Only a single recently broken through major god was left behind. Despite this major god possessed extremely terrifying strength. This was Chen Feng. The various gods trembled, not daring to move at all. An expression of utmost comfort was plastered on Chen Feng's face. He had finally broken through. Naturally, the breakthrough didn't refer to himself. Rather, it was the misfortune goddess. Due to the redistribution of godly power to spirit alone so that they could deal with Yi, the misfortune goddesses had growth stunted. That was why she hadn't been able to recover to the major god stage. Fortunately, before Yi's death, he had given them a huge gift, God's curse. As far as the misfortune goddess was concerned, this was an extremely helpful tonic. As such, she was able to instantly reach the major god stage after absorbing this curse. And now, even though Chen Feng still appeared to be an elementary god, within him were two major gods whose strength couldn't be measured with conventional methods. Chen Feng stood up, his gaze slowly sweeping past the various gods around him. Among these gods, the strongest was a peak journeyman god. At present, all of them were prostrating before Chen Feng. In this era, hierarchy was extremely important. As Chen Feng realized that they were all prostrating before him, he blanked momentarily. So it turned out his plan to kill Yi had indeed succeeded. He had truly reached this height, had truly killed the sin god, becoming an expert of this era. Apart from that, all the other major gods were dead as well. And thus, he was now the strongest among these gods. However, he was able to calm his surging emotions shortly. Even though it might appear like he was the strongest god, he was clear that the only reason he had even been able to defeat Yi was due to the various major gods serving as cannon fodder earlier, the sin god's fear of the creation god, and the injuries Yi had suffered at the hands of that silhouette. For now, he needed to first stabilize everything. First, he had to put his strength in order, then find an opportunity to get rid of that silhouette. At that time, he would truly be the strongest of this era, a supreme god. You may stand, Chen Feng said indifferently. Yes. The various gods stood up. We need a new leader, Chen Feng said nonchalantly. Yes, we are willing to follow your lead, the various gods said without hesitation. They pondered slightly and continued, as for the believers, we are also willing to hand them over. This was something they had to do. What kind of person was this Chen Feng? A lot of people actually had a slight idea now. When they heard that Chen Feng was actually a human, the gods with human believers trembled in fear. They were not willing to die for no apparent reason. Chen Feng shook his head. There is no need for that. Believers are, after all, believers. not murderers. Since you guys are gods they have voluntarily selected, just allow them to continue with their faith. There is no need to think about this too much. Thank you, Lord. The various gods were overjoyed. However, right at this instant, a figure appeared in the distance. Thump. Chen Feng's heart jolted. This figure. It couldn't be that his lies had indeed transformed into reality again, right? This wasn't something left behind by the creation god, right? Chen Feng's heart trembled. Fortunately, that figure revealed itself in front of them soon after. This figure turned out to be a major god Chen Feng was extremely familiar with, the forest goddess. Major god. The hearts of the various gods thumped. So there was another major god alive? Oh, true. She hadn't been around when they were ganging up on Yi. If it's her, some gods were tempted and walked to the forest goddess. I am willing to follow you, Lord. Evidently, not all the gods like Chen Feng. After all, his identity as a human was truly somewhat too shocking to them. Moreover, compared to a new major god like Chen Feng, the forest goddess, who had been a major god for countless years, a primordial god, seemed like a much better choice. And thus, a large number of gods immediately abandoned Chen Feng. Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face. These fellows. You guys swore an oath earlier. Shwa, shwa. The forest goddess walked over slowly. As for the various gods, they all stood behind her, not daring to say anything. However, some of their gazes were already filled with some sort of pride when they looked at Chen Feng. Evidently, they were of the opinion that this was the correct choice. At the very least, this was what they believed. It has been a while, Chen Feng said. The last time they met had been during the death of the luck goddess. Yeah? You two are truly adept at having fun, the forest goddess said grudgingly. Even if you two wanted to play, why not play at home? Why must you two drag me in as well? Evidently, she had already noticed a familiar power about Chen Feng. Luck. Chen Feng was still together with the luck goddess. Moreover, their relationship seemed even more intimate now. If that was the case, what exactly happened back then? Had they been playing around with her? She indeed died. Chen Feng smiled. This spirit is the spirit that accompanied me for many years. The forest goddess had a pensive look when she heard this. Consciousness separation. This thought surfaced almost immediately. What a fine Chen Feng. Was this how he had tricked her back then as well? She shook her head. In terms of strength, she was naturally stronger than Chen Feng, past and present. Even though Chen Feng had killed Yi, the forest goddess was clear that Chen Feng wasn't particularly powerful. However, the last time they had met, Chen Feng had still been a normal human. Yet now, was this the potential of the human race? Or perhaps it was this Chen Feng that was abnormal? I hope you can reach your goal. The forest goddess sighed and left noiselessly. She had no intention of getting involved in Chen Feng's matters, nor was she interested in competing against him. As such, she drifted away to continue being a major god that was not bothered with the affairs of the world. After all, this was how she had survived the calamity that befell the various major gods earlier. Many thanks, Chen Feng replied calmly. As for the gods that had switched camps when the forest goddess appeared, they were all dumbstruck. Holy shit! So it turned out that these two knew each other, and from their conversation, it seemed like they had even done something naughty together. The gods all collapsed emotionally. If they had known this, would there have been a need for all this? Holy shit, they had believed that the forest goddess was here to fight for authority. They looked at the Chen Feng with cold expressions, their scalps going numb. You guys, hand over the believers, Chen Feng said indifferently. Yes. Although this pained them greatly, they were relieved as well. At the very least, they could stay alive. Chen Feng wasn't bothered about what they were thinking. His gaze was focused on the sky. Even though he was already the lord of these gods, even though he was already the strongest on this piece of land, he was aware who his actual opponent was. Beyond that sky was a certain shining existence that was incomparably terrifying. Who exactly are you? Volume 9, Chapter 801, The Era of Chen Feng. Beneath the night sky, Chen Feng took a step forward. At this instant, endless power of faith surged out. It was also at this instant that the various gods finally realized that all of the missing human believers were under Chen Feng's control. On their faces, a sense of helplessness could be seen. It was no wonder they had failed to find the culprit. After all, The main culprit was the first person they had kicked out. Worthy of being Lord Chen Feng indeed. Bang, bang. Chen Feng continued stepping forth one step at a time. The endless power of faith surged out. This faith was from his very own believers, the believers of the dead major gods, and the believers of those gods that had tried to follow the forest goddess earlier. At this point, Chen Feng alone monopolized 80% of humanity's belief. This was quite a terrifying amount. It was a great shock to the various gods watching on. This many believers. Swish. A black flash streaked past. A certain god had suddenly erupted with power. Careful, everyone cried out in alarm. However, it became clear that the god's target was Chen Feng, as he had already reached Chen Feng. It's him. The various gods were alarmed. The night god, a peak journeyman god only a step away from the major god stage. He had tried breaking through numerous times in the past, yet he failed every time. However, due to his numerous attempts, his strength was rather frightening. He was the closest to being a major god here and the strongest person below the major god stage. HMPH. With this sneak attack at night, he declared his provocation. Major god. As far as he was concerned, it was but a joke. Even though he wasn't a major god, with his present strength, he could even kill major gods with the sneak attack. As such, he did not fear any god. Yi had been the only exception. He would still have had to restrain if Yi was around. Now that Yi was dead, Chen Feng actually dreamed of assuming control over everyone. How ridiculous. And the night god had been waiting for a single opportunity. Chen Feng's huge quantity of believers was a source of envy for him. So many believers. If he had even half that amount, he would have broken through long ago, right? What if he was tempted? And thus, he moved against Chen Feng without hesitation. Swish. The dark streak directly pierced through space to reach Chen Feng. Not good. Something is about to happen. Damn it. Lord Chen Feng is a newly broken through major god. How hateful. Quite a few of the gods there felt anxious. These were mostly the gods that had selected Chen Feng's camp since the beginning, those believing in the potential of Chen Feng and his nature as a person. Unexpectedly, not long had passed before something like this happened. In addition to these gods, there was an even larger number of gods merely watching on coldly and indifferently. If it is the night god, he might succeed. True, he is already infinitely close to being a major god. If he erupts with a sneak attack, his attack strength will be amplified by several times. With Chen Feng having only recently broken through to the major god stage. A lot of gods merely watched on. Some wanted to help but couldn't make it in time. Some could help Chen Feng but did not want to. And thus, before many pairs of eyes, the night god streaked straight toward Chen Feng with a horrifying and overwhelming momentum. And yet, beyond all their expectations, Chen Feng was still expressionless. He looked at the dark streak coldly. At this instant, his eyes began to radiate with a suffocating radiance. Next, from one of his eyes, a bright and powerful major god's godly power surged out, profound and enigmatic. From his other eye, a black and surging major god's godly power surged out, dark and sinister. Chen Feng's eyes shone, one bright and the other dark. The streak that was the night god neared Chen Feng. Yet it was precisely under this high-speed movement that an expression of utter terror appeared on his face as his entire body transformed into ash and scattered in the air. The ashes waffled about around Chen Feng. The night god was nowhere to be seen. All the gods' hearts jolted. Some had already guessed that the night god might not be Chen Feng's opponent. However, none of them had expected this to be the result of their collision. Chen Feng's eyes, and the power he had unleashed. The various gods gulped. So this was Chen Feng's actual strength. Any other challenges? Chen Feng asked indifferently. The hearts of the various gods chilled. Not a single one dared to answer him. Very good. Let us stop here then. He stood up, surrounded by a boundless power of faith. All the gods waited deferentially upon Chen Feng as he departed. They were all clear that with this, no more gods would dare challenge Chen Feng. There were no longer any gods capable of stopping Chen Feng. With such a massive number of believers, Chen Feng would grow at an incredibly horrifying speed. As of this moment, Chen Feng's position was unshakable. He, Chen Feng, was now the new god king. This wondrous land had experienced the era of the creation god, a chaotic era, and the era of Yi. Now, the era of Chen Feng had arrived. The next day, the details of the incident spread all over the world. All of humanity celebrated, and Chen Feng's believer count grew sharply once again. With the fusion of the human world and this unique era, This new era had the largest population. Chen Feng was the controller of this world, and the gods under him controlled their respective domains. Naturally, the bountiful humans were a slice of cake that no god dared mess with. And thus, the world returned to order in a short while and entered a prosperous era. In addition to Chen Feng, the various gods' believers increased sharply as well. All the gods were growing. It was rumored that even though only a few days had passed, some journeyman gods had already broken through to the major god stage. Even so, none of them dared to challenge Chen Feng. In all honesty, they were clear that even with their new strength, they could not have survived the night god's sneak attack. As for Chen Feng, that attack was completely worthless before him. Even now, the two completely different powers that had erupted from his eyes caused the gods to suffocate whenever they thought about them. Moreover, they also faced a certain truth. If even they, with only their small number of believers, were able to grow so rapidly, what about Chen Feng, who had a huge number of believers? They did not even dare to think about that. As such, not a single god was idiotic enough to try to challenge Chen Feng. This was the era of Chen Feng. His position was unshakable. Interestingly, due to Chen Feng's existence, the humans became something of a unique existence. Everyone now knew that the humans had a noble identity, and numerous life forms opted to assimilate into human society. This included even some of the gods. And thus, human society became an enriched and colorful society. Because of this, even Storm Tech Company joined in, creating numerous wristband devices that could accommodate the various life forms and even the gods. These creations brought those country bumpkins quite the shock. Evidently, they had never expected that even without using godly power, information and data could be transmitted and their strength could be managed. As of this moment, the entire world had entered a phase of rapid growth. Everyone's strength was increasing rapidly. If this continued on, Chen Feng would be able to become as strong as Yi one day. However, would he have sufficient time to grow? In the genetic union, Chen Feng was reading the latest report with a calm expression. Even though he was already a god and the Sin God's incredibly awesome-looking palace was available to him, Chen Feng preferred staying in the human world. Chen Feng sighed. Is there still no news about that silhouette? Qin Hai shrugged. He went missing after his battle with Yi. You can't find him even with your godly power of luck. Nope. Chen Feng's head ached. That fellow was too strong, to the point that even the godly power of luck didn't work. However, he wasn't exactly immune to the godly power of luck. Rather, he had used some method to put up a barrier to block it out. Chen Feng was completely incapable of locating him. Who exactly was that fellow? Chen Feng was doubtful. Was there such god during the primordial era? Qin Hai shrugged. What we know is that the forest goddess does not know him. The misfortune goddess has never heard of him either. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. A mysterious existence known by no one even during the primordial era. Who exactly was this person? He had no idea. Could that person truly be a seed left behind by the creation god? Chen Feng hoped that this wouldn't be the case. He had no desire to see another one of his lies turn into reality. Suddenly, Qin Hai asked, "Oh, right. Did you not say that you seemed to have forgotten about something? Might that be related to that fellow?" Chen Feng nodded. Most definitely. Previously, I was too weak and failed to notice. Now that I have my own godly power, I can sense the existence of that power. Now, if he tries to once again erase some of my memories, I will most definitely notice it. Chen Feng was confident. Qin Hai was in agreement. With Chen Feng's present identity and his incredible number of believers, the growth of his strength was shocking. At present, Chen Feng himself was already a major god. If that person tried to do something to him now, he would definitely be noticed. Get them to hasten the speed, Chen Feng said after some thought. We must locate him as soon as possible. Is there a need to find him this fast? Qin Hai was curious. One ought to remember that the silhouette was truly quite strong. Back then, even the seriously injured Yi had been able to erupt with such terrifying strength. How about that person? In fact, finding him would not necessarily be a good thing. So what if they couldn't find him? He had merely hidden to lick his wounds. With the speed of Chen Feng's growth, by the time the silhouette was done recovering, perhaps Chen Feng would already be as strong as Yi. At that time, the victor of their clash would no longer be a sure thing. Time is advantageous for us. Qin Hai was sure of this. After all, that silhouette was not one they could afford to look down on. I know. However, I also know how terrifying he is. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. If we find him now, if I can assure mutual destruction. Even my death is a price I am willing to pay. But he has completely vanished. He is not stupid. If he truly didn't have any backup plans, he would have appeared after I defeated Yi, since I was at my weakest then. Yet he did not appear then. Even if he didn't receive the news on the day of Yi's death, he must have received the news the day after. However, he has not appeared. Day after day, I keep growing, yet he has completely vanished. What exactly is that fellow doing? What exactly is he planning? I don't know. Nobody knows. As Qin Hai heard all this, his expression became solemn. True. What exactly was that fellow doing? Chapter 802, Awaiting Your Godhood. In outer space, that massive throne was still faintly discernible. Seated on the throne was the silhouette. He was presently in deep thought. Since his return from that incident, he had maintained this same expression, thinking about something unknown. This expression had lasted since the moment Yi died. You lose. The young lady poured a cup of coffee for him with a smile on her face. Is that so? He sighed softly. When his gaze once again landed on that blue planet, Yi's aura was already nowhere to be seen. In place was a bizarre aura that was spreading throughout the planet at a terrifying speed. That aura was unique to Chen Feng. Chen Feng. The silhouette muttered. In his original plan, Chen Feng should already be dead. He had planned for so long just so he could fight it out with Yi. Unexpectedly, Yi had done something unexpected. The one to ascend had been that damnable Chen Feng. Since then, his plan had not progressed as he wished. Subsequently, he'd had a decisive battle with Yi. Based on his plan, he should have been able to kill Yi, gaining a dramatic increase in strength, at which point he would subjugate the entire world. However, for some reason, both he and Yi had been mutually wounded instead. That this had happened was quite odd, as Yi, whose strength had dropped greatly due to the loss of his divine seat, should not have been that powerful. Did I underestimate Yi? He could not understand why he had failed to kill Yi in that battle. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Although some mishaps happened. Although this is completely different from my plan. However, suddenly, he laughed. The general direction is still correct. Yi is dead and humanity is saved. Both of these are in accordance with my plan. Even if Chen Feng is still alive. He looked at his own body. Even if I am a little injured. To the side, the young lady merely glanced at him and smiled. A little? Not quite. The injuries he had sustained from his battle with Yi were incredibly horrible. Suddenly, the silhouette solemnly declared, regardless, my plan will not be affected by all this. He was extremely serious in this declaration, extremely firm in his belief. To the side, the young lady continued smiling. She knew what his plan was. Here, she had a full view of each part of his plan. She also had knowledge of each of his abilities. His originally flawless plan had deviated thoroughly. He was merely unwilling to admit to that. He looked at the young lady. I know what you want to say. However, that is not how the success rate is calculated. Shwa. He waved his hand. Countless streaks of light flashed past. His present strength, Chen Feng's present strength, the young lady beside him, that planet's gods, the human believers, and his plan. Everything. Shwa. Light flickered as everything operated as he willed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, on and on this continued. Ultimately, 99% hovered before him. In the past, regardless of how he had deduced his success rate, it had remained 100%. No matter what he had done, his plan would have concluded flawlessly. The sole reason for that was his strength. Yet now, everything seemed to have changed, even though the difference was a mere 1%. So long as this probability existed, it was something that might happen. This was something he could not tolerate. As such, he had to kill Chen Feng. I refuse to believe this. He stood up. He started deducing once again. This time, a new ability was used on top of his deduction. A certain radiance spread out. Coldly, he said, Luck Aura, activate. Bang. The powerful godly power of luck started operating, influencing every facet of his plan. This time, the success rate should be 100%, right? He softly said. Alas, before he could even finish his sentence, the success rate appeared, 99%. Still the same rate. He frowned. How is this possible? That damnable 1% was still there. Even his seemingly omnipotent godly power of luck had failed to erase that 1%. Why? He had no idea. However, after giving it some deep thought, he laughed. At this moment, he suddenly recalled how, when he had first threaded his cultivation path, he had dared attempt even plans with a 30% success rate. With his boundless confidence and perseverance, he had succeeded in matters with only a 30% success rate. This was his confidence. And now, the success rate was 99%. One could say that this was no different than 100%. Yet he was now lacking confidence. Why was that? Perhaps it was because it had been a while since he had last seen a success rate that was not 100%. It had been way too long since he had seen a different number. Therefore, he had panicked. In truth, his success rate was still overwhelming even though he was presently weakened. That was because Chen Feng was too weak, as Chen Feng was nothing but a common god. Naturally, the basis for his success was him acting when the timing is right. He was clear on the speed of Chen Feng's growth. To be precise, he was all too clear on the workings of the human world. The faith that humans could provide was hard to even imagine. Therefore, between his recovery and Chen Feng's growth, a balance had to be sought. This balancing point would precisely be the time for him to finally make his move. As such, even as the entire world entered a phase of rapid growth, he merely transmitted some orders to the faction under him on that planet. That was all he did thus far. Just you see, I will succeed. Finally, he regained his confidence as he looked at the young lady and declared, "And you shall be my spokesperson. You will be my emissary." Naturally, for that you must first ascend to godhood. His original plan had been to have this young lady ascend to godhood. With the young lady's ascension, she would serve him. With the young lady's support, he would be a truly unparalleled existence. However, the speed of Chen Feng's growth was too fast. As such, he had to first shelve this part of his plan, as there wasn't enough time for that. He spoke solemnly. Your body came into shape from the superposition of time. You have the potential to ascend to godhood. Moreover, your potential is a godhood that has yet to appear thus far. The time god. Do you know that in my heart, your potential surpasses even that of the creation god and the sin god, even myself? Therefore, I want you to ascend. Is there enough time? The young lady looked at the planet. Chen Feng's strength is improving rapidly. Can you even wait until my ascension is completed? In the original plan, the moment the young lady ascended would also have been the moment he assumed control of the entire world. However, they were still a ways off from that. There was nothing they could do about this. To become the time god, the young lady had to contemplate time itself. This was something that could not be avoided. As far as he was concerned, waiting wasn't much. He had been waiting for so many years. 2 extra years of waiting was truly nothing. That was because even if the young lady were not willing to ascend, her body would naturally contemplate time as time passed. But now, they seemed to be somewhat hard-pressed for time. Would it be fine if he waited for a year or two until the young lady finally ascended to godhood? How strong would Chen Feng be at that time? None of them knew the answer to that question. Even after 12 years, the Sin God had been unable to assume full control over humans. As for Chen Feng, he truly enjoyed the faith of all of humanity. That amount of faith was an absolutely terrifying amount. Therefore, this silhouette could not afford to wait. As time passed, the success rate would probably decrease further from the present 99%, and thus he had to make a move. A change in the plan. I will first kill Chen Feng and ascend, then I will wait for you to ascend. Sure. He stood up, seeming so very calm. Chapter 803, The Missing Memory. In the genetic union, Chen Feng was quietly listening to a report. At present, the general situation is under control. With the assistance of gods and apostles, the unique power of this era of gods has been stabilized. With the assistance of the Storm Tech Company, nearly all life forms, including gods, are now equipped with a communicator wristband. All life forms are now under our monitoring, guaranteeing a safe society and reliable members. Of course, some gods protested this monitoring. However, we used your name to shut them up. Please take a look at this. Shwa. A shiny map appeared. On the map, the entire planet and all of the planets the life forms were shown. All the gods were labeled with unique symbols, whether they were minor gods or major gods. All details, including their numerous apostles, resonators, and so on, were labeled on this map. This map displayed the strength level of all life forms. Perhaps the genetic union currently lacked formidable fighting prowess. However, they were sufficient to monitor the situation perfectly. This project was jointly launched by us, the Genetic Union, the Research Agency, and the Storm Tech Company. We are indeed incapable of contending against the gods. However, we still need to know if they are safe for humanity or not. Naturally, To make this more acceptable for them, a higher level of authorization has been granted to the wristbands they are using, helping with numerous activities such as communication, the internet, and so on. This is it for now. The monitoring department head finished his report. The next agenda is the growth of strength. At this time, the representative from the Gene Production Association started speaking. With the assistance of this era's unique herbs and the gods proficient with vegetation, we have made a breakthrough in our research. Gene reagent production has improved greatly. The reagents are now useful for all non-god life forms, even including apostles. Naturally, the reagents are presently ineffective on gods. However, we are certain that along with the growth of our gene research, a day will come when we can even increase the strength of gods through reagents. Talk less nonsense, someone interrupted him. Fine. The representative of the Gene Production Association shrugged. I shall stop talking about what we dream of accomplishing for now. At present, the average strength of humanity has fully entered the resonance realm. With Chen Feng's return, humanity, which had previously averaged level 1 resonance, grew rapidly. With the assistance of gene reagents, humanity was able to speedily stabilize their strength and charge toward a higher realm. At present, there are even some who have entered the apostle realm. Naturally, there are only a few who have managed to enter the apostle realm. However, based on the data, in perhaps half a month, humanity will enter a phase of rapid growth. At that time, humanity as a whole will be infinitely close to the peak of the resonance realm. If any gods help, humanity will be able to easily enter the apostle realm. The representative of the Gene Production Association got excited as he talked about this. After all, the apostle realm was so near to godhood. Humanity had used 12 years to grow their average strength from A class to the peak of the awakened realm. Even the Sin God hadn't had a way of increasing this speed. Yet with Chen Feng's guidance, humanity had been able to grow at an ultra-high speed. From the peak awakened realm to the apostle realm, only 2 or 3 months had been required. The mere thought of this was sufficient to drive one crazy. After all, the human world was in the genetic era, and as far as all the gods were concerned, this was excellent news. Every single apostle signified growth to the gods. As for the sheer quantity of humans, the mere thought of their population caused the gods to tremble in excitement. Even though 80% of humans were believers of Chen Feng, the remaining 20% was sufficient to drive the gods crazy with joy. This was the truth. Splendid. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the present growth of this world. However, most of his attention was focused on a certain unique department. This was the Outer Space Department. A department formed by Chen Feng himself to search outer space for any trails or clues. The head of the Outer Space Department smiled bitterly. Sorry, we have gathered nothing. What needed to be reported had long since been reported. In this period of time, no new information had been obtained. We have been searching all the news related to outer space. No abnormalities have been found. We even sent some spaceships out, yet nothing out of place has been found. Everything seems to be consistent with the reported data. The Outer Space Department was ashamed of their lack of progress. Everyone else seemed to be reporting good news. Only his department had nothing to report. Okay. Chen Feng wasn't surprised. After all, outer space was the domain of that silhouette. In any case, that fellow had influenced even a part of his memory. How was it possible for these humans to have not received something similar? Suddenly, Chen Feng paused as he thought of this. Memory. His memory had indeed been influenced. However, after his growth and strength, that effect had seemingly weakened and he had even subsequently gotten rid of it completely. His memory of what had happened was supposed to be complete now. And after getting rid of the influence on his memory, spaceships were still being sent to outer space without stop. So, send me all of the various space companies' data, Chen Feng said. All right. The Outer Space Department did as they'd been told. Shwa. A screen flashed, and Chen Feng instantly looked over. Those he clearly remembered having entered outer space were left out of this report. Not only had they vanished from the data, but they had even gone missing from the memories of these people. Why had all their memories been erased one by one? That did not seem likely. In this era, news spread at a terrifying speed. If one wanted to erase these memories one by one, it would be impossible even for a god. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The memory erasure was not used on individual memories. Rather, the erasure worked on events as a whole. For example, the A48 company, which Chen Feng remembered was the final company to have sent a spaceship out. A48 had been an entertainment company, and the boss of this company had gone to outer space in excitement with 48 girls. As for what he had been planning to do once he reached outer space, it was no longer important, as this company had vanished from everyone's memories. Even their families forgot about the existence of this missing company. The wiped memories did not pertain to only those individuals. The entirety of that company had been erased. In short, this is how the companies that went to outer space went missing. Chen Feng guessed. They had encountered that fellow after reaching outer space and been directly eliminated. This elimination was not a physical one, as all traces of their existence were completely eliminated as well. If that was truly the case, things were explainable. However, Chen Feng frowned, as he kept feeling that something was wrong somewhere, though he couldn't figure out what it was. He had even tried searching with his luck aura, yet he had found nothing. This was truly quite weird. One ought to know that his luck aura had worked even against Yi. How could it have no effect now? Something seemed wrong. Chen Feng sank into deep contemplation. Tap, tap. His fingers tapped on the conference table slowly. The higher-ups around the table did not dare make the slightest noise while Chen Feng was deep in thought. With his brows furrowed, Chen Feng contemplated. Suddenly, he loosened his brows as he finally thought of a crucial point: influence. Indeed, that existence had erased all the companies. The members of those company, everything that had happened in them, all of the company's influence on the world, and all the memories regarding them had vanished, not leaving any traces behind. However, had this company existed? Yes. Before that existence erased them, they had indeed existed, even though this company had completely vanished from everyone's memories. Interestingly, the company had indeed existed once. For example, if that existence had done his magic at 12 o'clock on a certain day, prior to that, the company had indeed existed. This fact would remain even if, 1 second after 12 o'clock, everything became non-existent. I see. Finally, Chen Feng understood. This new discovery was of utmost importance. That was because if one was truly erased, the truth would never be found. However, if this was the way their existences were being erased. Chapter 804, Investigating. Shwa. Chen Feng vanished just like that, leaving behind a bunch of confused humans. On a certain mountain range, Chen Feng reappeared. The moment he appeared, he saw an odd-looking person howling at a certain mirror. Am I handsome? You dare claim that I am not handsome? This fellow. Chen Feng grabbed Kong Bei. Chen Feng sighed. Why do you fight with a mirror every day? Kong Bei sneered. HMPH. The moment this fellow gained consciousness, he started going online. After spending some time online, he became good at arguing, and he argues with me every single day. A day will come when I destroy him. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? Kong Bei was curious. Are you here because you missed me? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Piss off. I need your help with something. My power has been sealed, Kong Bei said seriously. He had truly been sealed. The reason for that was the many hurdles this world had gone through to finally reaching this peaceful era. If he were to continue transmigrating through time and ended up changing history, it might result in an effect that might transform this era or even resurrect Yi. That would be quite a disaster. That might very well happen. The time traveler did not even need to meet Yi face to face. A thought or an aura or Yi sensing the existence of that time traveler might result in a butterfly effect that changed the future, replacing the current timeline with a new one. This was something Kong Bei was extremely clear about. He even wondered if everything he had done was what had caused everything that had happened. Perhaps if he hadn't been transmigrating through time, everything that had happened wouldn't have happened. For example, if they hadn't reached the Twin Horns world in the first place, they might not have the coordinates of that world even now. As such, the subsequent incident involving you might never have happened. This was quite a fragile situation. Since the creation god had planned everything, if Kong Bei altered history even the slightest bit, something major might result, to the extent that perhaps humans might never have come into existence in the first place. Kong Bei was truly rejoicing the fact that he hadn't done much when he had transmigrated through time. Else, nobody could guess what the world would have been like they returned. I can't transmigrate anymore, Kong Bei said with a sigh. He couldn't do it anymore, even with the assistance of luck. I can feel that with each transmigration, the price will grow heavier. As for the price, this world will be the one to bear it. It would still be fine if my transmigration only involved the genetic era, as that era was comparatively weaker. But if it involves this new era, Kong Bei smiled bitterly. In this unique era where gods and genes were combined, a single transmigration could result in a huge price. And if he accidentally changed the timeline, or if he wanted to amend it, the mere thought of the price that would need to be paid caused him to tremble. This did not only apply to matters pertaining to Yi. Any part of history that was altered would be a price none of them could bear. In the previous genetic era, we were able to transmigrate freely because the people of that era were too weak. Then the primordial descended, making transmigration difficult. Now, in this brand new God's era, any part of the transmigration process might get detected at any time. Perhaps Yi will be the one to detect it, or that existence will be the one. Or perhaps a certain god will capture or charm me, forcing me to work for them. What would happen then? What if I am forced to transmigrate through time to change history or rescue some forbidden item or existence? I would be completely helpless against such a thing. Therefore, I sealed off my power, Kong Bei said solemnly. He knew what he was doing. This was a cost he had to pay. He was not the time god, nor was he the space god. His very act of transmigration was just a unique genetic ability in the genetic era. With such an ability, if he dared transmigrate in this era filled with gods, it would be no different than dancing on the edge of a sword. And thus, he had made the correct decision. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Do you regret it? No. This was the very first time Kong Bei was so serious. What if you only use your ability to go and take a look? Chen Feng said with a smile. Your ability is too valuable. Since it is so powerful, it induces fear among others. What if you weaken the effect? Perhaps just use it to see the past and future. But my transmigration is random, Kong Bei said with a blank expression. With me here, it will not be random. With a smile, Chen Feng continued. Remove part of the transmigration ability to ensure that whatever is seen with this ability remains irreversible, getting rid of your ability to meddle in past or future events. Perhaps this is the true essence of your ability. As Kong Bei heard this, his heart thumped. True. If he only observed rather than partook in events. Bang! His eyes started radiating an intense light. Instantly, a certain ability within him was destroyed before coming together again to form a brand new ability. With this, his transmigration ability was officially gone. Chen Feng grumbled. So it turns out you only sealed it. You were still secretly keeping the ability? It was a moment of indecisiveness, Kong Bei said with a laugh. After all, this ability had been with him for too long. He had naturally been reluctant to part with it just like that. This was also why he had been rather moody the past 2 days. He had been incapable of making a decision. Now that Chen Feng had given him an even better option, he naturally gave up on the transmigration ability. This new ability was only a portion of what the transmigration was capable of. As such, one could say that he had effectively castrated his transmigration ability. So what do you want to see? Kong Bei could guess Chen Feng's motive here. Look at the past, Chen Feng said with a smile. Look at something interesting. Kong Bei nodded. Okay, sure. Instantly, the two entered the void of transmigration. The ability was activated. Different from the past, this time, shrouding the world they had transmigrated to was a certain dusky layer that ensured they could only observe and would not be able to meddle with the world's affairs, nor could their physical bodies truly arrive in this world. Naturally, this act of observing would not attract the attention of the various gods. If this were a regular transmigration, Chen Feng was sure that the instant they arrived, Yi or that silhouette would have detected them immediately. Regardless of the past Yi or the present silhouette, both were capable of this. What do we need to see? Kong Bei asked. Myself. Chen Feng smiled. I am getting old. Therefore, I keep feeling nostalgic, wanting to revisit my past. Kong Bei rolled his eyes. To hell with getting old. How old was this Chen Feng? He was only in his 20s, yet had already reached this height. Getting old? Come on, he did not even have a wife yet. Huh? As Kong Bei's thoughts reached this point, the scene before them changed. Next, a certain scene appeared before them. It was a scene of Chen Feng taking a stroll hand in hand with a certain girl. On his face was a faint smile, a hint of shyness, and a hint of joy. Huh? You actually have a girlfriend? Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. Awesome. When are you going to get me one? Yeah? Chen Feng watched on, all smiles. I am truly curious about this as well. Kong Bei's eyes went wide with shock. What? Chen Feng was curious about this girl as well. He looked at Chen Feng's indifferent expression. Suddenly, his heart leapt. In short, Chen Feng had forgotten about this girl. Even scarier was the fact that Kong Bei himself had no recollection of this girl. Interesting, isn't it? The smile never left Chen Feng's face. A certain influence noiselessly vanished. However, it does not matter. At present, it is slowly unfolding before our eyes. A certain thing is about to reveal itself. Chapter 805, The Terrifying Truth. Within the scene, the events between Chen Feng and the young lady played one after another. From when they first met to when they finally fell in love with each other, slowly but surely, this young lady was imprinted upon Chen Feng's heart. Wang Yao. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Why did the memories about you suddenly go missing? Why did you suddenly go missing? Could it be? The feeling known as fear suddenly surfaced. Those companies had all died, all traces of their existence vanishing with them. What of Wang Yao? Kong Bei seemed to have realized something as well. Chen Feng maintained a calm expression. Continue watching. Kong Bei nodded. All right, sure. The scene continued. The story of Chen Feng and Wang Yao continued. Both of them had their respective missions and goals. They were both sufficiently powerful, and thus, no problems ever emerged. This continued until one day when some companies vanished. These were the companies that had dispatched spaceships to outer space. It was also at that moment that the memories of the masses were influenced. Nobody else seemed to really remember the missing companies. The only exception was Wang Yao, who remembered everything clearly. 1, 2. And slowly, more and more companies vanished. In everyone's memories, only a couple companies had gone missing. However, Wang Yao knew that several dozen companies had actually gone missing. At one point, the missing companies surpassed 100. And thus, she decided to investigate this abnormality. It is too dangerous for you to go. I know. Let me go with you. No, you are still needed here. Going to outer space will take too much time. Then get someone else to go. I can't. They will lose their memories as well. Fine. How about this? Chen Feng decided to compromise. Let me open a case with the genetic union and deploy the strongest genetic warriors to go together with you. With all of you going together, I won't worry as much. Okay. Wang Yao agreed with his proposal even though she herself was the strongest. Finally, she departed with the squad. She had to go, as she was the only one capable of keeping her memories intact. Thus, the squad was led by Wang Yao. Chen Feng had absolute faith in her. He was clear that his memories regarding these events were getting blurry as well. As such, he knew that this was something that had to be investigated. However, he had never expected that after Wang Yao's departure, his memories regarding this would gradually vanish as well. Slowly, he even forgot about Wang Yao's existence. Chen Feng watched on silently, somewhat spellbound. Kong Bei wanted to comfort him but did not know what to say. His luck aura operated and told Chen Feng the truth. Wang Yao was still alive. Due to that existence, his luck aura was incapable of determining Wang Yao's location or obtaining any specific information about her. However, luck aura indeed confirmed that Wang Yao was still alive. So long as she was alive, everything was fine. Chen Feng's gaze intensified. So long as she was still alive, there was still hope. Outer space. His gaze shone with murderous intent as he thought of this. Everything he had obtained from nothing, ultimately killing even the Sin God. Would he be afraid of this fellow? What he needed to find out now was that fellow's identity. Once again, he focused his gaze on the scene. Continue playing. I want to know everything, Chen Feng said with a cold gaze. Understood. Kong Bei was as shocked as Chen Feng by what they saw next. So it turned out that the mysterious existence had even learned to make use of the companies and organizations of the human world to serve as his very own faction. He was too intelligent and scary. When facing the primordial existences, who would have guessed that the companies created by humanity would become this fellow's tools? Unfortunately, they were unable to see much. Kong Bei shook his head. There's nothing else to see. What they saw could only prove that the disappearance of the various companies might be related to that existence. How were they related was unknown. Chen Feng discovered an abnormality. Something seems odd. Kong Bei frowned. I feel the same. Everything seemed to be progressing too smoothly. After Wang Yao led a team to investigate, something happened. In short, this was the progression. Initially, they were of the opinion that accidents were the cause of all the disappearances. As such, they went ahead to investigate. Unexpectedly, they encountered an extremely powerful existence surpassing all beings, and thus, they all perished. This seemed to be a logical progression. However, they couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, the entire team similarly vanished abruptly, right? Yes. Kong Bei was sure of this. If so, they must have used the communicator prior to disappearing, right? They would have been maintaining contact with the people of the genetic union as well, right? Even though everyone's memories regarding them slowly vanished after they went missing, prior to that, they were absolutely communicating with the genetic union, right? Slowly, Chen Feng's line of thought became clearer and clearer. That's right, Kong Bei confirmed. Outer space was too dangerous, after all. As such, they had maintained communication at all times with those on the planet. For this expedition, the Storm Tech Company had even opened up a special communication channel for them. They had been able to broadcast their entire journey without stop. Everything should have been recorded. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this answer. Very good. I want all that data, all of it. Understood. Kong Bei understood clearly. That's right. All those people had vanished, as had all the memories about them had vanished. However, whatever had happened prior to their disappearance should still be preserved in the form of data. By investigating the data, they could very well find out what exactly Wang Yao's team had encountered before their disappearance. Perhaps they could get a glimpse of the culprit as well. Shwa. The scene moved again. Rapidly, it rewound to the time before their disappearance at the genetic union. Has Wang Yao's team departed? Yes. Has the real-time connection been established? Yes. With the assistance of the Storm Tech Company, a perfect connection had been established that would guarantee a flawless connection at all times. However, the instant Wang Yao's team left the atmosphere, the communication equipment and screens vanished. What's going on? No idea. Seems like everything has been influenced by something. Damn it. Tell them to return immediately. The connection can't be maintained anymore. We can't contact them anymore. Everyone was going crazy. Just as they were about to send someone to bring Wang Yao's team back by force, suddenly, a boom resounded within all their minds. And then they forgot everything. A blank expression was plastered on all their faces. Their communicators buzzed, updating them of a certain catastrophic event happening somewhere that required their support. Quick, something happened. Let's go. And just like that, they busied themselves with the emergency request. As for Wang Ya and her companions, they were cleanly forgotten. Chen Feng and Kong Bei watched on silently. Everything seemed to be progressing logically, yet they still had an odd feeling, as if something wasn't right. Since everything vanished the instant they left the atmosphere, replay the scene from Wang Yao's side. Kong Bei began operating his ability. Kong Bei frowned. Wang Yao was influenced by some unique ability. I am unable to detect her. In fact, each time he had found Wang Yao previously, it had been through the memories of Chen Feng or others. As Wang Yao was alive, a unique power shielded her from his detection. In that case, detect Wang Yao's team members, Chen Feng said after giving it some thought. All right. Kong Bei tried to detect them. Alas, he failed. Some unique power seemed to be influencing those people, to the point that his powerful new ability and Chen Feng's luck aura failed to detect even Wang Yao's team members. They both exchanged glances, immediately realizing what the problem was. Those team members had been specifically shielded as well. Are they all still alive? Chen Feng shook his head. Dead. If they are already dead, why are they still being shielded? The only way this scenario can happen is if the culprit is intentionally deploying the shield, Kong Bei said with a sneer. How about their communicators? Chen Feng asked. As a human of the genetic era, it was impossible for there to be no data pertaining to those people. Let me take a look. Kong Bei started investigating. The scene jumped around. The data they were searching for finally appeared. Alas, it was completely blank. Before and after, everything was gone. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, I don't enjoy this feeling. I feel like whatever we do, the opponent is always ahead of us. I have the same feeling as well. Kong Bei agreed. Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. Unfortunately for him, everything is too flawless. Kong Bei smiled as well. Yeah? He cleaned up too thoroughly. What if they hadn't come back into the past to investigate this, hadn't found out about Wang Ya and her team members, hadn't found their memories, hadn't found any news or data about them, they wouldn't have noticed anything wrong. The only thing they would have felt was fear toward this unknown enemy. fear toward his prowess, which left them with no chances. However, this was the past, and they had arrived here via Kong Bei's ability. And yet in the past, at a point in time even before Wang Yao's team disappeared, their data was already no more. Why? What was the single inconsistency here? The answer was very simple. Someone had deleted everything about them. This was quite an interesting clue. Because the opponent had cleaned things up too thoroughly, he had instead revealed quite a number of things. And thus, Kong Bei was able to keep investigating until they reached the origin of all this. Truthfully, investigating the truth by going back in time was extremely simple. So simple that they did not even dare to believe the truth they uncovered. And when they found out the truth, all their questions were answered. So it is actually you? What primordial powerhouse? What god from antiquity? No, it was none of those. The mastermind, the culprit behind everything, the one plotting everything to reach this step was actually a mere human, a human everyone knew. Chapter 806. The Return of a King. The Genetic Union. This era was rather unique. At the very least, that was the case for the majority of the people of this era. What made this era unique was the birth of a youth with astonishing talent. He was merely 14 years old yet was already being lauded as a rising star. He was the future of humanity. However, no one considered that this responsibility might be too heavy for the shoulders of a youth. He was only 14 years old. His prime age. He was infatuated with the young missy that sold flowers. Her smile looked exceptionally good, like that of a fairy that had descended upon the mortal realm. This beautiful smile was carved deeply in the dreamlike part of the youth's memories. On a certain day, the youth finally gathered enough courage to go to the little missy. Missy, I want a flower. The young missy smiled an extremely captivating smile. Little Yuan is here? Tell me, which little girl do you fancy? She naturally knew who this youth was. He was the proud chosen of the Genetic Union, which was just opposite where she sold her flowers. He was the pride of humanity, a child well liked. I want a flower, little Yuan repeated, his face flushed red. Okay. The young missy picked the prettiest of the flowers she had. Here, you can have it for free. Little Yuan shook his head. No, that won't do. I must pay for this. He settled the bill solemnly, as if they were complete strangers. Oh. The young missy appeared somewhat disappointed. 10 yuan. Little Yuan paid. Next, after a slight pause, he passed the flower to the young missy with his face flushed red. My gift to you. Huh? The young missy blanked as she looked at the blushing youth with a serious expression before her. Suddenly, she laughed. This was a very happy laugh, as if this was the finest moment of her entire life. Next, things seemed to progress smoothly, the way such things should. Every single day, little Yuan visited the young missy. He became stronger and stronger, his confidence growing by the day, and his looks improved as well. On the various news channels, his news would not stop being reported. He was given numerous titles, such as Rising Star, Future's Seed, Legendary King, and so on. In fact, he had long become numb to all these. From his birth, nobody had been capable of competing against him. Everyone else was too weak, or he was too strong. He had seemingly entered the elitist circle of humanity with a single step. As for those about as strong as him, they were all of the senior generation, much older than even his father. As such, he was confident that there was nothing he couldn't do. Naturally, he was also extremely intelligent. He was aware that the source of everything he possessed was his strength. As such, he was extremely serious. He never stopped cultivating. Even though he spent time going out on dates with the young missy every single day, he never neglected his cultivation. In fact, this young missy had served as motivation, making him even stronger. He knew that in order to protect this young missy, he would have to forever remain at the top. He could not allow anyone to surpass him. Years passed, and he was now a legend. Even those seniors 20 or 30 years older than him were officially defeated by him, making him the undisputed #1 youth of this era. At that time, he was only 16 years old. At that moment, he faithfully believed that nothing was impossible for him. This faith lasted until a certain day. On that day, his family suddenly told him that it was time for him to get engaged. His bride-to-be was a person with a similarly powerful background. She was the young lady of a certain family. Only this would allow the youth to reach even higher heights. Why? He could not accept such an arranged marriage. You are the future of humanity. his father calmly explained. You have enjoyed a huge amount of the resources humanity has to offer. It is only natural that there will be a price for that. In the past, you were still young. As such, we did not get involved in your relationships. But now that you have grown, you should start taking note of your relationships. He knew what his father was getting at. That young Missy, he probably wouldn't be able to see her much in the future. Why? He still couldn't accept this. You are extremely talented. However, I am sorry to say that our family is too weak. His father sighed. As such, if you want to be the master of humanity, if you want to be the president of the genetic union, you have to establish an alliance with that family. Only with their assistance will you have any hope of achieving all this. Otherwise, you might be suppressed by those at the top. I don't care. The youth was filled with confidence. Give me 10 years. I will surpass every living human in existence. His father sighed. You won't have those 10 years. This is not an easy path. Don't you enjoy watching TV series with ancient settings? Do you not feel like this path is quite similar to the fights over the emperor's throne depicted in those TV series? These words resounded heavily in the youth's mind. Fight over the throne. True. This was the genetic union they were talking about. This organization surpassed all companies, organizations, factions, and families. Would the presidency of such an organization be something nobody would covet? Would everyone give way and allow him to step on the throne just because of his talent? Evidently, that would not happen. This path would be drenched in blood. From the day the youth first exhibited his talent to the world, he no longer a way out of this fight. I know you like that young Missy. It doesn't matter. In fact, we have always known of your relationship with her. None of us will stop you. You will be too strong in the future. As such, nobody is willing to offend you just for this. However, we hope you can somewhat control yourself. 2 years will be sufficient. In the future, when you finally become the master of the genetic union, you can take her as your wife if you wish to. Nobody will be able to stop you. At that time, you will finally be able to protect her properly. Otherwise, do you think that your opponents on this bloody path will let her off easily? His father spoke earnestly. That night, his father told him many things. About women, about maturity, about the future, and about responsibility. Ultimately, the youth compromised. He accepted the best choice his father had made for him. He also told the young Missy this. They broke up. With an exceptionally calm expression, the young Missy walked away. The youth told her that the day would come when he married her. He would most definitely reach a higher height, a height such that nobody could stop what he wanted to do. After reaching that height, he would return to take her as his wife. The young Missy merely smiled in response, not saying anything. This one smile caused panic to surface in the youth's heart. On the next day, the youth received a certain piece of news. That young Missy, who had always seemed to have a smile on her face, had committed suicide in her own house. The youth went crazy when he heard this. He tried to rush out of his house like a madman. However, he was stopped by his family members. This resulted in him failing to even see her one last time. Subsequently, she was cremated. The young Missy, akin to a blooming flower, had now turned to dust. The youth realized that he had made the wrong choice. He had no interest in becoming the president. He had no interest in surpassing all of humanity. He only wanted to see her. You can't go. You are the legend of humanity. You are the future of our family. Everyone is paying attention to you, waiting for you to do something wrong. By going to her, you will ruin your own future. Therefore, you can't go. Everyone tried to stop him. Everyone wanted the best for him. And thus, he did something that shocked everyone. He crippled himself. That's right. He crippled all his power. This alarmed everyone. And thus, he left his house. Nobody bothered to stop him now. There was no longer any need to do so. Staggering along, he ran over to her. The only thing he could see was a grave, and on the gravestone was a crude black and white photograph of the young Missy with her signature sweet smile. Sorry. He knelt in front of the grave for a very long time. Nobody cared about him. Nobody bothered him. Even his rivals stopped disturbing him, as he was no longer worth their time. He was now nothing but a cripple. Near the grave, he erected a hut. He resided there, accompanied by wind and rain. He had every intention to spend his remaining life there. This life lasted until a certain day when he heard of something he wasn't supposed to know about. Perhaps this was something his ex-rivals intentionally leaked to him, or perhaps it had been leaked to him for some other reason. This thing he should never have known about was regarding the death of that young Missy. Her death might have been related to some people. They had not harmed her in any way. They had merely sought her out and talked to her. The content of their conversation was unknown. However, after the conversation, the young Missy committed suicide. This was obviously something that his family members, who had always been monitoring that young Missy, should have noticed. And yet, why hadn't they done anything about it? The youth laughed suddenly. He knew that even though his family had always disliked that young Missy, they nevertheless would not have done anything to her. However, if an enemy was making a move on her, there wouldn't have been any need for them to rescue her, right? So, this was the truth. His family, the Alliance, and his rivals, those big shots, those important figures, had forced an innocent young lady to her death. Oh, right, he was partly responsible for her death as well. That night, the youth laughed alone for a long time. He also cried alone for a long time. Finally, he left the hut. All right, this is where the story ends. An old man told the children before him. What happened next? A young girl asked, tears welling in her eyes. Next? The old man's gaze became filled with reverence. He started his path of cultivation once again. However, since he had once crippled himself, he was extremely weak. His strength was weak, as were his fused abilities were weak. However, none of it mattered. A genius is still a genius. He ultimately established the greatest company in this world. Even though he is not the Genetic Union president, he is still an extremely grand existence. Wow! The greatest company? Have we heard of this company? The girls asked in excitement. Of course. The old man pointed at the devices on their wrists. Turn it around. Huh? The girls turned their wristbands over curiously. With astonishment, they found that no matter what edition of the wristband they wore, several metallic words were carved there. Storm Detch, Luo Yuan. So he is actually. The young girls were all alarmed. Luo Yuan. So that legendary youth was actually Luo Yuan? How? About that young Missy. Is this over for her just like that? Someone asked, somewhat unwilling to accept the young Missy's fate. Even the Luo family had benefited from the rise of Luo Yuan in the end. That young Missy had been the only sacrifice. Was this even right? Of course not. The old man smiled. He told me that the day will come that he returns. A girl sighed. Returns? It is already the era of the gods. Even if he returns, will he amount to anything? Yes, he will. The old man gazed up at the sky. There, a meteor seemed to be streaking past. He will return, after all. He is a legend, the old man muttered. Suddenly, the wristbands buzzed. Everyone looked at their wristbands. Even those not wearing their wristbands rushed to put their wristbands on, curious to know what was going on. On the screen, only a short sentence could be seen. I am back, Luo Yuan. What did this mean? Everyone blanked. And yet, right at this instant, everyone's wrists started to hurt. A certain power seemed to have instantly permeated into all the wearers' bodies. With this, the wristbands that one could take off at any time were locked to the wearers' bodies. Nobody could take their wristbands off. Now, the wristband was part of their body. Bang! In the sky, that shiny meteor suddenly intensified and became clear for all to see. It turned out to be a silhouette that those of the elder generation were incomparably familiar with. It was him. Countless people were alarmed. They thought of something and wanted to stand up. Alas, it was at this instant that an immense power surged out of their wrists. At this instant, the numerous life forms all knelt down at the same time, as if they were welcoming his return with reverence. In the sky, that meteor appeared incomparably resplendent. You have returned, the old man said, fanatical devotion clear in his eyes. He was clear that this was the moment, the return of a king. Chapter 807. What exactly are you trying to do? In the human world, the various gods were looking up at the sky. When that streak first flashed past, they merely looked over purely due to curiosity. Only when they felt the pain coming from their wrists did they become aware of what was going on. Damn it. What's happening? I can't move my hand anymore. This communicator seems to have buried itself in my hand. The gods were alarmed. With shock, they found that even gods could not avoid this. Something had entered their bodies from the communicator and was spreading toward the internals of their body, controlling them. Plop. The spread continued until, ultimately, all of them were kneeling on the ground, welcoming the arrival of that streak. Something is off about this communicator. We are all under control now. Hateful. The gods were furious. They had merely been curious about the communicators and thus had used them. Unexpectedly, the communicators were now their greatest weakness. Some were extremely decisive, chopping their limbs off without hesitation before that power could spread. They would rather expend some energy to reconstruct their body than be controlled. Quite a number of gods did the same thing. Some of them hesitated somewhat, but during that short moment of hesitation, their bodies completely fell under the device's control. When they finally decided to chop their limbs off, they couldn't do it anymore. A certain power was seemingly preventing them from doing so. This power had originated from the communicators. What exactly is this thing? I don't know. Damn it. Such a power actually exists. They were all fearful and angry at the same time. Nobody was sure if such a controlling power existed for real. Even if it existed, it should be filled with weaknesses. The stronger the controlling power, the greater the limitations should be. Unfortunately, they had voluntarily delivered themselves to the devices. How could we have been so stupid? They looked at the wristbands they were wearing and could only smile bitterly. If they had known this earlier, they would never touch the humans' communicators. However, who could have guessed that this would happen? Not only the almighty gods, the ancients and various other races with intelligence were using variations of the wristband communicator as well. These wristbands were all custom-made for them by the Storm Tech Company. After Yi's death, the entire world had entered a period of peace. As such, nearly all life forms were now equipped with their own communicator wristbands. And now, nearly all of the life forms here were kneeling down. This was kneeling in the truest sense, the type of kneel signifying the greatest submission. One could kneel down voluntarily or one could be forced by the communicator to kneel. Either way, it no longer mattered. Unlike the various life forms that were all fearful, most of the humans were more confused than afraid. What exactly was going on? Storm Tech Company was a name nearly every human knew. Whenever there was a disaster, this company would be the first to appear to provide aid. As such, this was the company with the greatest reputation among humans. This was also the undisputed #1 technology company in the world. And thus, the Genetic Union had accorded them the highest authority, and the research agency had supplied them with the greatest amount of resources. They had agreed tacitly that the Storm Tech Company would be the next greatest faction of this world after them. This company that had always been low profile, that had always treated everyone with sincerity, was liked by all. The communicator wristbands created by them had also benefited all of humanity. And yet the wristbands were in fact a trap. How was this possible? When they had felt the pain coming from their wrists, a vast majority of humans had assumed that it was merely some bug. They had merely thought that they should get a replacement from Storm Tech Company. This had lasted until they saw everyone else around them kneeling on the ground as well. Only then did they realize that something had happened. This was especially true when they received the "I have returned" message on their wristbands. Luo Yuan? Some humans who recalled what had happened in the past were now filled with fear. Could it be that he had not yet forgotten that incident? Swish. The radiance surrounding the silhouette intensified. Every life form raised their head, awaiting the arrival of that silhouette. At this moment, when that immense silhouette entered the atmosphere and started his descent, his figure became clear. He was precisely Luo Yuan. "I am back," he faintly said. With the communicator, this sentence was spread worldwide. Everyone's heart throbbed. It was him. Truly him. It's actually him. The gods were all alarmed. They all recognized this person. It wasn't that they recognized Luo Yuan. Rather, the aura of the silhouette from before was exactly the same as the aura this person was radiating. This was the aura of the person who had fought Yi to the point that both were gravely injured. The guy that had supposedly been left behind by the creation god. Who exactly are you? You are not the bright silhouette. The creation god would not allow his subordinate to do something like this. The various gods were fearful. Ha ha. Luo Yuan laughed heartily. Gods, mere jokes. Shwa. He raised his hand. Instantly, the few gods that had questioned him crumbled apart. A force of immense power seemed to have emerged from within their bodies, instantly enveloping the entirety of their bodies and destroying them. For a moment, every life form was in a daze. What he had just killed so easily with a casual wave of his hand were gods. How was that possible? The various gods were utterly shocked. It was at this moment that they realized how scary the wristbands stuck on them were. At the thought of this, their hearts felt heavy, filled with regret. If they had known this earlier, they would have severed their limbs and fled without hesitation. Alas, it was too late. The gods were forced to submit. As for the various races, they were forced to submit as well. If even gods had submitted, what option did they have? And yet, it was at this moment that a roar sounded. An angry howl sounded from afar. Liu Yuan looked over. At this time, those that dared to howl at him would only be humans. What exactly are you trying to do? This was what the Genetic Union president asked. Have you gone mad? This was research agency chairman's question. Do you want me to kneel as well? This was Liu Yuan's father. I once told you. The Genetic Union president looked at Liu Yuan and said, I am not interested in the presidency. If you want it, you can have it at any time. You rejected my offer, yet now you come and do something like this. What exactly are you trying to do? He truly could not understand. Revenge? How? Destroying all of humanity? The president truly could not understand. Rather interestingly, back then in the old era, when the genetic era was still the strongest organization, he had obtained his position as the president for free. The various geniuses such as Liu Yuan and others had fought each other for it. Ultimately, some had died, some had been injured, and some had withdrawn. And just like that, this president had obtained the seat for no apparent reason. In fact, he had never had any interest whatsoever in the seat. Chapter 808, Your worldview is too narrow. The research agency chairman sighed. The things that happened back then are already in the past. Those who erred have received their punishment. As for that person, he is long dead. What else do you want to do? What happened back then was the tragedy of the era. A lot of people had erred. Subsequently, those people had paid a disastrous price. Liu Yuan had not even needed to do anything himself. Once he grew to an alarming height, the respective families of those culprits took the initiative to seize those people and drag them to Liu Yuan, forcing them to kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. They had declared that they would deal with those people. Most of them were crippled. Truly crippled. Since the young Missy was dead and Liu Yuan had been crippled once, if they wanted to stay alive, they at the very least had to cripple everything they were capable of. And thus, that incident had come to an end with the elders forcing those people to cripple themselves. Liu Yuan had agreed to that, and with a gentle smile on his face, he had watched on as those people crippled themselves. With that, the incident had been considered over and done with. Alas, nobody had expected Liu Yuan to actually have such ambition. In the wristbands he had created, he had left behind something terrifying. When the time was finally ripe, that thing had erupted and controlled everyone, including the world. Why? What exactly was he trying to do? Nobody knew the answer. Was he making everyone kneel before him just for revenge? Liu Yuan's father looked at Liu Yuan coldly. Do you want me to kneel to you as well? It was natural that his wristband hadn't forced him to kneel. He did not care if all of humanity was threatened by Liu Yuan. He did not care if the gods were threatened by Liu Yuan. What angered him was the fact that something had appeared from his wristband and entered his body as well. His son was trying to gain control over his body as well. This was not something he could put up with. His son was trying to control even him. The newcomers all rebuked Liu Yuan in anger. The higher-ups of humanity were filled with anger. Evidently, they had never expected that after surviving the descent of the primordial and the awakening of the gods, they would now suffer under the hands of a fellow human. How lamentable, how hateful. Liu Yuan, give me an explanation. What exactly do you want? Do you truly feel so happy to have the world revolve around you? Numerous questions were being pushed forth. Liu Yuan maintained his silence. As for the various gods witnessing this scene, they were incomparably alarmed. Heavens! These humans dared to talk to him in such a manner. One ought to know that this person had been able to fight Yi to a standstill. The various gods remained kneeling, not daring to stand up. They could clearly feel a sense of anger bubbling up within Liu Yuan's body. That terrifying aura was now on the verge of exploding. Enough! Liu Yuan bellowed. Plop, plop. One by one, the people questioning him knelt down. Some of them howled in anger. Liu Yuan, you dare? How audacious. I am your third uncle. Without me, could your Storm Tech company have reached this height? We should have eliminated you back then. What a thankless wretch. Piss off, said Liu Yuan, his eyes gleaming coldly. Shwa. He clenched his right fist. A terrifying power bloomed suddenly, and the old men shouting at him were instantly decimated, turning into dust. dying in body and soul. Shwa. The entire world lapsed into silence. A lot of them still had their mouths opened, ready to shout at Liu Yuan. Yet now, all of them stopped, covered in cold sweat. Looking at the ashen-faced Liu Yuan, they had finally realized that at present, their lives were within Liu Yuan's grasp. Those that resisted him would surely die. A lot of people trembled, unable to find anything to say. Should they continue scolding him? They did not wish to die. Right now, Liu Yuan did not seem like he would listen to reason. Suddenly, Liu Yuan spoke. It's still the same. He laughed a rather sinister laugh. Exactly the same as back then. Back then, when forcing me to give up on her, this is how you people behaved. For my well-being, for the future, for humanity. Liu Yuan laughed. You people always come up with numerous reasons to give me. Yet none of you have ever mentioned that what you people truly care about, what you guys want me to do is precisely for your own well-being as well. Hasn't that incident been put to an end already? Someone asked with a side. Has it ended? Liu Yuan found this funny. He spoke coldly. When Storm Tech Company matured, you people finally came to apologize. You made my rivals back in the day cripple themselves. Did you guys seriously believe that this could be considered an apology? One of the old men could not understand. You yourself chose to forgive them back then. If you hadn't actually forgiven them, why didn't you kill them back then? Back then when they dragged those people to Liu Yuan, they had been prepared for those people to die. However, Liu Yuan had not killed anyone. He had merely forgiven everyone with a smile on his face. Yet now he had reneged on his words. Liu Yuan stared straight at them. That is precisely the most lamentable part. Do you people know what was I reminded of when I saw the unyielding gazes of those forced to apologize to me? Everyone maintained their silence, not daring to answer. They reminded me of myself. Liu Yuan gazed at the starry sky. We were geniuses. Even though they were weaker than me, they were nevertheless still geniuses. Alas, people like us, our lives could never belong to us. We were nothing but puppets, puppets controlled by you old bastards. This applied to me as well as them. In fact, in the incident back then, they were not truly guilty. After all, everything we young geniuses did was under the guidance of you old geezers. What kind of authority did any of us have at that time? Thus, I never hated them. The ones I hate are you people. And the system of human society as a whole. At this point, his gaze was filled with killing intent. Those people all lapsed into silence. So it turned out that the ones he hated were actually them. They shut their eyes, wondering if what they had done was indeed wrong. Do what you need to do, then. One of them looked straight at Liu Yuan and said, since the system is what you hate, do it. There are way too many families and clans that have grown over the ages to an immense size. Only by completely destroying everything will this system truly collapse. He was already prepared to die. He was of the opinion that since Liu Yuan was still angry, it would be fine if they allowed him to vent his anger. However, to his surprise, Liu Yuan merely laughed. Did you know? The era has changed. If this was still the genetic era, I would truly do that. Unfortunately, this is now the God's era. A bizarre radiance flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes as he uttered these words. This was the era of the gods, an era filled with numerous wonders and miracles. Impossible tasks were now possible. His initial plan had indeed been to collapse the entire system, turning the entire world upside down. However, when his understanding of the world grew, when he found out about the primordial era, when he gained understanding of the era of the gods, he had started studying the so-called miracles, even though these miracles had always remained legends. As he studied, his plan had slowly changed. Now, his plan was on the verge of completion. Chapter 809, The Era of Liu Yuan. You want to resurrect her? Liu Yuan's father asked. Perhaps, as Liu Yuan's father, he understood his son the most. There was a saying that one's first love would always be their most beautiful memory. However, when one caused one's first love to die, that was unforgettable. His son had always kept that event dearly in his heart. Resurrect a human? The gods exchanged glances when they heard this. For gods, resurrection was extremely normal. They were too powerful, to the point they couldn't be killed. At most, they would fall into a deep slumber and awaken, one could say resurrect sometime in the future. As such, They were very familiar with resurrection. As for humans, resurrection did not seem too possible. If the human had died recently, perhaps they might be able to save her or something. But a human that had died way back then, before the descent of the primordial, during the early genetic era, that was too far in the past. That human had long since thoroughly died. Even with their mighty godly power, they would not be able to resurrect her. Oh, yeah, some people had time-traveling abilities. Perhaps if one traveled back to the past to rescue that young Missy. However, if that truly happened, how would the future, the present timeline, be affected? If that young Missy had been rescued, the Luo Yuan from back then probably wouldn't have crippled himself. The Storm Tech company that he had subsequently created probably wouldn't have come into being. Would that Luo Yuan still have the undying will he had displayed? This was a question nobody could answer. What about Yi? Returning to the past, back before Yi's death. At present, Yi was indeed thoroughly dead. However, if one dared to travel through time as one wished and he somehow discovered the truth, it was quite terrifying to think about what he would do. That fellow's strength. If they met once again, perhaps even Luo Yuan himself would not have complete confidence in surviving his onslaught. And if one was unlucky enough to directly encounter the Yi of the past, they would probably directly die. As such, did he truly intend to rescue that young Missy from the past? Everyone looked at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan shook his head calmly. Why would there be a need to rescue her? She does not belong to this era. All paths to the past have been sealed by me. It is no longer possible. From today onward, in this world, transmigration and time travel are impossible, Luo Yuan coldly concluded, regardless of the past or the future. Then what do you want? Luo Yuan's father asked in a daze. He was of the belief that he knew his son well. Over the years, Luo Yuan had constantly been woken up by nightmares. Hadn't each of his nightmares been about that young Missy? Had he not always wanted to return to that era, to once again return to the side of that young Missy and make a different choice? Why would he lock down all paths of time travel? Your insight is too narrow, Luo Yuan said calmly. How could these idiots ever hope to understand his plan? He, Luo Yuan, had fought his entire life. Could it be merely to relive history? To return to that era he both loved and hated? How ridiculous. I am Luo Yuan, he muttered. Shwa. He stood up, surrounded by boundless power. He stared into the distance. There, a certain god was standing and observing the happenings here. Yes, he was standing there other than kneeling. This was one of the gods that had avoided his control by severing his own limb. However, he hadn't left. Rather, he had stayed behind hoping to know the truth. Only when Luo Yuan's gaze landed on him did his entire body turn cold. Luo Yuan smiled. You should have left. Shwa. That god's face fell. He immediately turned around to flee. Alas, it was too late. Luo Yuan flickered and reappeared behind that god. Next, blood spluttered everywhere. That god couldn't even react before he died. Everyone went cold as they saw this scene. So was this Luo Yuan's true strength? Bang! After killing the god, Luo Yuan formally ascended to godhood. And thus, his already powerful strength went through another transformation. Luo Yuan spoke softly. Submit to me. You all are after my people. His faint voice was transmitted worldwide through the wristband communicators. Nearly every life form heard his words. Plop. More people knelt down on the ground, including Luo Yuan's father. That voice seemed to be filled with a certain sense of majesty, a certain sense of awe that left nobody daring enough to not submit. At the instant those people knelt down, a boundless power of faith surged out. Instantly, the numerous life forms of the world became the believers of Luo Yuan and Luo Yuan alone. Bang, bang. Boundless faith surged out. Under the control of the wristbands, these people did not have a choice. Even the believers of the other gods switched their belief. However, those gods could only smile bitterly. They couldn't say anything, as even they themselves had submitted to Luo Yuan. At this instant, numerous life forms submitted to Luo Yuan. His majesty stretched out, enveloping the entire world. This newly awakened world had instantly entered the era of Luo Yuan after experiencing the eras of Yi and Chen Feng. Now, this was Luo Yuan's world, Luo Yuan's era. Bang, bang. He enjoyed the surging faith. The god had he killed earlier had just been a minor god. However, in a short period of time, he reached the elementary stage, then the journeyman stage, and he was still growing. After all, The amount of faith he was gathering now was terrifying. He was gathering even more faith than Chen Feng had back then. Liu Yuan's father sighed. I should have listened to him, yeah? Some members of the senior generation shook their heads. We made the wrong choice back then. And now we are again making the wrong choice. Do we even have a choice now? A particularly powerful old man said with a bitter smile. A sigh resounded. Well, we can only atone for our crimes now. Bang, bang, bang. Astonishing everyone, the few people that had been conversing suddenly exploded, their blood splattering everywhere. Everyone's eyes widened. This Liu Yuan was killing again. This was too excessive. Even scarier was the fact that even his father was among those killed. What are you doing? Some were furious. They had compromised. So why was Liu Yuan still killing? Could it be that he wouldn't let even those who had submitted to him off? If so, what was the point of submitting? And yet when they looked over at Liu Yuan, they saw that Liu Yuan was dumbstruck as well. He was drenched wet with blood, yet he stood there unmoving. He stared at the dead in a daze and suddenly lashed out in anger. I already have control of you all. Yet you are still capable of suicide. Who gave you guys the courage to commit suicide? He dared not believe this. Under the control of the wristbands, they shouldn't even be able to control their own bodies. How did they commit suicide? This should only be possible if they had prepared well in advance. They had long guessed that this would happen, and thus, something had been done in their bodies. They had been waiting for this single opportunity to die. However, how was that supposed to be possible? He had never allowed his plan to be leaked. Hold on. Suddenly, Liu Yuan realized something. He looked at the various gods, the various races, and finally the humans before asking, has anyone seen Chen Feng? No response came. Not only Chen Feng, even Chen Feng's companions had all suddenly gone missing as well. Chapter 810, It's like you are joking with me. So it's you guys. Liu Yuan's killing intent surged. As of quite a while ago, his control over Chen Feng hadn't existed. Since that certain day when Chen Feng's wristband communicator broke down for no apparent reason, Chen Feng had stopped using a wristband communicator. Liu Yuan had once suspected that Chen Feng had found out about his plan, yet Chen Feng had obviously not figured anything out. Liu Yuan was extremely certain of this. At that time, Chen Feng had yet to even notice his existence. Liu Yuan had spent quite a while observing Chen Feng and had confirmed with his luck aura that Chen Feng had indeed not noticed anything. Slowly, Liu Yuan had forgotten about this. Unexpectedly, it had now come back to haunt him. Chen Feng. Liu Yuan muttered. Suddenly, his heart throbbed as he thought of something. His senses instantly spread out, searching for some people. Not a single one of them could be found. Kong Bei, Qin Hai, Wu Hui. These people that should have existed within his network of senses had all vanished. Liu Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. They were all clearly within my senses in the past. Evidently, the moment he had descended from the sky, those people had removed their wristbands. This was what one would call a variable. So this is the so-called 1% chance of failure? Liu Yuan laughed. He had initially still been somewhat worried about this 1%, but now that he had figured out that the 1% was these fellows, he laughed. How ridiculous. Chen Feng, if you think these fellows are sufficient to contend against me, you are gravely mistaken. In a certain mountain range, Chen Feng's group was watching as everything unfolded. Indeed. Kong Bei said, fear still lingering within his heart. After he and Chen Feng had been able to roughly guess the truth, they had immediately notified their friends. However, due to the problem being the wristbands themselves, they'd had to contact their friends manually. If they had still used the wristbands even after figuring out the truth, they would be true idiots. Unfortunately, they had only been able to notify a small number of people before this happened. Liu Yuan had appeared too speedily. This moment he chose to appear is too convenient. Chen Feng had an odd feeling. When he was using luck aura, he would also make his move at the most opportune moment. Now, it seemed like he wasn't quite capable of choosing the most opportune moment anymore. I sensed a similar power in Liu Yuan, Spirit said. That's why your power and Liu Yuan's power have counteracted each other. You are saying that Liu Yuan is also capable of calculating the most opportune moment to act. Chen Feng said with a pensive look. spirit was certain. The only thing I don't know is exactly what power he is using to do this. So that was the case. Chen Feng finally understood. He did not quite care that they counteracted each other. After all, in Liu Yuan's plan, choosing an opportune moment was much more important for him than Chen Feng. With their powers counteracting each other, Liu Yuan probably wasn't feeling very good now. Or perhaps he was of the impression that this was indeed the opportune moment. If so, this would be quite the opportunity. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Without a doubt, Liu Yuan's strength would grow dramatically very soon. Chen Feng, who had personally experienced the same thing, understood clearly that after gathering more believers than him, Liu Yuan's speed of growth would be even scarier. And thus, this would be the most opportune moment to fight Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan had yet to fully recover from his fight with Yi. As for his godhood, it did not matter. After all, people like them were too powerful, to the extent that the power they gained shortly after godhood wasn't much at all. As such, even after godhood, Liu Yuan wouldn't benefit much. The best benefit of faith was the speed of growth rather than the immediate combat prowess. His growth will be scarier and scarier. Now is the moment when he is at his weakest, Chen Feng said solemnly. Understood. Kong Bei focused his gaze. They all knew that if they wanted to defeat Liu Yuan, this would be their best shot. Let's do it. Then, Qin Hai said without hesitation. Let's go. They approached Liu Yuan's location silently. At this time, Liu Yuan seemed to be calculating something. Suddenly, a faint shadow appeared from the foot of the mountain. Liu Yuan was the first to notice it. Shadow? This familiar appearance. The various gods recognized this shadow the moment it appeared. Heavens, this is the dark shadow left behind by the creation god. They had themselves witnessed the fight between this shadow and Yi. Although the shadow seemed to have died quickly, it was now clear that the shadow had been resurrected. Although the shadow is weak, he seems capable of rebirth. This is acceptable. There ought to be such a balance. However, the bright silhouette's identity, which we had guessed about in the past. Many gods seemed to realize something. Earlier, they had guessed that Liu Yuan was precisely that bright silhouette. However, after Liu Yuan revealed his identity, they had concluded that Liu Yuan was not the silhouette at all. If so, who exactly was the silhouette left behind by the creation god? What bullshit are you all talking about? Liu Yuan frowned. Creation god? Shadow? He had never seen them before. However, from the words of the various gods, he discovered that this shadow had once fought Yi and had even forced Yi to use his ultimate trump card. This was the shadow that had caused Yi to be completely helpless, to the point that even Chen Feng could kill him. Was this the truth? Liu Yuan frowned. Shadow. Liu Yuan looked at that seemingly non-existent shadow. A powerful aura seemed to be building up within that shadow. The aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. That was an aura surpassing that of the gods. Creation god. Liu Yuan finally understood something. Shwa. Slowly, that shadow revealed his full body. He did not have any bodily features, being purely comprised of a shadow. However, his strength was incredibly terrifying. It is indeed him. He seems to have become even stronger. Yeah? So this is the shadow of the creation god? He is indeed similar to what we guessed. A faceless existence. The various gods exclaimed in admiration. Although the shadow had been instantly killed by Yi in his last appearance, he was still not in existence they could contend against. Furthermore, he had obviously been killed, but here he was, alive and well. How scary was that? Perhaps this shadow wasn't any weaker than Yi. And perhaps he wasn't lower than this person. Their gazes landed on Liu Yuan. Step by step, the shadow strode forth. As he walked forward, his strength slowly grew. He seemed to have given all the gods sufficient time to talk and had thus continued to advance slowly while his strength slowly built up. His strength had now reached an extremely terrifying level. Why am I getting such a terrifying feeling from him? Holy shit. He seems to have become even stronger now. He is too scary. Look at his forehead. There's an imprint there. That does not look like the imprint of an ordinary god. There seems to be some unique power in that imprint. Perhaps this imprint was left behind by the creation god. That is quite possible. The imprint of the creation god. Heavens. He did not have this thing when he last appeared. Perhaps he didn't have time to use the imprint last time. Now that he had the time to use the imprint, Liu Yuan is probably in deep trouble. The various gods exclaimed in admiration solely from the strength this shadow was emanating. With every step the shadow took, a different power seemingly manifested from him. That imprint on his forehead seemed to contain a completely different energy, one that was incomparably terrifying. When he had first appeared, everything had still seemed calm. Yet now, as he stepped forth, his aura surpassed even Liu Yuan's. This was the true strength of the shadow of the creation god. At this moment, killing intent pervaded the air. When the shadow got closer, the gods no longer dared to talk. They merely looked at the shadow and Liu Yuan, clear that a major battle was about to erupt. Silently, they distanced themselves from the coming battlefield. It is starting. Chen Feng was filled with expectation. My godly power of the wish is already capable of manifesting the imaginations of an entire crowd, Wu Hui proudly said. He did not even need to care if Liu Yuan would buy the lie or not. As long as the others believed the lie, it would be sufficient. This was the scariest aspect of his strength. This shadow is already strong enough to kill Liu Yuan. Wu Hui was certain. Those foolish gods, having seen the shadow once before, had become the shadow's fuel. Their imaginations had fed the shadow with strength without stop until, finally, the shadow reached this level of strength. Perhaps they could win this fight. Everyone was filled with expectation. Sure, the shadow was about to attack. However, outside of everyone's expectation, right at this moment, a different shadow walked out from the foot of a different mountain. This shadow greatly resembled the first, but there was something different about it. Chen Feng looked over at Wu Hui instinctively. Ah? Wu Hui was dumbstruck as well. What was this? Not your work? Qin Hai was alarmed. Wu Hui stared blankly. Nope, not good. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Holy shit, this can't be a lie turning into reality. Right? Are you kidding me? Chapter 811, Same Ability. When that shadow appeared at the foot of the mountain, everyone was shocked. This was especially true when the shadow neared them, allowing them a clear look at the shadow's appearance, which was exactly the same as the other shadow, apart from their color. This shadow's entire body was shrouded in light. Even the imprint on his forehead was exactly the same. The bright silhouette has actually appeared. Apart from color, he is nearly a mirror image of the dark shadow. So are these two, the bright silhouette and the dark shadow, left behind by the creation god? All the gods exclaimed in admiration. They had once believed that Liu Yuan was the bright silhouette. Now that they looked at it, the true silhouette had appeared. Liu Yuan is probably in danger. Yeah, the shadow alone is already this strong. If both the silhouette and shadow work together, the gods trembled at the mere thought of the prowess of their combination. Light swirled around as that silhouette slowly approached. When he finally reached Liu Yuan, when everyone was of the opinion that he was going to deal with Liu Yuan, he walked past Liu Yuan and continued on toward the shadow. What is he doing? Is he not here to kill Liu Yuan? Why do I feel like his target is the shadow? The various gods were stupefied. Didn't the silhouette originate from the same source as the shadow? Was that a lie? Or perhaps they had seen wrongly? They rubbed their eyes and looked over again. Bang! What they saw was the silhouette attacking immediately after nearing the shadow. A terrifying energy engulfed the entire world. Just as everyone had guessed, this silhouette was so powerful that it was suffocating. HMPH. Wu Hui snorted. The shadow held nothing back and attacked as well. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow and silhouette started fighting each other. Numerous powerful auras pulsed out as they fought. The various gods trembled in fear and could only step back silently. However, the greater their fear, the stronger those two became. Bang! The earth trembled. Wu Hui clenched his teeth. What exactly is that fellow? He knew how his shadow had appeared. However, what about that silhouette? He could not understand. Kong Bei? Chen Feng asked. Kong Bei shook his head. I can't investigate the source. His past and future are completely blank. Was this truly something left behind by the creation god? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. If this had truly been left behind by the creation god, why would he fight for Liu Yuan? And why would it look exactly the same as the shadow? Or perhaps he had intentionally assumed this appearance? Chen Feng was somewhat confused. However, it did not matter. They just had to keep pummeling him until his true appearance was revealed. Bang, bang. The battle between the silhouette and shadow escalated in intensity without stop. Shocking everyone, the two's strength increased without stop. At first, they were equivalent to a peak major god. Now, they were at the same level as Liu Yuan. Even so, their strength was still growing, to the point they had surpassed Liu Yuan. There was a particularly odd point. The two seemed to mirror each other's strength. Regardless of how much one increased, the other was always the same. Their strength is completely the same. Truly worthy of being the left and right hands of the creation god. However, it is pointless for them to fight each other. Yeah, if they continue, this will only end with both sides suffering, or perhaps the two might even die together. They sighed. Indeed, shortly after, the intensity escalated to its highest level when the two finally unleashed their respective trump cards upon each other's bodies. At the same time, the two crumbled apart and transformed into nothingness. Instantly, the world lapsed into silence. The two had indeed perished together. Again, Wu Hui was indignant. He could not accept the fact that his strongest ability had failed in this way. When he recalled the things that had appeared after the death of Shadow, he came up with a new idea. Shwa. From the foot of the mountain, a bunch of figures of different colors appeared. Once again, the RGB figures made an appearance. Wow, it's these fellows again. They seem to be somewhat weaker than the Shadow. However, there are a lot of them, and they all possess terrifying strength. The various gods were alarmed. However, it was at this moment that, from the foot of the other mountain, a bunch of figures of differing colors appeared. This, Wu Hu and the rest were thoroughly alarmed this time. Yet again, what the hell? Something seems off. Qin Hai had a pensive look. When you create a shadow, the opponent creates a silhouette. When you create multicolored figures, the opponent creates the same thing. This does not seem like the work of the creation god. Rather, this is some sort of mirror image ability. Is this one of Luo Yuan's ability? Qin Hai asked with a grim expression. That's not it. Kong Bei shook his head. If it were a mirror image ability, the figures would be exactly the same, as opposed to the different colors they have. True. Qin Hai frowned and continued observing, wondering what exactly this was. Shwa, shwa. The various figures entered the battlefield and a huge battle erupted once again. Ultimately, they all perished together. Both sides seemed to be forever equally matched. At present, even the various gods seemed to have realized something. Those figures did not seem related to the creation god. They seemed to be created by Luo Yuan. Don't worry. Let me give it a try. Qin Hai took in a deep breath. Wu Hui, support me. Wu Hui nodded. Okay, Shwa. Qin Hai moved. In fact, with Chen Feng's assistance, they had long ascended to godhood. After all, during that period of time when Chen Feng ruled, their respective strength had grown dramatically. Naturally, even with that, they were still mere minor gods. However, with Wu Hui's assistance, they would still be able to erupt with astonishing power. Moreover, Luo Yuan had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Bang! A sword light sliced the sky apart. Finally, Qin Hai's attack arrived. Sword God, God Terminator. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the world. As the various gods saw this scene, their hearts leapt furiously. That was because the aura of this sword far surpassed the shadow from earlier. This terrifying attack had them all trembling in fear. Holy SHT! What power is this? I don't know, but it feels scary. I suppose this is yet another attack at the level of Yi. Heavens, why are so many experts appearing out of the blue? The various gods were in fear. They were truly shocked. And next, that astonishing sword of Qin Hai's pierced straight at Luo Yuan. In fact, this sword attack was rather weak. It only appeared incredibly powerful. Its potential damage was in fact at the level of a minor god, pitifully weak. But with Wu Hui's assistance, this sword gained an entirely different level of strength than before. At the very least, the strength had reached the limit of the various gods' imaginations. After all, those daring to participate in this battle should all be terrifying existences, right? And thus, the impressive-looking but weak attack originally unleashed by Qin Hai erupted with an astonishing power as it sliced the entire sky apart, heading straight toward Luo Yuan. Ah! Luo Yuan laughed. You guys are truly looking down on me. Shwa. He raised his hand. This single motion shocked everyone, as from Luo Yuan's hand, the exact same sword light materialized. Everything, including the aura and might of this sword, was exactly the same as Qin Hai's sword. Swish. The terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand. This, heavens, yet another identical thing. Could it be that Luo Yuan has some mirror image ability mastered? No idea. They were all alarmed. With their eyes wide open, they fixed their gaze on the battlefield. Bang! The two swords collided, releasing a dazzling explosion. And next, both swords vanished. Liu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the foot of the mountain. As he looked at the foot of the mountain where no new figures or shadows were appearing, a sneer formed on his face. Mirror image? Chen Feng was not bothered by the sneer. He was focusing on analyzing Liu Yuan's strength. He could clearly sense that this was not a mirror image. Moreover, for Liu Yuan to have reached his present height, he ought to have a unique ability. He was a mere human, and a crippled one at that. And yet he had been able to slowly reach this height, surpassing the likes of Yi. If it was pure growth in strength with conventional methods, how could he have reached this level? If so, what exactly was Liu Yuan's power? Chen Feng stood up. He had decided to personally make a move. Chapter 812, Liu Yuan's true power. This again. What exactly is Liu Yuan's power? Nobody knows. Some people were analyzing the fight. Liu Yuan's condition was quite unique. He was about as strong as Yi had been when seriously injured, on the verge of death. Naturally, this would probably be the only opportunity they had to defeat Liu Yuan. As such, everyone was watching. However, from the beginning, this battle had been quite bizarre. Different from the Sin God, whose trump cards had been exhausted without stop before he was killed by Chen Feng, Liu Yuan hadn't even wasted much his godly power or sustained any injuries. Every single time, he was capable of creating something identical to face the incoming attack. The shadow, the multicolored figures, and even this sword. He was able to do the same. Qin Hai sighed. He can imitate even this. After his strongest sword received Wu Hui's buff, the might it displayed was equivalent to a peak major god. Yet even against this, the opponent had been able to create a mirror image. What else could he do? It would seem like this opponent was capable of copying even complicated abilities, rather than a single type of abilities. This was Qin Hai's conclusion. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, Wu Hui, create another shadow. Wu Hui nodded. All right. He was capable of creating a basic shadow. He only needed to let the masses see the shadow, and they would be filled with imagination and expectation. With this, the shadow would regain the strength it had displayed earlier. Shwa. With a flash, Chen Feng appeared. The hearts of the various gods jolted. Look, the shadow has appeared again. He is indeed still alive. This is what happened back then as well. Swish. The newly reappeared shadow did not say anything. It charged straight at Liu Yuan. Shwa.